Before we officially begin, as I mentioned, this keynote session will continue up to 10 a.m. So please do not move until that time. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome and thank you so much for attending Norwich University's 2022 Peace and War Summit, in person or virtually. My name is Angela Kaczyevsky, Associate Professor of Political Science and Associate Director of Peace and War Center at Norwich University. I am extremely honored to serve as Executive Director of this year's summit, which addresses such a pressing issue, Russia. As we have witnessed, on top of global pandemic, our global community is currently facing one of the most dangerous moments after the end of World War II. Russian invasion of Ukraine has inflicted serious human and material casualties, and we have to be even concerned about the possibility of nuclear war among great powers. Even though I have not directly experienced any war condition, as a Korean American, I have often listened to my parent generations about how devastating the Korean War was. As all of us desire, I honestly hope that Russia's unprovoked invasion against Ukraine stops as soon as possible, and stable peace and justice are fully restored. At this summit, 2 keynote speakers, 11 scholars, and 3 students will address many different dimensions of Russian and international issues. I believe that these summit sessions will deepen our understanding the current world order significantly disrupted by Russia's aggressive act. Also, this summit will help current leaders and future leaders here just to be educated and to find peaceful and effective solutions to such challenging global issues. Thank you again for participating in the summit. Please keep in mind that this keynote session will continue up to 10 a.m. So until then, please do not move in your seat. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Mark Anarumo, 24th President of Norwich University. For time limit, I cannot share his full bio, but briefly speaking, Dr. Anarumo assumed the presidency in June 2020 amid global pandemic and civil unrest. Despite tough challenges, he has been successfully leading this historic institution. He retired as a U.S. Air Force colonel after serving in many different nations, including Turkey, Iraq, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, and South Korea. Before assuming his presidency, Dr. Anarumo worked as a director and permanent professor for the Center for Character and Leadership Development at U.S. Air Force Academy. Now I turn it over to 24th President of Norwich University, Dr. Mark Anarumo. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Kansandida, Yangmoku. We have a few folks getting settled. I'll let them sit before I start the formal comments to kick off the ceremony. Welcome all. Very good. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Peace and War Summit at Norwich University here in the great state of Vermont. I am Dr. Mark Anarumo, the 24th President of Norwich University. We are, of course, the nation's oldest private military college and the birthplace of the Reserve Officer Training Corps, or ROTC. We are so pleased to host you here in person in the Mack Hall Auditorium, and I also want to offer a very sincere welcome to our virtual audience who is attending from around the world today. So welcome to all. I do want to recognize our keynote speakers for this two-day Peace and War Summit. First, and you can join me in welcoming each, the Governor of the great state of Vermont, Phil Scott. Sir, thank you. The next title is fairly long. I will cue applause once I get through the gentleman's complete formal title. The Acting Ambassador, Mr. Georgi Sikolia, the Charge d'Affaires, Embassy of Georgia to the United States. Sir, welcome. Also in the front row is Brigadier General John Widener of U.S. Strategic Command. Sir, welcome. And also a special welcome to all of our distinguished panelists and presenters. They are some of the great thinkers in the world on this critical topic. We're honored to have you here. Welcome and thank you to you all as well. So this is our third Peace and War Summit. It's presented by the John and Mary Frances Patton Peace and War Center, which is one of our centers of excellence here at Norwich University. This year's summit theme is called Deciphering the Russian Riddle, National Interest and Geopolitical Competitions. Our keynote presentations, the panel discussions, and our workshops will scrutinize the very timely and relevant questions that face the United States and the global community related to Russia. The topics will range from territorial intrusions into Ukraine and to Georgia, intervention in Syria, growing military partnership with China, and of course, areas that Norwich has unique expertise, cyber attacks and disinformation. The summit provides an excellent opportunity to dive deeply into these issues that are fueling a reignited rivalry between the United States and Russia. A simple summary list of the issues is extraordinary. It's going to inform our understandings of the events that are literally unfolding today as we stand here. Military security, economic sanctions, cybersecurity threats, disinformation campaigns, and Russia's perceptions of and roles in the intensifying great power struggle between the United States and China. I encourage our entire Norwich University community of learning, our wonderful students, faculty, staff, alumni, parents, and friends to participate fully in these sessions, whether in person or virtually. We need to discuss and debate these important global topics that are so clearly impacting our world, yes, in the future, but quite literally right in this current moment. The summit is critically important, and we believe it is necessary. We are very proud of our ability to host events like this that support the development of a deeper understanding of our shared global community. Our world is increasingly defined by uncertainty and complexity. Responses to challenges are increasingly dependent upon the ability to integrate multiple capabilities, cultural competencies, adaptability to change, mental agility. We hope to develop these skills over the next few days together. The summit especially will explore what the future may hold. We will learn how the nations and the world's colleges and universities are developing critical thinking required of students and scholars to prepare for what lies ahead. And the relationship between the United States and Russia is currently significantly strained. And for the first time in decades, it could very reasonably result in kinetic conflict. This would, of course, be disastrous for both nations and NATO and other countries in terms of human casualties and additional crises to the world economic system. We are currently experiencing the effects of the conflict in Ukraine, the results of economic and trade sanctions, the witnessing of violence and war, the effects of information warfare, fear, and of course, all these pale in comparison to the loss of life of combatants and innocent civilians that are caught in the violence. The past several weeks of conflict are affecting the international order in ways that have not been witnessed for 2 generations. As president of this very fine university, I must also share that our student population has been affected very directly. We have today students on our campus from Ukraine and also from Russia, in addition to many students from all across the world. We also have many current students and alumni in uniformed services, in the intelligence community, and in other fields related to conflict management and crisis response. These individuals are very literally standing today in harm's way, and they deserve our best time and our greatest effort. The current conflict has affected us all in some way. The ways that they will affect us in additional ways in the coming months and years will be another item that we'll explore together during the course of this critical event. We will talk how, as superpowers, the United States, China, and Russia all share responsibility for dealing with the countless challenges facing our global community. Our shared fate will be shaped by how the great powers and allies will address current crises, myriad other issues that will persist, and new issues that will inevitably emerge. It is our hope that this summit will help deepen our understanding of current U.S. and Russia relations and provide practical policy recommendations to leaders of all nations. These recommendations will be more refined and more effective if our entire community participates fully. I implore all of us take advantage and help make a difference in our present and in our future. All of us here at Norwich University thank you for your attendance and for the contributions that all of you will make during this critical summit. It is our privilege and our honor to host you. It is now my distinct honor and privilege to introduce a truly gifted leader and staunch supporter of Norwich University, the 82nd Governor of the state of Vermont, Governor Phil Scott. So.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me. It's an honor for me to be here today to say a few words, but I'm especially interested in learning from the distinguished speakers who will be speaking in a few minutes. Their insight and expertise are incredibly important right now as we all watch what's going on in Eastern Europe with a great deal of concern. Now, unlike them, I have no background in world affairs or expertise in foreign policy. I'm here as the governor of a state full of people who, like me, are looking at this situation in disbelief. For more than 3 weeks, we've all watched in horror as Putin's Russia has brutally attacked a neighbor who wanted peace, not war. Ukraine has worked hard to become a democracy and is now working harder than they ever imagined for the future of their people. Because of this unprovoked attack, thousands of Ukrainian patriots and civilians, including women and children, have already lost their lives. In fact, as we all saw last week, the Russians targeted both a hospital and a theater where hundreds of people, including many children, were sheltering. Millions have had to leave their homes, their belongings, and their way of life to protect their families. These are parents and grandparents, college students and school children who just 30 days ago were going about their daily lives the same way many of us would. Going to work, seeing their friends at school, shopping at the grocery store, and walking their dogs or riding a bike through the park. And now, their world has been turned upside down. Many have been torn from their homes, taking shelter in subway stations, fearful for their lives and their future. It's a reminder of how easy it is to take what we have for granted, from our democracy as a whole down to our everyday routines. And that's why it's so important for us to continue to keep up with what's going on. Listen to the experts like those we'll hear from today, and learn from the courage and resiliency we're seeing in the people of Ukraine. Because while they're going through what is deemed horrific and is horrific, their response has been so inspiring. Acts of courage, selflessness, and resolve from average citizens, all the way up to the country's leaders. It's truly a David versus Goliath moment, with soldiers defending their country against an army 5 times its size, with only a tenth the number of aircraft. Civilians taking up arms for the first time in their lives to slow and hopefully fend off this unprovoked invasion, knowing the life and death consequences. We've all seen the heartbreaking footage of parents leaving their children to fight for freedom. As just one example, I read the story of one dad who left his 7-month-old daughter behind, saying it was a difficult choice, but better that she be without a father than without a future. Think about that for a moment and let it sink in. What all this tells me is that while Putin may have a larger army, it's clear Ukraine and its people have the courage, heart, and will to persevere. And they have the power of the truth and the moral high ground on their side. And that's why the rest of us in the free world need to have their back. As I said earlier, I'm no expert in world affairs, but I feel a responsibility, like many of you, to be a part of this now. I think about my dad, Howard Scott, a tanker in Patton's Third Army, who was severely wounded in France shortly after D-Day, when the tank hit a landmine on their way to free St. Lo. Both his legs were amputated above the knee, and he spent 2 years in Walter Reed Hospital recovering before returning home to start a family. And unfortunately, he passed away due to those injuries when I was 11. He was no expert either, but he stepped up when it was the right thing to do. Many are doing the same for Ukraine. And while it pales in comparison as governor, I thought it was important for Vermont to do its part as well. That's why I called for and signed a bill last week to contribute $1 for every Vermonter, totaling more than $640,000. The appropriation went to Save the Children for humanitarian efforts in Ukraine. We've also worked to make sure the state of Vermont is not purchasing Russian-sourced goods and services, and through our National Guard and state police, we're collecting body armor for those on the front lines in Ukraine. These are small steps from a small state that I know will have little impact on what happens 4,000 miles away. But it's what we can do right now, and we have a moral obligation to do whatever we can. The fact is, Ukraine's fight to protect its people, their rights, and their land, and what that means for democracies across the globe is too important for us to sit out. Because, as has been said many times before, a threat to democracies anywhere is a threat to democracy everywhere. Unfortunately, we're seeing democracy threatened far too often right now, including examples right here in the U.S. These are powerful reminders of why we must always guard against authoritarianism and the ilk that comes with it, and why defeating Putin and putting an end to this invasion is so important. Today in this hall, as we're speaking freely, without fear of oppression, the people of Ukraine are fighting for their independence and their fundamental right to decide their own future. It's important they know they're not alone in this fight. The people of Vermont and all around the globe stand united with Ukraine for its freedom and with its people. I thank you, and I look forward to learning more from this important and very timely summit. So thank you again.
Governor Scott, thank you so much for your just attendance in the summit, and then your just powerful speech. Now, I'm very pleased to introduce two keynote speakers, Georgian Acting Ambassador Georgi Chikolia and Brigadier General John Widener at U.S. Strategic Command. In terms of the natural flow of their speech content, General Widener will deliver his address first. Let me introduce him briefly. U.S. Army Brigadier General John Widener assumed the duties as Deputy Director, Plans and Policy, U.S. Strategic Command in May 2020. Widener most recently served as Director of the U.S. Army Nuclear and Countering WMD Agency at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, where he led the Army's capability to integrate nuclear weapon effects into conventional operations, and supported Army Service Component Command with the nuclear and countering WMD expertise. Now, I turn it over to General Widener. Let us give a round of applause.
Well, Governor Scott, Mr. Scolia, President Anarumo, and Dr. Koo, thank you so very much for the kind introduction and for the warm reception here. On behalf of United States Strategic Command, I'd like to thank Norwich University and the Peace and War Center for the opportunity to speak at this timely and prestigious event. As a product of the Army's ROTC program, I'm particularly excited to be here at the birthplace of the ROTC system that prepared me so well for a military career. And by the way, it's a great honor and pleasure to be in a room of America's future military leaders. Keep that in mind. I'm here today representing U.S. Strategic Command and a team of 150,000 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, guardians, civilians, and contractors dedicated to the DoD's highest priority, strategic deterrence, a subset of which is nuclear deterrence. That is, all nuclear is strategic, but not all strategic is nuclear. U.S. STRATCOM is a global combatant command responsible for, among other things, strategic deterrence and nuclear operations, and we take it very seriously. We execute strategic deterrence activities every day and stand ready to deliver a decisive response should strategic deterrence fail. Over the next several minutes, I want to discuss some of the characteristics and challenges for strategic deterrence in the 21st century, highlight some of the concerning aspects of Russia's capability and behavior, and offer some thoughts on the way forward. Before describing how the character of strategic deterrence is changing in the 21st century, however, let me first review some fundamental tenets of deterrence that have not changed. Deterrence is focused on influencing an adversary's perception such that they decide not to take a certain action. The basic pillars of strategic deterrence are focused on imposing costs that exceed any benefit of action, denying the benefit of an action, and encouraging restraint. Another enduring element of strategic deterrence is that it's an active sport. One does not merely deter by possessing a capability. We must train, sustain, maintain, and exercise our strategic capabilities to be proficient on using them on a moment's notice. And an adversary's leaders must see that we expertly train and maintain these capabilities and can bring them to bear whenever needed. This is one reason why U.S. Strategic Command does so many deployments around the globe with our strategic bombers, the most visible leg of our triad of strategic delivery capabilities. In addition to strategic deterrence, strategic deterrence must begin day to day in the gray zone conflict, because we are in diplomatic, economic, and informational conflict. These gray zone activities are what will lead to crisis, and if crisis is not resolved, will lead potentially to conventional conflict. And conventional conflict with a near-peer nuclear-armed adversary will be overshadowed by the potential for adversary non-nuclear strategic attack in space and cyber domains or nuclear attack. In other words, the adversary could view nuclear attack as their least bad option. The nation cannot wait to conduct strategic deterrence activities at the brink of strategic or nuclear deterrence failure. U.S. STRATCOM can't be called in at the last minute to do strategic deterrence like a pinch hitter brought in at the bottom of the ninth inning to win the baseball game. Moreover, should strategic deterrence fail and we find ourselves in conflict with a near-peer nation, strategic deterrent activities must continue in conflict. And in addition, they must increase in intensity. We can take more aggressive deterrent actions in conflict because they wouldn't be as destabilizing in conflict as they would be day to day or in crisis. The challenge with this seemingly obvious statement is that these activities will compete for the very limited resources that will be in high demand to prosecute the conventional fight. An example of this is the demand for our heavy bombers, our B-52s and even B-2 bombers, and their associated tanker aircraft. Those nuclear weapon delivery platforms and associated tanking aircraft that refuel the bombers in air also have important roles in the theater conventional nuclear war plan. We need to frame those important resource allocation decisions now in our policy documents and supporting strategies and operationalize that understanding through large, globally integrated exercises. So let me transition now to how strategic deterrence is changing in the 21st century. Starting with the global view, we must be aware that for the first time in our history, the United States faces two near-peer nuclear-armed adversaries in Russia and China. And they must be deterred differently because they have different national security objectives and different levels of relative national power. So I'll focus my comments on Russia, of course, today, but would caution us not to lose sight of China or North Korea or Iran or any other country that has or is seeking strategic capabilities. U.S. STRATCOM, the United States, and our network of allies and partners must deter all of these actors all of the time. We can't forget that. China's explosive growth of nuclear capabilities is absolutely breathtaking, and they're voicing similar regional security concerns as Russia and seeking to exert sovereignty over international waters and territories based on historic claims in a manner similar to Russia. These claims threaten the rules-based international order and should be deeply concerning to all nations that seek to uphold that order. China and other actors are watching our approach and response to Russia, how much risk we are willing to take, and how much stake we demonstrate, and will be influenced by our commitment to uphold the international rules-based order. Adding to the challenge of strategic deterrence in the 21st century is the increased number of domains through which strategic effects can be delivered, as opposed to just 30 or 40 years ago. During the Cold War, strategic deterrence was synonymous with nuclear deterrence vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. We now have strategic reliance upon the space and cyber domains, as you appreciate, and our adversaries are developing asymmetric capabilities to threaten our dependence upon them. Now, a challenge to these relatively new domains is how to incorporate them into our traditional deterrent and military activities. You have likely heard of the term integrated deterrence used by leaders in the Department of Defense. That is a vision for optimizing the combination of effects across all domains to deter, or if necessary, defeat an adversary. It's the best way to deter in combining all of our capability, and it affords us the best approach to defeat an adversary at the lowest level of damage achievable. The key to success will be reaching the goal of integrated deterrence before our adversaries, and they are striving to do just that. And it's not just the increase in the number of domains and determining how to integrate those with our existing other domains. The lack of widely accepted norms in these new domains and the increased risk of miscalculation and escalation that accompanies that lack of norm makes strategic deterrence in the 21st century that much more complex. Now, we at STRATCOM are working through a logic that underpins all of this, as I'll explain in a moment, because after all, we are U.S. Strategic Command, not U.S. Nuclear Command. And we look forward to enhancing strategic deterrence in planning and theory. Now, a primary implication of all of this is that we must be very humble about our ability to control escalation. That term gets thrown around a lot, control escalation. Well, let me be very pointed. We cannot control an adversary's escalation. We must recognize that a near-peer nuclear-armed adversary can escalate to any level of violence, anywhere on the globe, through any instrument of national power, at any time. That's a factor that the United States has not had to consider since the fall of the Soviet Union, and it has enormous implications for how we react to the conflict in Ukraine today. This is also profound because nearly all strategic deterrence theory was developed as a result of our experience in the Cold War, when there were two superpowers, a bipolar world, each relying very heavily on their nuclear arsenals for deterrence. We must evolve our fundamental understanding of strategic deterrence theory to align with today's strategic environment. In other words, we need to enhance our approach to an all-domain conflict with one near-peer adversary, while deterring a second near-peer adversary and others with strategic capabilities, or at worst, be prepared to confront two near-peer nuclear-armed adversaries simultaneously. Now, U.S. Stratcom is making a concerted effort to reinvigorate research in strategic deterrence, primarily by leveraging our academic alliance of more than 70 academic institutions, including Norwich University, that are focused on building the next generation of national security professionals. But U.S. Stratcom can't and should not do this alone. We need your help. We need continued debate and discussion on strategic deterrence to evolve our approach and prepare the next generation of national security professionals. So with that, let me describe how this applies to Russia today and in the near term. Russia has the largest and most diverse nuclear weapons stockpile on the planet. Its strategic forces are defined by the New START Treaty, as are ours, as intercontinental ballistic missiles, ballistic submarines that carry submarine-launched ballistic missiles, and heavy bombers. That's what a strategic nuclear force is. And the New START Treaty limits both sides to 1,550 units. Russia has fielded a tremendous number of nuclear weapons that are not accountable under the New START Treaty. Open source reporting suggests that stockpile numbers somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000, more than the warheads in their strategic forces. These weapons are often referred to as non-strategic or tactical nuclear weapons, but I would discourage you from using that term. For we at United States Strategic Command and we in the United States view any use of a nuclear weapon as a strategic act. Rather, I suggest you describe them as non-accountable weapons because that's what they are. Many of Russia's non-accountable weapons are delivered by platforms that can carry conventional warheads, such as fighter aircraft, close and short-range ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles. Russia is using many, if not all, of those dual-capable delivery platforms with their fight to Ukraine right now. We must be keenly aware that Russia has the choice to use those same delivery platforms to employ nuclear weapons or other weapons of mass destruction if they feel the need to achieve their objectives. Further, Russia has been modernizing both their nuclear weapons and their delivery platforms for 2 decades, and they're more than 80% complete. So let me kind of foot stomp that. For 20 years, Russia has been increasing the role of nuclear weapons in their security strategies and has spent a significant fraction of their very limited military funding on not just replacing their nuclear warheads and delivery platforms, but modernizing them to offer new and improved capabilities. Clearly, the decision to embark on this 3-decade-long nuclear weapon modernization project was not motivated by geopolitical developments over the last 10 years. It was a purposeful strategy to enhance Russia's position to counter NATO's defensive posture in order to achieve its objectives, and as we are seeing today, by force if necessary. In contrast, the United States has completed 1 nuclear warhead modernization program and 0 nuclear weapon delivery platform programs. More on that in a little bit. Now, if that's not concerning enough, Russia is developing several exotic nuclear weapons, such as a nuclear-powered, nuclear-armed cruise missile known as Skyfall, or as we at US Stratcom like to call it, the Flying Chernobyl, because of the accident that cruise missile had in August of 2019 that released a significant amount of radiation across North and Central Europe when they tried to recover it. It's also developing an autonomous, nuclear-powered, nuclear-armed underwater torpedo known as Poseidon, likely armed with a very large, think megaton-class weapon, designed to create extensive zones of radioactive contamination in coastal areas, making them unsuitable for military, economic, or other activity for a very long time. These exotic weapons are non-accountable, and they are weapons of coercion and revenge by their very nature, and reflect a very different value that Russia has on war and its use of nuclear weapons. Let me also comment on Russia's activities in just the past 2 months, which also illuminate their view on nuclear weapon use and violence. In February, Russia conducted one of the largest, if not the largest, nuclear exercise involving its nuclear forces since the end of the Cold War. Conducting such a large exercise of nuclear forces just prior to initiating the largest invasion of a European country since World War II was clearly coordinated to coerce NATO into inaction regarding its invasion of Ukraine, nuclear coercion. That is reckless and highly irresponsible. Russia also announced to the world on February 27th that it put its nuclear forces in a heightened state of combat readiness, a special regime of combat duty, Putin said, an overt nuclear threat only days after Russia invaded Ukraine. Such provocative actions and rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons is dangerous, adds to the risk of miscalculation, and should be avoided. We will not indulge in it. I must emphasize, however, that U.S. Strategic Command does not have the luxury of minimizing or dismissing these nuclear threats. We must and are taking Putin at his word and are prepared to provide a range of decisive options to the President and Secretary of Defense if and when needed. So what do we do about all of this? Well, let me close with 4 things that I think the United States needs to do. These are not particularly original ideas, but 4 of the most that I've taken away from many conversations in the global strategic environment. First, we have to have a rigorous but succinct national debate on the various nuclear capabilities required to deter both Russia and China simultaneously. The average American cannot articulate an informed argument on that subject. And for that matter, neither can most leaders in the federal government, the Department of Defense, or members of Congress. That's because our existing nuclear forces, the triad of the strategic delivery capabilities that we've operated for many decades, has done such a superb job of deterring strategic attack on our homeland and our allies that we have become absolutely dismissive of any thought of nuclear attack on the United States. That is all changing. Nothing makes you more concerned about your nuclear capabilities than being threatened by somebody else's. And that's exactly what Putin just did. We need the public to not only be involved, but committed, because our nuclear warhead life extension programs and nuclear weapon delivery platform modernization programs won't be complete for 25 or more years. And since all power eventually comes from us, the people, we need society to prioritize this work to ensure full and consistent funding. Second, the DoD and nation must again be able to develop and field new cutting-edge strategic capabilities at the speed of relevance. And let me just give you one example. In the course of just 8 years, in the late 1950s and early 1960s, Air Force General Benny Schriever led the conception, design, engineering, production, and fielding of 4 ICBM missile systems in just 8 years. The program to replace our current Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile has been underway for many years and won't be complete for more than a decade, just to replace the missile. Not the silos, not the secure communication, not the security, just the missile. If we want our capabilities to provide Russia and China with strategic dilemmas, we need to go much, much faster. Third, our nation needs to form a process for integrating and guiding all instruments of national power, as well as private industry and non-governmental organizations, towards a common purpose. We currently have no national way to do this. Some might point to the National Security Council, but having worked there, I would offer that the National Security Council is neither resourced nor intended to lead national operational activities. We're getting a glimpse of the power of integrating economic, diplomatic, and informational, along with military capabilities for a common purpose through the security force assistance and sanctions we've imposed on Russia and the assistance we're providing Ukraine. But can we honestly say that our efforts to get ahead of potential Russian false flag operations were intricately synchronized with Coca-Cola, Facebook, and Boeing cutting ties with Russia, or with the security force assistance that we provided to Ukraine? From my view, it seems we've enjoyed equal benefit from good fortune and good judgment. Lastly, we need to restructure the Department of Defense to effectively confront global challenges. The Office of the Secretary of Defense and the Joint Staff, and what have up until recently been known as geographic combatant commanders and commands, are built on regionally focused organizations by design. But Russia and China are not regional challenges. They pose a worldwide threat to the international rules-based order. Moreover, we must dispel the traditional view of a single supported combatant commander of operations and develop truly integrated, not just coordinated, war plans that incorporate space and cyber from the outset, just like ground, air, and sea operations are considered from the very beginning. To reiterate, a major conflict with Russia and China will be global in nature. To solve that global problem, we need a global top-down strategy that prioritizes homeland defense and strategic deterrence, ensures multiple simultaneous supporting command relationships, and enables all domain awareness to achieve decision superiority. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll thank you so much for allowing me to speak with you and take a little bit of your time today and turn the podium back over to Dr. Koo. Thank you.
General Widener, thank you so much for your insightful speech. At this time, I will briefly introduce Acting Ambassador Georgy Chikolia at the Georgian Embassy to the United States. Previously, Mr. Chikolia was appointed Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of Georgia to the U.S. As Deputy Chief of Mission, he was responsible for the daily operation of the embassy, the largest Georgian diplomatic mission in the world. Prior to his posting, he was the CEO of Enterprise Georgia, the Georgian Entrepreneurship Development Agency. In this role, he was responsible for the establishment of the first major governmental institution mandated to facilitate private sector development through a variety of financial and technical support mechanisms. Here is Georgian Acting Ambassador Georgy Chikolia. Let us give a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor and the pleasure of being here. It's an honor to speak at America's oldest private military college. I want to thank the leadership of the Peace and Work Center, President Anarumo, of course, and my compatriot, Lasha Jumburidze, who is in this audience as well. It's an honor to share this podium with the distinguished guest, General Brigadier Widener, U.S. Strategic Command, and Honorable Government of the State of Vermont, Phil Scott. Thank you for being here, and thank you for extending this honor to me. I have been fortunate to tour the United States and Canada in my academic years, but I have never been to Vermont. In fact, I went to school not too far from here, but somehow never made it to this beautiful state. And I know how serious you guys are about your beer and maple syrup. I learned about beer last night, and I knew about the maple syrup, so. I'm glad most people here know about Georgia, the country of Georgia. And the confusion of my country with the state of Georgia is less frequent. For those of you who are still confused, I'll give you a pass. Today's Peace and War Summit could not be more timely as we witness a full-scale war, the first full-scale war of the 21st century in Europe. I represent a country that has witnessed invasions and occupations by foreign powers for centuries, and one that knows too well the destruction of war. Especially today, when Russian forces attack Ukraine, our hearts ache for the Ukrainian people. Georgia and Ukraine share the same transatlantic values and Western democratic goals, most notably entry to the European Union and NATO. And we have faced, tragically, the same threats for the past 30 years. The path of Western integration has not been easy to us. In the early 90s, as we regained independence from the Soviet Union, we witnessed Russian aggression. Conflicts in Georgia's two breakaway regions, Abkhazia and Tkhinvali region, where Russia supported separatist movements and continues to do so today. In August 2008, Russia illegally seized those two sovereign parts of Georgia through an act of war, and now controls 20% of Georgian territory. Just for sheer geographic comparison, that would be a whole of south of the United States, including Texas. Russia has turned these occupied regions into military bases by deploying modern offensive weapons and stationing troops on the ground. Russian troops stationed in the occupied Tkhinvali region of Georgia stand 25 miles away from the Georgian capital of Tbilisi. We have lived in this reality since 2008. Russia quickly arranged for a few ideological allies to recognize so-called independence of two occupied regions, Abkhazia and Tkhinvali. Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Syria complied, as did the tiny island nation of Nauru. Georgia has worked diligently to find a solution to this infringement on its sovereign territory and has been assisted by the United States, the European Union, and other partners and international institutions. The conflicts in Georgia took a significant toll on the livelihoods of Georgians. Russia's occupation has expelled 10% of the Georgian population, nearly 500,000 people, internally displaced, and refugees from these territories through ethnic cleansing. The population of Abkhazia has been reduced from nearly 450,000 to a mere 100,000, and the other region, the Tkhinvali region, from 150,000 to close to 30,000, with grave human rights violations happening in these regions on a daily basis. My family is one of them. As we witnessed the war in the early 90s, we were forced to flee Sukhumi, the capital of Abkhazia. The city, once a prosperous and lovely metropolis, now stands as a testament to Russian destruction and stagnation. When I watch scenes of innocent Ukrainians fleeing from Russian terror, it reminds me of the story of my family. We too, along with thousands of others, had to flee from the only place we knew as home. 30 years have passed, and we're still waiting for the moment to return to the land we call home, where our ancestors lie. Past tragedies have inspired Georgians to remain firm and vigilant in our choice to integrate into the Western institutions. And we're thankful to our Western partners, especially the United States, for their support. In a few days, on March 21st, we mark 30 years of diplomatic relations with the United States. I am proud to be the part of these relations for the past 6 years. I have personally witnessed our strategic partnership and friendship grow over the years. Since day one of regained independence, America's role in shaping Georgian statehood has been vital. U.S. support in fields including security, economy, education, democracy, and the rule of law cannot be overstated. In numbers, the United States has allocated almost $6 billion in assistance to Georgia, in addition to other forms of support. The Biden administration has elevated support for Georgia to meet today's challenges. Last Tuesday, President Biden signed a massive $1.5 trillion omnibus spending bill with $132 million available for assistance for Georgia. The government of Georgia is extremely grateful for the continued assistance of the U.S. as the Russian aggression continues. We are also fortunate to have champions from both sides of the aisle in Congress, most notably Senator Jeanne Shaheen from the neighboring state of New Hampshire. And I just yesterday learned that there was a time when New Hampshire was considered being a hostile territory, right, in the history of Vermont. So lots to learn. As security partners, we have developed a deep, durable, and mutually beneficial security and defense relations. now codified in multiple agreements. In addition to our commitment to NATO, Georgia is an integral part of the American planning for maintaining regional stability in the face of multiple security challenges. These include anti-terrorism strategies related to the Middle East and Northern Caucasus, defending U.S. and allies' interests in the Black Sea frontier, safeguarding Eurasian energy and transport networks, and lending strength to support key U.S. allies like Israel. The United States has supported our efforts to modernize and strengthen the military. The American people have invested over $1.5 billion in helping Georgia strengthen its resiliency, defend our borders, and support our territorial integrity. Most recently, during the visit of the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, to Georgia, he and our defense minister signed the U.S.-Georgia Defense and Deterrence Enhancement Initiative, or as we call it, the JEDI, highlighting the U.S. commitment to bilateral security cooperation and the further integration of Washington and Tbilisi. And we are paying back. Georgia is not only a receiver, but also a provider of security in the region and beyond. In the South Caucasus region, we act as a beacon of Western ideals and an exporter of stability. This was on full display when our Prime Minister, together with the U.S. State Department, mediated an exchange of 15 Armenian prisoners for a landmine map between Azerbaijan and Armenia, once again highlighting the pivotal role that Georgia plays in the region. Whenever possible, Georgia proactively seeks to bolster regional peace and security through innovative problem solving and facilitating unique opportunities for the cooperation, leading the way in regional dialogue and joint peace building. The Prime Minister has been actively promoting his Peaceful Neighborhood Initiative with regional actors and providing an alternative to the Russian-Iranian platforms. Our deep commitment to bilateral security cooperation grows out of shared values and experiences, as we have faced common foes in Iraq and Afghanistan, fighting against terrorism and promoting democratic values. When partners need us, we send 8,000 soldiers for Operation Iraqi Freedom. In Afghanistan, Georgia provided the largest number of soldiers per capita of any non-NATO allied nation, including all European states in both ISAF and RSM missions. Just as we entered battle together, we also played out our part until the very end. During the last weeks of conflict, we were crucial to the evacuation efforts from Afghanistan. In total, approximately 3,500 individuals were evacuated through Georgia. And we aided international NGOs like National Endowment for Democracy, International Republican Institute, and an Asian Development Bank, and others in the safe transport and temporary accommodation of their staff. While we aspire to become members of NATO, we already act as a member of the alliance, spending more than 2% of our GDP on defense, organizing multinational exercises on our soil, and committing to every mission that NATO undertakes. And our partnership with the U.S. goes beyond security. U.S. assistance has helped Georgia handle the transition to a market economy with development and economic assistance that help Georgia establish democratic and free market institutions that are essential to a fully integrated democratic state in the European and Euro-Atlantic family. Transforming and reforming Georgia into a European democracy is the choice of the Georgian society. Georgian people have requested to follow this path. Support for the European Union and NATO membership has been soaring 75 to 80% for the past decade. Same numbers could be attributed when Georgians being asked of their views of the United States. More than 80% of Georgians look favorably to the US throughout the decades. This is why the government of Georgia institutionalized the European and Euro-Atlantic choice of Georgia by making a clear declaration in Georgia's highest law, the Constitution. Today, we stand as an associated partner of the European Union. We have a free trade agreement, so-called deep and comprehensive agreement, and a visa-free regime with the European Union. We're in the process of implementing EU association agenda, which is the cornerstone of our future to reach European Union membership. We have successfully implemented the vast majority of obligated reforms, and we're on track to submit our bid to the membership. But the current events expedited that decision. And last week, the Prime Minister of Georgia announced Georgia's decision to apply for the membership in the European Union in parallel with Ukraine and Moldova. Our vision for the next 30 years and beyond isn't optimistic. One, but the current reality is not promising. While Georgia's economy reached double-digit growth last year, which along with Ireland was the highest in Europe, we are still in a phase of post-pandemic recovery. And the war in Ukraine endangers the livelihoods of many. As a brotherly nation, we have provided our assistance and support. We have opened our doors to every Ukrainian in need and sent 140 tons of humanitarian aid to Ukraine. In this endeavor, the Georgian government and people are united. While no one really knows what Putin's ultimate objective is, one fact is certain. He wants to prevent countries Russia dominated for centuries from developing into prosperous democracies and keep them trapped in an imposed purgatory where development ends and democracy fades. Accepting Georgia's, Ukraine's, and Moldova's application for European Union membership will be a strong and unequivocal signal that these countries are part of the West and the old term of the post-Soviet countries will transform into the new Eastern European Union countries. While military support and NATO membership are ultimate tools to help nations at risk from Russian aggression, economic tools are also available and should be utilized. As the majority of Georgians support deeper integration with the West, the U.S. can take a specific concrete action that will help Georgia build a stronger economy, establish a bilateral free trade agreement. This will strengthen Georgia's regional leadership, increase competitiveness of our economy, and have collateral benefits for all Americans. In closing, I would like to quote the famous son of New England, Daniel Webster, who once said, "God grants liberty only to those who love it, and are always ready to guard and defend it." Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. It has truly been an honor.
Ambassador Chikulia, thank you so much for your informative speech. Once again, thank you very much for all speakers for the keynote session. Also, in-person and virtual audience, many thanks for your attendance in this keynote session. As seen on the program, we will have a series of summit panel discussions and sessions today and tomorrow. So see you at the next session at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much again.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We're going to begin in 2 minutes. Please make sure your cell phones are off or on vibrate, please. And also, just a reminder, the session goes until 12:15. So if you do have class and you need to leave, make sure that you plan accordingly in terms of seating. Just a quick reminder. So we're going to begin in a few minutes. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first workshop session of the 2022 Peace and War Summit, which focuses on deciphering the Russian riddle, national interest, and geopolitical competitions. My name is Dr. Travis Morris, and I have the privilege and honor of being the director for Norwich University's Peace and War Center. I would like to welcome our distinguished guests, both that are on the stage and also in the audience. Would like to thank you in advance for your contributions to the summit this year. This event is, as you all know, incredibly timely. We could not be more fortunate to have a summit at this time and to be able to have our distinguished guests to add to the conversation to enlighten our understanding of what's going on with Russia and the Ukraine. The current war has eclipsed the media. It's eclipsed government conversations and hearts and minds all over the world. It's important to note that this venue is significant. So Norwich has produced leaders that have fought and engaged in America's security conflicts for over the past 200 years. Distinguished guests, the information from this summit is not static. Many in the room may find themselves using this information strategically and tactically in the near future and in their future careers. I would also like to welcome all of you that are joining us virtually. Thank you so much for attending, and also a special welcome to our Canadian colleagues and officer cadets who are visiting from the Canadian Royal Military College, St. Jean. Welcome. So before you on stage, and we have an author that's joining us online, we have a distinguished panel for you, and it is my pleasure to introduce them. Thomas Graham, Dr. Thomas Graham to the far left, is a distinguished fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations. He's currently a senior advisor at Kissinger Associates. He's also a research fellow at the Macmillan Center at Yale, where he teaches a course on U.S.-Russian relations. He was a special assistant to the president and senior director for Russia on the National Security Council staff from 2004 to 2007, during which he managed a White House-Kremlin strategic dialogue. Welcome, Dr. Graham. Dr. Peter Rutland is a professor of government at Wesleyan University and vice president of the Association for the Study of Nationalities. He works on nationalism and political economy in the post-Soviet space. His recent articles include Understanding Putin's Russia and Perspectives on Politics in 2021, and Nation Building in the Baltic States. 30 Years of Independence in the Journal of Baltic Studies in 2021. Dr. Jessica Pisano, who will be joining us online. She's an associate professor of politics at the New School for Social Research in New York City and is associate of the Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies at Harvard University. Her research focuses on how economic change affects people's lives and how those effects translate into changes in local, national, and global politics. Dr. Michael Andrew will be our discussant for today's session. He joined the faculty at Norwich University, Department of History and Political Science in 1993. He was named an associate professor in 2002, and he serves as program chair since 2015. He earned a BA and MA at DeSales University and his PhD at State University of New York, Binghamton. Just a quick overview how the session is going to run. Each scholar will give a 15-minute presentation, which will be followed by Dr. Andrews' discussant comments. After his comments, the floor will be open for a Q&A session. You see we have mics to your left and to the right, and we would encourage you to think of questions, and we'd love to have you engage our distinguished panel while we're here. Let's give them all a round of applause. And to start us off, Dr. Graham, the floor is yours, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And it is indeed a real pleasure to be here today. I want to thank the university for the invitation for hosting this very important summit at this time. It is indeed a real pleasure to speak before an audience of future leaders. There are a lot of challenges coming down the road, and I think it's a great time to be young. The world is changing in dramatic ways. I think we're at an inflection point in history, and yours is a generation that has the opportunity to shape the world in ways that will work to our security and our prosperity for decades into the future. Now, at a conference like this, I always feel like an interloper of some sort, because I'm not an academic. I'm not an academic by training. I'm not an academic by inclination. I spent most of my professional life in the policy world. And in the policy world, more often than not, you find yourself acting under time pressure on the basis of incomplete information. And you have to live with the consequences. And you have to hope that you guess right, because the guesses that you make are based on the intellectual capital you've built over the years. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. You hope that you're right more often than not. But a policymaker, and a wise policymaker, also reaches out to the academic community, because these are the people, the individuals that have the chance to study issues in depth, to provide a different type of perspective that can help a policymaker think through the challenges that he or she is going to face in the future, and helps them make that right hunch when the time to act comes. Now, we're all appalled by the recent events, by the unprovoked Russian aggression against Ukraine. We have seen the wrenching pictures of human death, physical destruction. And I think we all have a sense of moral outrage at this point. But everybody who's worked in the policy community understands that moral outrage is not sufficient for developing a good policy and an effective policy. One of the key challenges for a policymaker is to understand the other side, be able to see the world through the eyes of the rival. And in this case, to be able to see the world through the eyes of Russia, more specifically the Kremlin, and to the extent possible, Putin himself. Now, none of this is meant to be a justification for what Russia is doing. It's an act of strategic empathy, and what the goal is to develop a deeper understanding that allows you to develop the types of effective policies that will counter Russia when it acts in ways that are hostile to American interest. So that's what I want to try to do in the next few minutes. And I want to start by laying out what I think Russia sees and has historically seen as this great strategic challenge. And to put it in a sentence, that is, how do you defend a multi-ethnic country located on a vast territory with very few formidable physical barriers, and a territory that abuts unsettled territory, unsettled lands, or powerful neighbors? And throughout history, for the past 3, 4, or 5 centuries, the answer that Russians have come up with is strategic depth, or building buffer zones, pushing the boundaries, the borders, as far away from the strategic heartland as possible. Second, strict internal control over the population. And 3, disruption of hostile alliances along your borders. And it's these 3 tasks that have guided Russia as it's developed its policies towards Europe, towards the West, from the moment Russia entered the European balance of power system in the early 18th century. the great czars of the 18th century, Peter and Catherine, put a great deal of time and effort into expanding Russia's borders westward into Europe. Catherine was the leader that brought much of the territory of current-day Ukraine, including Crimea, into the Russian Empire at the end of the 18th century. We've also seen that throughout history, and certainly after Russia entered Europe, that there was an effort to limit the flow of Western ideas into Russia as a way of controlling the population. The challenge that they faced was to introduce those Western ideas that were critical to developing the type of industrial commercial power that they needed to generate the resources to fuel their great power ambitions. But they wanted to limit the political values that came from the West because those are ones that challenge the fundamental structure of the Russian state. And finally, certainly after the humiliating defeat in the middle of the 19th century in the Crimean War, when Britain and France floated, fleets through the Turkish Straits into the Black Sea and defeated Russia on its own territory, the Russians had a firm principle of trying to disrupt that Crimean coalition and preventing anything like that from reemerging in a way that would threaten Russia's future. Now, we see that these principles guided Soviet policy, probably taken to extreme. The Soviet Union developed probably Russia's largest buffer zone in Europe, extending it all the way to Eastern Germany during the Cold War. The Soviet Union certainly cracked down on domestic opposition, limited to the extent possible any influx of Western values and Western ideas. And it certainly spent a great deal of time trying to disrupt alliances, particularly trying to disrupt the United States, NATO, and America's position throughout the world. This only changed for a brief moment in the very late Soviet period and the first decade of the post-Soviet era. Gorbachev was an unusual Soviet leader, an unusual Russian leader. He, in fact, gave up the Soviet buffer zone in Eastern Europe in the space of a couple of years. He welcomed the influx of Western ideas as he sought to reform the Soviet political system. And instead of trying to disrupt the creation of hostile alliances against Russia, he reached out and tried to form a partnership with the United States. President Yeltsin followed that path in the first decade after the breakup of the Soviet Union. And it came upon Putin to restore this traditional approach to Russian security, particularly vis-a-vis the West. And what we've seen over the past 20 years is a concerted effort by Putin to rebuild Russia as a great power, to assert its prerogatives on the global stage, and in a sense to transform those three principles that I talked of into concrete tasks that he needs, that Russia needs to achieve if it's going to maintain its position well into the future. Now, I would put these tasks the following way. 5 that I see. That is translating those 3 principles I talked to 5 for the current period. The first is to prevent the West from undermining Russia from within. And that means putting very strict controls on the flow of Western information. We've seen Putin over the past 15 to 20 years crack down on any way that foreign influence could impact on Russia's domestic politics, cracking down on non-governmental organizations that received foreign funding, eventually passing what he calls a foreign agent law, a way of labeling those who have contacts with the outside world, particularly the Western world, propagate those types of views as foreign agents, which in Russian translates into spies, espionage, traitors of some sort. And we've seen, certainly over the past 3 or 4 weeks, in the wake of the conflict in Ukraine, a very concerted effort to block out the last independent media in Russia to control the narrative of the war in Ukraine. Second is that Putin has tried to create a buffer zone in the former Soviet space. He has put in place certain institutional practices that he thought would bring these countries together. He launched the so-called European Economic Community, Union, as a way of bringing Kazakhstan, Belarus, Russia, and hopefully other former Soviet states into some type of economic union that would also have a political dimension and would be dominated by Russia. Now, it's quite clear that all of Putin's efforts to rebuild this buffer zone hinge on Ukraine. Ukraine is the crux of the problem. You don't have a buffer zone unless you have Ukraine. Ukraine is that former Soviet state that, after Russia itself, has the greatest potential, both economically and militarily. And we've seen some of that unfold over the past couple of weeks and months. Third task is to impede the consolidation of Europe so that Europe doesn't dwarf Russia in economic, in wealth, in population, and power potential, much the way the United States does today. A consolidated European Union would be an entity of over 400 million people, an economy of some $15 trillion, and technologically advanced economy. That would dwarf Russia, which has a population of 140 million, a GDP of about $1.8 trillion, and also a country that devotes precious little of its economic wealth to the research and development you need to succeed in developing the cutting-edge technologies that are going to dominate the 21st century. So Russia, we've seen, has spent most of the past 15 to 20 years trying to drive wedges between European states, between the United States and Europe. It has funded populist movements on both the left and the right as a way of fostering unrest, discontent within these states. It has used its energy power to try to isolate countries from one another. The fourth task is to compel the United States to act like a normal great power. And what that means in the Russian sense is that the United States would give up what Russia sees as its ambitions to develop a unipolar world, to stop being a hegemonic power, to be a country, a great power that understands that it needs to take into account the interest of other great powers, principally Russia, if it's going to advance its own. And Putin has tried to do this in several ways over the past 20 years. He actually started by trying to build something like a partnership with the United States, trying to create a special relationship akin to the relationship that Great Britain has with the United States, on the assumption that if you had that type of relationship, you would have some influence over how the United States operated on the global stage. He quickly came to the conclusion that the United States was not interested in that type of arrangement and moved to a posture that was much more controversial and confrontational, trying to build organizations that would challenge the United States in both the security realm, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, for example, with China and a number of Central Asian states, and in the economic realm, the BRICS, this union of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and later South Africa, that would act as a counterweight to the international financial institutions that are dominated by the United States on the global stage. And you've also seen Russia insist that big issues in global politics be discussed in fora where Russia has a veto, the UN Security Council, the primary place where that is done, but also the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, also an organization that operates by consensus. And the final element of this policy, of this posture towards the West, has been to build a strategic alignment with China. To build a strategic alignment with China because China is that one country that can act as something of an economic counterweight to Europe, reduce Russia's over-reliance on Europe as a trading partner, as a source of foreign direct investment, and also a country, and probably the only other country in the world, that can act as something of a strategic counterbalance to the United States, a peer competitor, a country that Russia would want to have very close relationships with. So we have these 5 tasks that Putin has set out, and he's pursued them, I think, with interlocking policies over the past 15 to 20 years. I think the question that we need to ask at this point is how successful has Putin been, and how successful can he be over the next several years if he remains in power that long. And I would argue that the success has been far from complete. We start with the former Soviet space. Ukraine is probably the best example now of how Putin has failed to create a genuine buffer zone. There's tremendous resistance to this in Ukraine, and we see Ukrainians prepared to fight, to lay down their lives to preserve their independence and their freedoms. But it's not the only place where Russia's influence, I think, has waned or has been challenged in the past couple of years. Think of Belarus, a dictator that survives only at the grace of Putin at this point, doesn't enjoy much popular support. Think about the recent events in Kazakhstan that suggested elite and some popular resistance to a closer relationship with Russia. Think about the war in the Caucasus between Armenia and Azerbaijan a year and a half ago. Also challenging Russian influence in the former Soviet space. Europe, to be sure, had many different difficulties over the past decade. Very many issues that challenged the unity of Europe in the future. But almost all of those were due to domestic issues, domestic origin. They were not the result of Russian activities, and Russian activities, and to try to exacerbate those, actually didn't have much influence. And what we've seen over the past month is how Putin, by launching this aggression against Ukraine, has unified the European Union in a way that very few people expected just 3 or 4 months ago. I think something similar can be said about the United States. Putin certainly thought that the United States would not be able to rally the West, would not be able to lead this very serious sanctions campaign against Russia that we've seen unfold over the past 3 or 4 weeks. And finally, China. He has built a closer strategic alignment with China, but the problem is that Putin doesn't have an answer for how this relationship is going to develop over the next 10 to 15 years. The asymmetry in growth rates is dramatically in favor of China. There remain historical grievances that will reappear as China goes stronger, and already China is beginning to challenge Russia in its strategic backyard in Central Asia, in Ukraine, in Central Europe. And finally, there's a fundamental and inherent contradiction between what China wants to do on the global stage and what Russia wants to do. China wants to expand its economy. It wants to expand into Europe economically and technologically. That requires stability. Capital, as we all know, is a coward. The Russians, to advance their goals at this point, need instability, and that is going to come to play, I would argue, in the not so distant future. So we have a Russia that has an historic challenge, that has had a set of principles that have guided it in trying to secure its country and its future. But as you can see, there are real problems with how you're going to implement that in today's world, given the values, given the leadership of the United States, and Russia still hasn't figured out how it is in fact going to reassert itself and maintain itself as a great power well into the 21st century. So let me end there.
Dr. Graham, thank you for your illuminating remarks. So we're going to transition now to Dr. Rutland. Let me just get his PowerPoint ready. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Travis. Well, it's a great honor to be here at Norwich University. It's a great institution, and without further ado, I will plunge into my PowerPoint. Now, I agree with most of what Dr. Graham said. I think there are some differences in my approach, and so it'll be interesting to see the audience questions and comments about our views. But I would take anything that Dr. Graham says very seriously. I first came across his name in 1995 when he wrote an article in the Russian press about the clans that were running the Kremlin. And that was the first time people talked about clans in the Kremlin, what later became known as the oligarchs. And it was a wake-up call because we were being told, don't take the political institutions seriously, the formal elections and formal institutions of power, look for the informal networks. And that's really been the pattern in Russian politics, domestic politics, ever since. So these are two disturbing quotations showing just how bad things are, I think, in Vladimir Putin's perception of the world, his place in it and Russia's place in it, and his threats, explicit threats to destroy that world if he doesn't get his way. So why did Putin start this war in Ukraine, which started, of course, in 2014, not 3 weeks ago? I see it, my main argument is these two trends heading in opposite directions. Putin's Russia was getting stronger and stronger, as Dr. Graham has explained, over the past 20 years on the international stage, and Putin thought that the US was finished as a global power and needed taking down a peg or two. However, at the same time, at the regional level, specifically in the case of Ukraine, the trends were going against the Kremlin's interests, the consolidation of national identity in Ukraine and its deepening ties with Europe were pulling Ukraine further away from Russia. So we have these two trends heading in opposite directions. At the macro global scale, Russia is getting stronger, but locally, regionally, on its borders, it seems to be getting weaker. So Putin decided, after various other strategies had failed, to use military intervention, to use war, to close the gap between the power of Russia as he saw it and the local outcome within Ukraine. And why that effort to close the gap isn't working is because the Ukrainians are fighting back and are not cooperating and have agency of their own. And the fatal mistake in Putin's approach was not understanding the character of Ukrainian identity. I give him the benefit of the doubt. He probably understands Russian identity pretty well, but he does not understand Ukrainian identity. And Sun Tzu and other military scholars have always told us, know the enemy as well as knowing yourself. Why did Putin think he was in a strong position? Very quickly, economics, Russia's earning $150 billion a year exporting oil and gas, even after the sanctions. They're continuing to earn that amount of money per year. So they have a flow of income which enables them to do whatever they want on the international stage. That's at least Putin's view of this. And Europe in particular, with 40% of its natural gas and 25% of its oil coming from Russia, Putin assumed Europe can't do anything to stop us from doing what I want to do. On a global scale, President Biden was seen as weak. I'm not sure what the Russians made of President Trump by the end of his administration, but it was clear that the US was pivoting back to domestic politics, and if it was going to do anything internationally, it would be with China. At least that was what Putin thought. Militarily, the Russian army was on a roll. They'd won 3 wars in a row, in their view, and so they thought that it's a no-brainer that any future military conflict will be in their favor. Finally, and this is the kind of joker in the pack, is the identity politics. Putin complains a lot, and the Kremlin political analysts talk about identity politics in the West very dismissively, but the real driver in Russia is also identity politics and Putin's sense of humiliation and trying to recreate some kind of great Russian identity from the past. And part of that narrative, we shockingly learned in his July 2021 article, is to deny the existence of Ukraine, to say that Ukrainians are just Russians who don't realize that they're Russians, kind of thing. And so if Ukraine doesn't exist as a nation, well, then there's no problem invading it, because you're not invading a nation. It's just like motoring from Connecticut to Vermont. It's just the same kind of operation, except in tanks. Putting my academic hat on for a while, 3 flaws, I think, and this is obviously premature, it's only 3 weeks into the war, but my own interpretations of how the world works and how Russia works have changed radically on February the 24th, and I realized a lot of what I thought about Russia was just wrong or inadequate. So here are 3 points for discussion with my fellow academics. First of all, I think there's been overemphasis on NATO expansion. That's dominated a lot of the debate about the strategy. And looking at General Wiedner here, I would ask, why do you need a buffer zone if you've got nuclear deterrence? I mean, we're not living in the 1850s here. We're not even living in the 1940s. So why does Russia see NATO as a threat? Under what kind of science fiction scenario would NATO be a military threat to Russia? But academics love to explain why World War I happened, the security dilemma. We don't spend that much time explaining why World War II happened. It's like that's not a problem because everybody realizes Hitler was insane and he had to be stopped. Point number 2, a lot of political scientists study elections in Russia, talked about a hybrid regime, electoral autocracy, but it wasn't a hybrid regime. It was an authoritarian regime under Putin that's now becoming potentially a totalitarian regime. And elections and public opinion just don't matter. It's very hard to understand what does public opinion mean. What kind of telephone polls can you do when you just invaded another country and you're asking people, do you approve of this or not? What kind of response rate are you getting? And what kind of people are responding to those polls? So we just don't know what the public opinion really is. And it doesn't matter, at least in the short run, in this kind of regime. So I don't buy the diversionary theory argument that Putin went to war because he wanted to boost his opinion rating or to make sure he'd win the next election. That was never in doubt. The sanctions issue is more complicated, and I probably won't have time to go into all of the arguments around the sanctions, but briefly, the previous smart sanctions were kind of based on a hypothesis that oligarchs run Russia and the rich will go and complain to Putin and get him to change his behavior. But in fact, Russia is a personalistic dictatorship and not ruled by oligarchs. And so the sanctions this time around are hitting the entirety of Russian society and the state, not just the oligarchs. This is a Chinese cartoon. Unfortunately, this narrative of the war as caused by NATO expansion is very widely believed in the global south, in China, and even in India, which is a democracy, but it's kind of backing Russia in this one, which I think is very unfortunate. I'll skip through this material. This I've already talked about. Nuclear powers don't really need physical buffer zones. Ukraine was not a member of NATO anyway. We can run counter history and think if NATO had pledged never to invite Ukraine to join, maybe this war could have been avoided, but we'll never know the answer to that question. I think the real issue is not NATO expansion, it's the resentment of the US as a global power, and the economic collapse of the 1990s was blamed on the West, although it was a result of the collapse of the Soviet central planning system. Also pushback against cultural imperialism, also resentment at America's military role in Afghanistan, Iraq, Kosovo, and Libya in the 1990s. Those were all reasons for Russia to become resentful and angry with the US, and NATO is just a kind of label for all of that resentment. What it is really about, I think, is more about Europe than about NATO. Recall that the Maidan Revolution began because of the association agreement with the European Union, not NATO, back in 2013. And why on earth would Ukraine want to join the EU? Well, it's all in this table, which shows the relative economic performance 1990 to 2020. And you can see that the countries on the left that joined the EU experienced like a doubling of GDP per capita measured relative to the EU average. So Poland is now 75–80% of the EU, up from 35%. And the countries on the right are countries that did not join the EU. And you can see that Ukraine has performed very poorly economically since independence. And Russia has kept going by its oil and gas revenues. So Ukraine, looking at Poland, thinks if only we could get closer economic ties to the EU, we would become more prosperous. These relationships that we have with Russia are just not developing our economy. Why did Putin oppose Ukraine joining the West? Russia had economic interests in Ukraine. It feared the example of Ukrainian democracy and other color revolutions in Georgia and elsewhere that could spread to Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Russia itself. There's also a change in the political calculation that Putin thought in the 1990s and 2000s that Ukraine was serving as a kind of buffer state because Russia could control a lot of the Ukraine's politics through bribery and favoritism and oligarchs. But after the Maidan Revolution, that calculation shifted, and especially under President Zelensky, Putin felt that he'd lost those internal levers to control Ukraine. And finally, this question of identity politics, that it's not just about security, it's about how people interpret their place in the world and world history. I'm running out of time, I think. I'm not sure much time I have left, 1 or 2 minutes. So I'll skip through. Important point about the Crimean precursor or start of the war is that the Nazi narrative was already there in 2014. This was on the day of the referendum, and this billboard in Crimea said, choose, do you want a Nazi Crimea or a Russian Crimea? What was also there already in 2014 was this notorious TV statement on the night of the referendum on Russia's state TV, Dmitry Kisilov saying, America should remember we can reduce you to radioactive dust. That's what those words say, and a mushroom cloud in the background. So a lot of these themes that we're seeing now, the denazification narrative, the threats of nuclear war, they were already there in 2014. I'll skip through to the end. These are trends in Russia post the world favoring Russia since 2014, weakening of the US during the Trump presidency, weakening of the EU with the transition from Angela Merkel, and also the experience of sanctions after Crimea. Those sanctions were relatively ineffective. Then we had a series of build-up in 2021. Looking back, we can see that Putin was preparing for this war for some time with the military exercises, and then also with cutting back on natural gas deliveries to Europe so that the storage facilities were only 25% capacity by August. So he was going to use the natural gas as a blackmail to get the Germans to approve Nord Stream 2. And this dialing down of the spot deliveries of spot sales of gas led to a price spike in December of 500% higher natural gas prices in the EU than a year earlier. So Putin clearly thought that this economic lever is going to force the Europeans to just basically accept whatever plans he had in mind for Ukraine. This is discussion of the diversionary politics argument. I summarized all this at the beginning because I knew I'd run out of time, so I got the main points out there first. The final slide is what next? Putin is trying to roll back history, probably to around 1860 or so. I don't think this is going to work. He's not able to win the war, but it's not clear that he's willing to admit defeat, so we may be looking at a continuing stalemate. The sanctions are amazingly powerful and effective, but the fact that Europe continues to need to buy Russian oil and gas means that Putin will continue to have a cash flow from Europe. He'll also be ramping up trade with China and India. So economically, he will have the resources to continue this stalemated war for as long as he likes, or as long as he's in power. And this is terrible for Ukraine. It's also terrible for Russia. And it's not great for anybody, in fact. And so it's amazing how much damage this war has done. So I'll finish there. Thank you.
So while we're getting Dr. Pisano online, I would like to encourage all the students, think of some questions that you'd like to ask, and when Dr. Pisano has concluded her remarks, you can line up on the left and right, and those mics will be hot, and you can feel free to ask questions.
You're going to stand here and manage that volume. Yep, it's fine. It's just, it takes it a second. Okay.
So welcome, Dr. Pisano. You're on the screen, and we're ready for your presentation. The floor is yours, and welcome to Norwich University.
Liberalism, Zelensky's imaginary is homegrown, accessible in the Russian language, and compatible with long-standing philosophical traditions in the region. That democratic imaginary is appealing for many Russians, which is why Vladimir Putin, who locates the source of his war not in his own choices, but in a new blood libel accusing Zelensky of Nazism, correctly perceives that contemporary Ukraine, even under Snitch and Iskander, poses an existential threat to Putin's rule. So for 2 decades before his global fame as a wartime president, his bravado and need for, quote, ammo not a ride, accompanied by actual courage, Volodymyr Zelensky was widely known in the Russian-speaking world for his artistry, humor, and moral leadership. If the Soviet period had been distinguished for some above all by its bezhalosnost, its ruthlessness, its pitilessness, and in the 1990s by a mercilessness of a different sort, as a showman of Vladimir Zelensky at the time had consistently embodied and articulated humanistic values, telling the truth about politics and everyday life, even when the stakes of doing so were quite high. So Zelensky has been compared with contemporary so-called But although his empathy for people's struggles makes him sound that way, he does not appeal conditional to ethnic constituencies within the demos. Instead, his imaginary is inclusive, civic, and defined by care for and life within the sovereign boundaries of a national state. It emphasizes not only freedoms, but also responsibility. So this conceptual foundation of unity and diversity and this agreement distinguishes Zelensky's work from that of his neighbors to the west and north, and it's a reason he has a following, not a cult. Now, in the decades preceding its war on the entirety of Ukraine in 2022, Kremlin and Kremlin-adjacent actors regularly had intervened in Ukrainian elections and Ukrainian public discourse, promoting the idea that Ukraine was a polarized society. Americans may recognize this. So on television, newspapers, and street demonstrations, Russian politicians, journalists, and other public figures repeated this key talking point, that Ukraine was divided between East and West, the West liked Europe, and the East was oriented toward Russia. Journalists and social scientists in North America and Europe also absorbed this idea and regularly published articles that portrayed Ukraine as two societies. Now, over time, many Ukrainians internalized this narrative of two Ukraines, and some people saw evidence of division in their daily lives, especially in 2004 following the massive demonstrations in response to documented electoral fraud in Ukraine's Orange Revolution. Sometimes even members of the same family couldn't agree about whether protest was the right path to political change. So at that time, Ukraine seemed to lack a central national idea, a shared set of ideas beyond a belief in the constitution. Politicians initially looked to ethnic identity as a salvo under Viktor Yushchenko, but the country's diversity meant that not all Ukrainians could embrace this approach. As others have noted, the Russian invasion of Crimea, support of armed proxies in the Donbass, and unsuccessful attempts to foment secession in Kharkiv and Mariupol in 2014 did much to unify Ukrainians, turning Russian speakers in Ukraine into Russian-speaking Ukrainian patriots. But there remained fracture lines, as some people remained in epistemological silos whose boundaries were determined by media consumption or by their beliefs about the legitimacy of street demonstrations as a vehicle of redress amidst documented electoral manipulation. So at this point, Zelensky's intervention in Ukrainian popular culture as a showman played a key role in Ukrainian public discourse. The televised stage performances of Zelensky and his troupe, Kvartal 95, can be understood as the sort of quote-unquote pre-political work that Czech playwright and President Václav Havel called, quote, the living humus from which genuine political change usually springs, unquote. So Zelensky and his troupe responded to Kremlin-led societal polarization with a multi-stage artistic operation. Rather than contributing to polarization by vilifying and pushing back against part of Ukrainian society, he and his troupe executed two discursive moves that helped shift popular framings of Ukrainian politics. So first, as a performer, and then in the first year of his presidential administration, Zelensky worked to disaggregate the dual elements of the seemingly bipolar world of Ukrainian domestic politics. So through their lyrics and other elements of performance, his troupe articulated ideas of Ukrainian identity that focused on a diversity of possible personal and group identities. These identities cohered not around language or region, East-West, Russian-speaking, Ukrainian-speaking, but around everyday practices and individual beliefs. So I'll give you an example from Zelensky's New Year's Eve presidential greeting in 2020, which I think sums up this approach. So asking, who am I? Zelensky gave examples of who Ukrainians are, which cohered around things other than ethnicity and language. So he says, quote, I am someone who learned Ukrainian because it's normal to know the state language, someone who doesn't want to, someone who pays her taxes, someone who breaks the traffic laws, someone who is a dog, a redhead, a Muslim, someone who is hearing impaired, someone who hates olives, a liberal, an excellent student, someone who didn't watch Game of Thrones, a vegan, a Capricorn, someone who doesn't offer his seat on the subway, a blood donor, someone who refuses to use plastic. He went on to add, this is each of us, Ukrainians, as we are, not ideal, not saints, because we're just people, living people, with our flaws and eccentricities. So second, having broken down the idea of two Ukraines into many Ukraines through individualization and recognition, Zelensky and his troop made a second discursive move that used two key focal points to gather individual Ukrainian identities into a coherent whole. These focal points were interlocking foils: the action of Ukraine's own oligarchic political class and Putin's political regime and its war in Ukraine's Donbass. So focusing on issues about which all Ukrainians of all political, linguistic, and other stripes could agree, Zelensky's troop used each theme to create the idea of a united popular front. In artistic work that laid the ground for his presidential campaign, Zelensky and Kvartal 95 rallied Ukrainians behind Frank's speech about and criticism of the regional kleptocrats whose assets and activities straddle the Ukraine-Russia border. This critique suffused their musical numbers, and song lyrics described Ukrainian oligarchs as divided between, quote, a body in Ukraine and a soul offshore, unquote. Their musical numbers focusing on the war in the Donbass linked Ukrainians in a common frame, telling of the country's struggles to choose its own way, despite Putin's wishes. So Zelensky and Kvartal 95 offered an imaginary that broke through long-standing societal polarization and interference from Russia to create a space in which individual Ukrainians could find an idea of community, a mirror image to the robust civil society that had developed in Ukraine during the same period, parallel with Zelensky's move into institutional politics and in unified opposition to Putinism. So 8 years before Zelensky's leadership through Putin's current catastrophe in Ukraine, his troop had drawn Ukrainians together, having, quote, from one of their songs, lit all of the candles in the church save one, for the one who made Ukraine go to war, for the one about whom they sang in Kharkov football fan songs, for the one who so generously handed out lead to our boys, unquote. So Zelensky's political imaginary offers a model for reframing politics, not only in Ukraine, but also elsewhere, including in Putin's Russia. His work abandoned the analytical categories that social science uses to sort people's identities, instead recognizing the possibility of unity by validating a great diversity of possible taxonomies, all of which could be used for thinking about belonging. In Zelensky's imaginary, that recognition of diversity also included an embrace of agonism, a radical acceptance of messiness and disagreement in democratic society, and a willingness to look with humor and understanding upon human frailty. Notwithstanding the intensification of authoritarian politics within Putin's Russia, Russian society has generated just such a cacophony, with activists holding diverse points of view on a variety of issues. For a parallel, think of American society under the previous presidential administration. What many Russians may want now in the face of Kremlin attempts to impose a homogeneous unicity in support of a criminal war is not only dissent, but also a competing story, a narrative frame that can bring together and validate multiple voices and overlapping identities. Zelensky recognized that a social fabric woven of many different visible threads can be more flexible and resilient, more resistant to damage than an undifferentiated weft. Now, the forced unicity Russian society nonetheless seems poised to accept may create an impression of homogeneity in Russian political viewpoints for a time. But in a connected world, even one segmented by new limits on free speech online and saturated with deliberate lies about the nature of the Kremlin's quote-unquote special operation, observations about people's real lives move like water, and state-constructed dams only temporarily redirect the flow. A Russian national idea resilient enough to withstand the centrifugal forces produced by Putin's war on Ukraine and global responses to it needs to be capacious and flexible, accommodating of the multiplicity of identities, practices, and dissenting voices that had developed within Russian society during and despite Putin's rule. This is where Zelensky offers a model, an alternative, a genuine antipode of the fascism with which Zelensky's government has been libeled. So decades of depolitization and repression under Putin have made of much of Russia a desert of political indifference and fear. But as the Russian expression goes, «Свято место пусто не бывает», a desirable place isn't empty for long. There is room for a new story. In this context, the work of Volodymyr Zelensky, the artist, whom Russians have known almost as long as they have known Putin, may offer Russians an attractive local ideological alternative. if they can break through the society-wide wall of denial about the facts of their country's war against Ukraine. Without such an effort to create a positive narrative that better reflects the diversity of Russians' experiences than the Kremlin version, Russians describing their own country may soon find need to resurrect the second half of the saying that a desirable place does not remain empty for long fallen into disuse in contemporary language. A пустынь не бывает света, but no one wants an empty place. I'll stop there. Thank you.
We'll have some time for a question and answer. So, Dr. Ed.
Thank you, Dr. Morris. I'm going to radically edit some of my comments so we have enough time for question and answer, especially from our students. I did want to say that the value of this kind of exercise is the opportunity to engage with scholars and practitioners. And it's also a great opportunity for our students to see what's happening in the real world, take their classroom experiences, because I just came from 2 sections of Introduction to International Relations. And I hope students can see how the ideas that they learn in class are being applied. And finally, this just reaffirms my faith in the significance and the importance of the social sciences and the humanities. Now, with respect to the different presentations, I'm going to start with Professor Graham, Russia's grand strategy towards the West. And when I read this, it reminded me of George Kennan's Sources of Soviet Conduct. Because essentially what Kennan was arguing in the late 1940s, if you want to understand Soviet conduct after the Second World War, you need to understand Russian foreign policy, Russian attitudes towards security. And so what you find are ideas rooted in basic traditional realism for the most part. For instance, the idea of spheres of influence or a security buffer, fragmenting hostile alliances, sort of keeping your adversaries off balance, frustrating hegemony, preventing one state from dominating a particular region or the world, and of course a partnership with China, which is a balancer to U.S. power, so the creation of a multipolar world. One thing that falls outside of traditional realism is the role of identities, and in particular, the Western identity and the desire of Russian leaders, Vladimir Putin in particular today, to limit Western influence in Russia. So in terms of questions that I'm posed to Professor Graham, do you think that John Mearsheimer was right in arguing that NATO eastward expansion was an unnecessary provocation? He's argued this recently in past weeks, and then just over the weekend in a commentary in The Economist, he reiterated this idea. And where do identities fit into that? Because I think we can understand why Russia might see eastward expansion of NATO and the European Union as a provocation, but how does the West and how does the United States see eastward expansion of NATO and the European Union? Why is it that, another question, why is it that the West is and has been perceived as a threat? I think this is why it's important, why Professor Graham brought up the Napoleonic experience in the 19th century and how Russia fit into a traditional balance of power before the Napoleonic period, and how those attitudes and security concerns changed after the Napoleonic Wars. And finally, in terms of recommendations, how should the United States and the West respond to Russian security concerns? With respect to Professor Rutland, I see Professor Graham as putting Russia's security concerns in a context. I see Professor Rutland's paper as explaining why invade Ukraine now. And I think, as Professor Rutland laid out, there's an opportunity. On the one hand, from the Russian perspective, the Crimean invasion didn't spark the pro-Russian response that was anticipated. There was concern that pro-Russian elites in Ukraine have been losing influence. The post-Crimean invasion encouraged Ukraine to begin an arms buildup, and there was concern that Ukraine might use these weapons and this new military power against Russia or against Russian minorities. The Trump administration weakened ties between the United States and its allies, and Vladimir Zelensky, even though he's portrayed as a hero now, had been losing popularity. He was considered a relatively unpopular leader in Ukraine. And so I think Putin, as Professor Rutland laid out, Putin saw this as an opportunity. Now, I know that Professor Rutland has rejected the realist explanations in favor of constructivist interpretation. And constructivism is an approach which would explain, and this sort of fits into Dr. Pisano's work also, how do Russians imagine themselves? What do they understand to be right and wrong behavior? But also, how does the United States imagine itself? And how does the United States imagine Russia? Because that helps us understand why or how we would predict the behavior of another state, of other actors. Constructivism also, and here I'm borrowing from Donald Kagan, military historian Donald Kagan, author of On the Origins of War, the role of things like honor and prestige and reputation, sort of old-fashioned ideas, but they still influence behavior beyond just a sort of rational cost-benefit calculation. So that could explain why what seems to be irrational behavior is, in fact, rational, understanding behavior from the perspective of adversaries. I also thought about Stephen Walt's distinction between balance of power and balance of threat. And what decision makers do is they respond to what they perceive to be a threat, not just changes in balance. So why is it that the United States, for instance, is concerned with, students in my IR classes are probably sick of hearing this, why is it that the United States is concerned with nuclear weapons in Iran or North Korea, but we're not concerned about France and Britain having nuclear weapons? So how is it that Russia perceives its world and threats, not just from a pure power perspective? Professor Pisano, two most important ideas, concepts I took away from this, the idea of political imaginaries and agonism. Because political imaginaries fits into this idea of how we imagine ourselves to be and how we imagine others. So how has Vladimir Putin, for instance, imagined Russia? How has he imagined Ukraine? And what are the right and wrong behaviors based on those imaginations? And so what Putin has done is he's created an antagonistic imaginary, where an antagonistic imaginary is one where you accept conflict as natural, but you treat your opponents as your enemies. And so this contributes to bipolarity and a reluctance to cooperate or make concessions with those who you see as your mortal enemies. An agonistic approach, which is what Zelensky has developed, is one that treats opponents not as enemies, but as adversaries, as actors who have legitimate complaints, actors who have legitimate interests that you may not agree with, but you should tolerate and understand their perspectives. And that is why I think it's important that Professor Pisano points out that what Zelensky did is he used satire as a way of appealing to the Ukrainian public. He used satire as a way of pointing out what was ridiculous and absurd in everyday life, something that has a very broad appeal, something that most people could identify with. And that is why Zelensky, using that approach, is a threat to Putin's regime, because he offers a different narrative. And the question that I had was, does this explain Putin's hostility to all of Ukraine? Because I think you make the case that maybe what Putin should have done is hive off the eastern provinces of Ukraine, declare victory, and go home. Instead, he's launched this full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And does this idea of different narratives perhaps explain that? Has Putin perhaps personalized the conflict? So it's not just one between Russia and Ukraine, but it's between Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. Zelensky is the threat. I was also wondering, with respect to this approach, how would you change the narrative in Russia? How is it possible to change the narrative in Russia? Because, of course, Zelensky was dealing with a much more permissive environment than currently exists in Russia. So what is the potential for an outsider, as Zelensky was, to make inroads into Russian politics and then change that narrative? Thank you.
Dr. Andrew, thank you for your insightful remarks and solid questions. And if you just look at the time left, we have 10 minutes, and the time is going to evaporate quickly. I would like to give students the opportunity to ask a couple of questions. So if you have a question, please go ahead and move to the microphone, and we'd like to field questions from you first. But certainly the questions that Dr. Andrew posed could fulfill another summit for another week in response. Very deliberate questions, but very timely, very tactical, very strategic, and also very applied questions, and from multiple different angles to understand currently what's going on. So if you could just state your name and then your question, please, and who you're directing your question to, or the entire panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Cadet Barnes, and Professor Graham, you began your talk by saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, the decisions that we make are built upon our intellectual capital. So my question is, how do you recommend that we, the young, navigate this increasingly complex situation in this miasma of misinformation that we find ourselves in at the deficit of intellectual capital that comes with not having been around for very long?
Absolutely, yes, please.
I wish I had a good answer to that question. Look, I mean, the way you deal with it.
The way you deal with it is through your studies. Your studies at this university are part of developing your intellectual capital. If you're thinking about a career in foreign policy, the recommendation first is history. History is critical to understanding where we are, but it's also critical because you develop your ability to see situations. You go back to the Second World War, the Napoleonic Wars, certain revolutions, see the types of challenges that statesmen faced at that time, how they thought through the problem, how they made their decisions, and then what the consequences of those decisions were. Now, anyone will tell you that analogies are imperfect, You can't take one situation and apply it word for word today, but they help develop a critical process that helps you think through the issues, what the possibilities are, and what the possible consequences are, and you develop political capital that way. The other thing you study is political philosophy, the great ideas that have shaped the way the modern world functions, the way we think about the relationship between the individual and the state and society, the way we think about how countries interact and on the basis of what and so forth. So your 4 years here, this is where you begin to develop the intellectual capital. Then you'll have your own experiences, and hopefully during a career, whether it's in the military or the foreign service, you'll have time to spend a year or two to reflect on what you've learned, and then apply that when you return to a position of power. One of the things that I have done, and I've been out of government now since 2007, is try to reflect on what happened during the 20 years I was in government, what I got right, what I got wrong, how I would have dealt with these issues if I knew what I do now back then when I was in the decision-making process. So again, education now and the constant process of education and reflecting on your own experience builds that political capital and intellectual capital that you're going to spend down when you're actually in the heat of battle and have to make decisions press very much for time.
Thank you, Dr. Graham. Let's go to the side, please. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Oscar Brady from CMAR Saint-Jean. Dr. Rutland, I had a question about your key flaws in the way that we think about Russia. So since 2014, we've seen a very expanded NATO involvement in Eastern Europe, from Trident Juncture, airborne operations in Ukraine, and the enhanced forward presence battle groups. I was wondering how, if you could expand perhaps on how the perceived threat of NATO expansion and operations in Eastern Europe is not particularly a real threat, or that perceived threat is a flaw in the way that we think about it.
Well, as I said in my talk, I don't understand why Russia sees those NATO presence in Poland or the Baltics as a threat to Russia, because even though, as you say, it's been stepped up, it's not like NATO is going to attack Russia from Poland. So I think the answer is in the realm of identity politics rather than military calculation. And on the question of NATO expansion, I didn't get into it in detail, but I think the expansion to Poland and then later to the Baltics was, I think, legitimate, and that did provide security to those countries and got them out of the grip of the Russians permanently. But it was kind of too late for Georgia and Ukraine. That would be my position.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Over to you, please.
So my question is for Professor Paisano. Ma'am, so how would you say we should observe social media's influence on the way it affects the Russian propaganda machine in relation to the comparison between President Zelensky and Putin?
Can you hear me right?
We can hear you. Absolutely, we can hear you.
Perfect. All right. So thank you for that question about social media. I think that's this is an incredibly important topic, and thank you for raising it. I think that one way there's a great deal to observe. One of the things that is worth remarking upon with respect to the Ukrainians' response to the invasion of their country is that there has been really a proliferation of documentation of the facts on the ground, but also of continuing satire by Ukrainian people about what is happening right now. And so it's possible to observe those comments, as it's also possible to be exposed to Kremlin propaganda. Now, how is it possible to distinguish between the two? I think that may have been part of the question. The first is to come back to the first question to Dr. Graham, is that informing yourself about what the Kremlin stories are can help you be a smart consumer of online social media information. The second part is that, interestingly, and I think this also speaks to the fact that there is still a great deal of heterogeneity in Russian society. The Kremlin-sponsored mise en scène, right, the dramatizations that are being promulgated by the Kremlin of soldiers going to liberate Ukrainians from supposedly Ukrainian oppression. These videos are very poorly produced. The acting is not in the best traditions of Russian stage practice. And they're actually quite easy to identify because frankly they're so bad. So that also tells us something about the enthusiasm of those who are participating in them. So those are two elements I would highlight as we sort of try to make our way through this incredibly complex sea of differing narratives and stories about this war.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much. So we're about out of time, but we would certainly just like to hear your questions. So if you could just one at a time, just repeat your concise question, and then we'll end the session, and perhaps you can approach the panel and discuss your question with them. So go ahead, just read your question, and then we'll just go left and right.
That Russia sees NATO as a threat is a flaw. However, I don't believe that Russia will have the capability of taking on all NATO powers. If Ukraine becomes a NATO country and decides to invade Russia, I believe the worry over Ukraine becoming a NATO power is undoubtedly Russia because of the current status of China and the European countries. The U.S. currently has military bases and military support to South Korea and Japan. Even Taiwan. If Ukraine becomes a NATO power, will U.S. send military support to this country to promote democratic influence? That's my question.
Great question. Next question, please.
My question was mainly on the renewed sense of Ukrainian identity that has come about because of this war, and if that is more of a heat of the moment kind of agreement, or some of the divides that we have kind of perceived in the past that were propagated from kind of like an east-west split are going to research as long as this conflict might drag out into months or years.
Thank you. Please.
Well, my question was just in regards to the policies Putin has instituted in order to make Russia more resistant to sanctions, and whether or not you believe these policies, namely, I believe, Fortress Russia, if you believe they've been effective and if you expect them to be effective going forward.
Great, thank you.
My question was about how, with Russia's aggressive expansion, how the U.S. and NATO should go about dealing with the Arctic.
Thank you. And our final two questions.
One thing that definitely should not be overlooked is the fact that Russia is a petrostate. Gas and oil make up a large part of its exports. And the invasion of Crimea in 2014 happened just 2 years after offshore oil was discovered right off the coast of Crimea and in eastern and western Ukraine. Do you think that the discovery of these oil resources and the refinery treaties that the Ukrainian government signed with the Shell Corporation contributed to the annexation of Crimea?
Thank you. And our final question for the session, please.
Hello. This is a question for the entire panel. Why do you think Western public opinion and media overemphasized the threat of NATO and the possibility of Ukraine joining NATO to explain why the war began?
Thank you very much. Let's give our panel and our students a round of applause. thank all of you so very much for just advancing our understanding on the conflict. And if you could, grab a program if you have it. The next session is at 1 o'clock, and we look forward to seeing you then. Thank you for being such a great audience, and thank you, panelists. Dr. Pisano, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
No, I think it's for dinner. Yeah, also for lunch. I guess it's provided to us here. Hey, Jesse.
this is the only proper way, then yeah, you people going, okay, well.
I think the other thing is this.
So I feel like probably maybe the two Ukraines, I'm going to talk a little bit about this in my presentation, maybe that sort of narrative made a lot more sense, say, in like...
No, we're not connected.
Yeah.
Maybe even 92.
No, not now.
Not now, no. And it hasn't for a long time. And I don't even think, in 91, when the whole country voted, overwhelmingly.
Yeah, but the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union was going down.
I wish we had a cup of some sort, and I'm not sure
Who's first?
No, I have water. Or water. No. I just didn't see the zero sugar one. I was like, that's all right.
Who's first?
When you did you do the campus tour? Or?
No, because I've been here before, and I needed to look at my notes because I didn't know if we would have a laptop. Maybe I don't read my email enough. I was like, I have no idea what our setup is going to be tomorrow. So I went through my paper and highlighted things.
Your PowerPoint is ready up there?
I knew it would be there, but I didn't know if it would. I didn't know if I would have access to be able to have my notes on the computer. So I just had everything sort of highlighted. Okay. That's fine, whatever. Just tell, am I going first? Okay. Yeah, you too.
Yes, probably. I don't know people there about 60 associates. I don't know everyone.
Okay. I was going to introduce, kind of just go down the line. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So, but Angela first.
There was a Central Asia.
So presentation later.
Central Asia event.
Okay.
Because Nick doesn't need.
So I noticed that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, I didn't send it.
Before the pandemic, I would go at least once a year. But the last couple of years.
So Carrie Lord was trying to get me to apply for a job at Naval War College, I think, 15 years ago.
But there's no opportunity for us to interact with each other, just listen to each other speak.
He's trying to lure me back to New England because I had left Boston to go down to Philly. And I was like, no,
to teach her on the research side.
I don't remember exactly. I really don't. He was one of my closest advisors. I really.
And that was by Jamestown Foundation, right? It was different.
I completely disagreed with him on everything she told me, but had such enormous respect for him.
I just tell people to look in the bulletin. You don't need to read my.
Oh man, we got to introduce you guys.
Say that's what you have those sure things for.
I'm Dan.
I'm Nick.
Nice to meet you. Hi, Angela. Nice to meet you. Yeah, thank you for coming.
Dr. Evil, the details I like.
Who was publishing this? You mentioned that. Charlie Publications, yes, but your co-author or co-publisher, your late husband.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's good to see you all. There's nowhere else that I'd rather be right now than listening to this panel of experts talk about a problem that is on all of our minds, and it's a great honor and privilege to be here listening to their remarks on Russia and Ukraine. My name is Dr. Daniel A. Morris, and I'll be the moderator for today. It's my job right now and my pleasure to introduce our panel. And then after the panel, we'll have remarks from our respondent and a time for questions and comments from the audience. So I will just begin by introducing the individuals that you see on the stage before you, starting here to my immediate left with Dr. Nicholas K. Gvostev. Dr. Gvostev is Professor of National Security Affairs at the U.S. Naval War College and a Senior Fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. He holds non-residential fellowships with the Carnegie Council for Ethics and International Affairs, and he is a member of the Loisach Group, which is a collaboration between the Munich Security Conference and the Marshall Center to enhance U.S. and Germany's security partnership. He's a contributing editor for the National Interest, and he has taught at Baylor, Georgetown, George Washington, Harvard Extension, and Brown universities. Next, we have Dr. Angela Kaczyevsky, who is an associate professor of political science at Arcadia University in suburban Philadelphia. Her research falls in the fields of conflict resolution and critical security studies, and she focuses on divided societies, identity boundaries, and Russian-speaking minorities in Ukraine, the Baltic states, and Moldova. Next, we have Dr. Lasha Shantarise, who is a professor and director of the graduate programs in diplomacy and international relations. He earned his PhD in international relations from Queen's University of Kingston, Ontario, and his research interests are at the intersection of diplomacy and force international politics. And his academic publications are in the areas of geopolitics, Russian foreign policy, Canadian foreign policy, the Arctic, the Black Sea Basin, and international politics in the Caucasus. And finally, to introduce our respondent for the afternoon, we have Dr. Lisa Chaldise, who has dedicated her work as a lawyer, educator, and author and activist to the development of the rule of law, as well as the defense of human rights. And I'm very eager to hear from all of our presenters and also from our respondent and from you after their presentations have ended. So thank you all for coming, and I will now turn it over to our first speaker. Yeah.
Excellent. Hello, everybody. I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy to be back at Norwich and delighted to speak with you today. My paper is going to consider this concept of Ukraine as a borderland. It's often been considered sort of between East and West, and I'm going to present some of my ideas about that. I'm going to focus, given what's going on with this war, and I think most of us are sort of shocked by the scale and the brutality of this conflict that is going on right now. And a lot has been written about NATO expansion, European Union enlargement, Ukrainian neutrality. I'm not denying at all that these things are important, although I don't think that this war is about Ukrainian neutrality or NATO expansion at all, and that's something maybe we can discuss later. I'm instead going to not deny that those things are important, but rather really focus on some of the important identity issues that I think give additional kind of context and perspective as to what's going on. So I'm going to focus on three main areas very quickly, given the constraints of time. I'm going to talk a little bit about two core concepts that are within the current Russian national identity building project, and that is the concept of the near abroad, which is a way to characterize neighboring states, and the more recent concept of the Russian world. I'm then going to look a little bit at the Eurasian Economic Union project that is led by Russia, and the European Union project, which obviously is happening in the same space. And then finally, I'm going to look a little bit at some of the identity dynamics that we have seen, particularly since 2014 with the annexation, occupation of Crimea, particularly among Russian-speaking Ukrainians. And I want to say also, I think it's a very, very important point to underscore. When we talk about Russian-speaking Ukrainians, we're not talking about Russians who happen to be living in Ukraine. We're talking about Ukrainians who, for various reasons of history, have, over time, Russian has become their native language, but they're not Russian, and I think that's an important point. So let's talk a little bit about how we got from the Soviet Union to the so-called Russian world. The Soviet Union, as Putin has sort of described as this enormous geopolitical catastrophe and tragedy for Russia, was actually led by Russia and some of the other states. So Boris Yeltsin, as president of the Russian Federation, together with the presidents of Belarus and Ukraine, met together and dissolved the Soviet Union as a way to try to free up their republics to pursue the kinds of reforms that they wanted to pursue and that they felt that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was holding them back for. However, the CIS, the Commonwealth of Independent States, which they created to sort of replace the Soviet Union, was really underspecified, very vague when it was agreed to as to how actually all of these things would operate, not in principle, but really in detailed practice. And so pretty close after this, the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, it became pretty clear that there would be really serious consequences for Russia for a number of reasons, strategic reasons, right? You've got bases that are now located in different states. You've got different borders. You have all kinds of things that are happening. And so for this reason, I think it's not really surprising that Russia has defined the former Soviet republics as part of their special sphere of influence. And there's a good amount of evidence that Yeltsin sort of assumed or had a vision that the Commonwealth of Independent States would operate pretty much the same as the Soviet Union. They would just get rid of communism, but that the Commonwealth would be strong, there would be a common market, a common currency, sort of unified military structure, but none of the other republics of the Soviet Union were interested in that, and so the CIS, being underspecified, just never fulfilled that role. So Russia, in response, has tried to create sort of this sphere of influence within the neighboring states. And initially, this wasn't such a big problem because Boris Yeltsin did respect the independence of neighboring states and followed a fairly liberal, sort of rules-based foreign policy. But for a number of reasons, including perceived discrimination of Russian speakers abroad, particularly in the Baltic states, perceived sort of dismissal of Russia's national and security interests by the West, concerns about Russia being shut out of some kind of a European integration project, put a lot of pressure on Russia to turn to a more kind of nationalist-oriented foreign policy. And as the economic situation grew worse and the influence of the sort of liberal Western-oriented economist diminished, this pressure to kind of have a more strong focus on Russia's national interest emerged. Therein, we get this term called the near abroad, which emerged in mainstream discourse in 1993 when then Foreign Minister Andrei Kozyrev laid out the tenets for a new Russian foreign policy concept. And the term in Russian has, at least to my ear, has a sort of a connotation where the word for near kind of connotates a feeling of closeness that in turn gives this sort of distinction between territory that is abroad out there, that's a really truly sovereign state, and these states that are kind of near us and they aren't therefore fully sovereign. So to be kind of the close abroad means, well, you're technically kind of a sovereign state, but not really, right? This is how at least it appears to my ear. So Russian policy has been to sort of assert a special role in this area, has sort of asserted the right and the responsibility to exert special influence in these territories. And in fact, Russian policy has articulated the concept of compatriots as a category of non-citizens living outside of Russia who nonetheless do under a certain extent fall under Russian responsibility. And this is written into Russian law where they assert a special responsibility for these compatriots who are not living in Russia and are not Russian citizens. So even though this compatriot status may not be recognized, and frankly isn't recognized by other states, and is therefore pretty symbolic, It's pretty clear that this gives Russia a formal and systematic way to assert and potentially, as we see now, exert influence beyond its geographic boundaries. The compatriot policy also exists within this context of the Russian world concept, which posits Russia as a distinct civilization that transcends Russia's territorial borders. This Russian world asserts that Russian civilization is a naturally existing civilizational community. So Russia is not just Russian culture, Russian national identity is not part of European culture. It is a naturally, separately existing civilizational identity. And it emphasizes the cultural basis of identity, which is rooted in Russian language and a shared Orthodox Christian faith. The civilization shares a common past and is currently, according to Putin, who's been quite explicit about this, wrongfully and even perversely divided into separate states, which he says has resulted in the greatest divided nation on earth. So in this context, Ukraine and Belarus are seen not only as members of Russia's natural zone of special influence, but actually as integral pieces and integral parts of the Russian world, based upon Eastern Slavic civilization, and they are not separate nations. And I'll come back to talk about that in a bit. So this kind of view of this natural special role for Russia is obviously not shared by all states, and certainly not by Ukraine, who has very consistently been very steadfast, regardless of which political party is in power, about Ukrainian sovereignty and independence. So let's talk a little bit about the European and Russian projects within this kind of what you might think of as the shared neighborhood. Russia and EU, and again, I'm focusing on identity issues today. This isn't to ignore or discount the other material interests in economic integration. I'm going to focus on the identity issues. Russia and the EU have each asserted and defined a special role for themselves in this region that goes beyond their boundaries, that is based upon both economic interests and shared cultural values. Okay, so they're both doing sort of the same thing. I'm not equating between the two projects, obviously, but they're motivated by some of the same narratives. Each of these imagines a sort of normative cultural space that unifies populations beyond geographic borders and an economic zone that benefits from deeper economic integration. We have the European Neighborhood Policy, which was brought into place in 2004 because of an expansion of the European Union that required the European Union to start to think about making a formal relationship with states that now became on actual EU borders. And the idea behind the European Neighborhood Policy was to include states from the former Soviet Union and also countries along the Mediterranean basin as in a regional engagement and cooperation policy. In 2009, an actual specific policy called the Eastern Partnership was brought into place that had even more formal relations with the East European states and were based upon three different objectives. First was to accelerate political association, to create more formal and strong political relations. Second was to further economic integration through association memberships and other economic agreements. And third, for providing for citizen mobility. This would be in visa-free regimes and work permits. And again, an idea of creating greater contact between those areas. And I'm sorry, I went ahead too fast, but that's okay, we'll come back to this. The goal of this project was to build greater prosperity through interdependence and the creation of a free trade zone that requires East European participating states to meet EU standards for business, finance, banking, and trade. And the idea was that strengthening governance and increasing prosperity in the neighborhood and deepening regional integration would lead to greater stability and prosperity in the region. The problem that we have, however, is that this comes into direct conflict with Putin's plans for economic integration in the same exact neighborhood, given that signing an association agreement with the European Union would preclude membership in the Eurasian Economic Union. And even if this was not the intention of the European Union, this was indeed seen by Moscow as a direct effort to try to isolate Russia from its neighbors. Gotta go fast. All right, so we're gonna go beyond European Union, and I'll just jump in to talk a little bit about some of the identity issues. We have a lot of discussion about a so-called two Ukraines narrative, where the eastern part of Ukraine is Russian-speaking and sort of geopolitically oriented towards Russia. The western part of Ukraine is Ukrainian-speaking and sort of geopolitically oriented towards the West. And there are a lot of reasons why this narrative may or may not have been a fruitful or valid way of thinking about Ukraine in the past. But certainly since independence, we've seen a very clear movement towards a civic model of national identity and not an ethnic model of national identity. We do have a little bit of a challenge because on the one hand, Ukraine has very clearly articulated a national polity that is multilingual and multi-ethnic and cultural. It's civic in nature, right? It's inclusive. But on the other hand, the nation-building project has been based upon promoting the Ukrainian language and Ukrainian culture. So we've got these two things happening at the same time. So we have seen some divisions since independence. But what we have seen since 2014 with the annexation of Crimea and the war in Donbass is an increasing identity that is civic in nature, based upon understanding Ukraine as a native language and identifying Ukraine as the homeland and accepting Ukrainian language as the mother tongue, even if you don't speak the language. And this is a really important point. People will say, Ukrainian is my native language, whether or not they can speak Ukrainian. And this is because it has become, for them, an identity marker. So I'm just going to make three quick observations because it's a bit too early within this war. I'd like to think that the war will be over tomorrow and we can start to draw conclusions. But for now, I'd like to make three observations to toss out, and maybe there might be interest in some discussion. The first is that I think that what we see with the incredible resistance that is happening in Ukraine today, where Russian-speaking cities are being targeted ruthlessly. Kharkiv is a Russian-speaking city. Mariupol is a Russian-speaking city. Kherson is a Russian-speaking city. And they are resisting, and they are saying, we are Ukrainian. So I think what we can see is that this whole Russian world concept is a complete and abject failure, first in soft power and now in hard power because they are not winning the war. And I also observed that the two Ukraines concept, if it ever had any validity, is completely dead, because obviously we are all one Ukraine. And I'd like to posit that I think we can stop thinking about Ukraine as a borderland. If it ever was one, it certainly is not one any longer. So with that, I will finish. Thank you.
All right, so I'm speaking to you on the lessons that can be learned from Russia's intervention in Syria. No PowerPoint. So I can go ahead and blank that one. There we are. Let me first offer the observation that this would be a different presentation, or the presentation would be received differently if this was being presented to you prior to February 24th. And so I would echo the caution of Center for Naval Analysis expert Michael Kaufman, who says prior to February 24th, we had a tendency to really overrate and over-exaggerate the Russian military, to say that they were 12 feet tall. And now, because of the first 3 weeks of the campaign in Ukraine, he says we have a tendency now to go into an opposite direction, which is equally unhelpful, which is to think of the Russians as 2 feet tall. And one of the questions that may come out in our discussion is why some of the lessons that the Russians demonstrated in Syria, they did not apply in Ukraine. And is that a policy failure, an intelligence failure? Is this just simply the bureaucratic reaction of most of the Russian military establishment that kind of pushed back against some of the innovative techniques that were being used in Syria and said we don't want to apply them anywhere else, I think is something that we're still waiting to get more information on. I'd like to offer what I would call a triple disclaimer in making my remarks. And the first, of course, since my day job is to work for the U.S. Naval War College, I am presenting here in a personal capacity. I'm not speaking in any way on behalf of the U.S. Navy, representing a U.S. government position, or even for that matter, relying on any U.S. government resources for my conclusions. Everything is based upon my own open source analysis. The second disclaimer is when you present on a topic like this and you say the lessons of Syria, I'm doing this as an analyst. We have a tendency now in the academic and scholarly worlds to confuse analysis and advocacy, or to confuse analysis with approval. That is to say, if there are lessons to be learned from Syria, then therefore you must be saying, well, what the Russians did is good, or you are advocating for it, and instead I simply want to look back, look at what the Russians have been doing since they intervened in Syria in 2015 as a basis for us to understand both, is there a new paradigm for Russian intervention? Are there lessons that the U.S. and allied militaries can learn? In some cases, we cannot apply those lessons because of our own rules of engagement and traditions of warfighting, but there may be lessons that may be applicable to us. And the final disclaimer is, in presenting this kind of 30 or 60,000 foot view, we can lose sight of the fact that in the end we're talking about human beings, whether in Syria or in Ukraine, particularly who are on the receiving end of violence. And so again, when we speak very analytically about it, it may diminish. We don't want to lose sight of the fact that at the end of the day, this affects people directly in terms of being killed, being wounded, being driven from their homes, having their homes destroyed. So I just wanted to put that out there. All right. Basically, there are four lessons I think we should pull from the Russian intervention in Syria, and I think that they are important, particularly for the U.S. national security community, because the U.S. national security community, for the most part, got the Russian intervention into Syria wrong. When the Russians announced in September of 2015 that they were going to directly enter into the Syrian civil war, the U.S. reaction first was to mirror image and to say, well, Russia is not going to succeed in Syria because the United States has had problems in Iraq and Afghanistan. We assumed that the Russian intervention in Syria would mirror the type of interventions that the U.S. had been doing in the Middle East. We also mirror imaged and assumed that a Russian intervention in Syria was more or less going to be a smaller scale repeat of the Soviet intervention in Afghanistan in 1979. And so based on that analysis, President Obama felt relatively confident in predicting in September of 2015 that the Russian intervention would fail, Russia would be bogged down in a quagmire, this would strain the Russian military, this would strain the Russian economy, which already was under minor sanctions, and you saw from the first panel perhaps not really impactful sanctions on the Russian economy. And instead we look at all the way to 2022, and the picture in Syria looked a lot different than it was being predicted. And then there are basically, so I want to go through what the four lessons were. The first is that the Russians had carefully studied U.S. interventions in Iraq and Afghanistan. Then Defense Minister Sergei Ivanov was remarking this in 2006, 2007, that they were closely studying the kind of successes and failures of U.S. counterinsurgency in Iraq, what the U.S. was doing in Afghanistan, trying to get a sense of what things were working and what things were not. And the Russians, not unlike many American journalists who were observing both the Iraq and Afghan efforts, really picked up on the overreach of U.S. efforts, that the U.S. had established victory conditions in Afghanistan by the end of December 2001, had effectively established victory conditions in Iraq by the end of 2003, but the mission had expanded, the mission grew, lots new parameters came in, all the way down to the United States military trying to set up a stock exchange in Iraq, trying to set up media enterprises, teaching Afghans how to use PowerPoint, making sure that they were perfect PowerPoint rangers, and all of this kind of overreach developed and then prevented, in the Russian view, the U.S. from being able to establish conditions of victory on the ground militarily and then to use that to either push forward a political settlement at best or stalemate at worst. Instead, the Russians in Syria have relied on what they call as a strategy of, quote, limited action. That is, to not let mission creep come in or to start defining new goals. They went into Syria with two very explicit goals. One was to prevent Bashar al-Assad from being overthrown, making sure that he was not driven out of Damascus, and the second was to ensure that he would remain a player in Syrian politics. Those were the goals. The mission was geared to meeting those goals. It was geared to ensuring that at the end of the day, Assad stayed in Damascus and that he would remain a player in Syrian politics and by extension a player in Middle Eastern politics. The idea that the regime would be, quote, stable enough, not perfect, not even necessarily having to control all of Syria. The extent to which Assad has regained control over Syria was not part of the original Russian mission set. It is a byproduct of the Russian intervention, but wasn't their initial goal. And that meant you needed to secure the capital, you needed to secure certain lines of communications, you needed to secure strong points across the country, but you did not need to have a presence in every village and hamlet and entity in Syria in order to be able to influence the process. Second, the Russian military in Syria, once it intervened, focused on destroying capabilities and fighting capacity of the opposition, not, again, to occupy territory. Occupying territory was secondary to drawing out the opposition, drawing out their military capabilities, drawing out their supply lines, and then using primarily air power with the judicious use of land power and some naval power to bring that about. And that, again, very important, not to occupy territory. Instead, to use military force to isolate and diminish points of resistance. And the Russians were therefore happy to negotiate lots of local settlements, basically along the lines, as long as you're not actively opposing us and Assad, we're not going to come in and really interfere with what you're doing. So ending up empowering a lot of local authorities, particularly in Sunni villages, and then, of course, the de facto relationship with the Kurds in Syria, where the Kurds effectively have had for the last 6 years, have operated in a state of de facto truce with the Assad government. The third lesson was the Russians avoided the responsibilities of governance. This was something that they very much took from the U.S. experience in Iraq and Afghanistan, but also from the Soviet experience in Afghanistan. That once you begin to assume the responsibilities of governance, the mission expands, and the ability for you to take on more actions where the probability of failure increases or people perceive that you have failed because you have not delivered on governance. Instead, again, the Russians really pushed forward, and sometimes even in opposition to people in the Assad government who very much wanted to restore as much Syrian government control over as much of Syria as possible. The Russians essentially saying that's not our job here, and I'm probably going to mangle the Arabic, but the Russians really pushed forward what were known as the Ittifaqat al-Musalaha, these kind of reconciliation agreements, these deconfliction agreements. You go into a village, you meet the real power brokers. Is something else the Russians learned from our experience in Iraq, that the official power holder may not in fact be the person who is really the mover and shaker. I think some of the people that I've talked to in the Coalition Provisional Authority realized after some time in Iraq that politicians weren't really the movers. If they were Shia politicians, it was the Shia clergy, and that they were talking to the wrong people. They should have been talking to people in Najaf, not people who said, well, I represent this political party. And so the Russians went in, they would identify, and they did have some experience in this, obviously, in how Chechnya was pacified, both by brutal tactics, but also by identifying power brokers and deciding how you can leverage them in order to get them just simply to agree to stop fighting you. And again, not worrying about governance, not worrying about democracy, not worrying about can they operate PowerPoint, or do they meet a whole list of criteria or standards. Finally, the Russians in Syria really focused on a light footprint in the sense of not sending in large amounts of ground forces, focusing primarily on air power, some maritime power, rotating land forces in, using Syria. And this was one of the things that I think the US side did not pick up on, was that essentially saying, well, instead of spending money from our exercise budget, we will use Syria to exercise our forces. And so, interestingly enough, and again, what we've seen in Ukraine raises some questions, but essentially by 2019, pretty much all of the regional commanders had rotated through Syria. A good chunk of the officer corps had rotated through Syria. Almost all of the Russian Air Force pilots had gone through Syria at one point or another. So there was this sense of, but light footprint, never a large Russian contingent at any one point. Focusing on, as we've seen, use of a lot of indiscriminate firepower, right? Not putting people on the ground, but instead using air and artillery strikes to substitute for people, and to use that as a strategy, the siege and starve strategy. And some of the Russian generals are very explicit. We don't want to fight block for block in a place like Aleppo. We would rather create conditions that make Aleppo unlivable so that the opposition leaves and then we can move in after. Finally, and probably most critically, what we've seen in Syria is the use of militias and mercenaries, which I think is really speaking to some changes that we may be seeing in mid-21st century warfare. Recruitment, particularly from some of Russia's ethnic minorities to go into Syria. Very effective Chechen and Ingush units. Again, part of the reason that in some cases these Russian Muslim nationality units were better at reaching these deals with Sunni leaders than Alawite army commanders in Syria or Iranian Revolutionary Guard commanders, because they could play on a common Sunni heritage. But most importantly and critically has been the rise of the private military companies, relying on private military companies, both as a strategy for keeping down your uniformed casualties for fear that that might create problems at home, giving you a degree of plausible deniability to operate and to act. And when necessary, mercenary companies, if their actions become problematic, they can be abandoned, as we saw in 2018, where mercenary companies clashing with the U.S. Essentially were left to their own fate. So with that, we have these lessons. Prior to the start of the invasion of Ukraine, there was a sense both in the Russian strategic community and also in the American strategic community that Syria was paving a way forward for how Russia would intervene. What we're now seeing in Ukraine is calling into question whether that is correct or not. So I think we'll still be debating the lessons of Syria, but also determining whether or not this reflects a fundamental change in how the Russian government plans to use the military instrument of statecraft and how it links with its diplomatic and economic efforts. Oh, yeah. I blanked here. So I gotta put it in left. This one's yours, right? And yours, right here. Is that yours? Okay, yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. The title of this presentation was offered to the organizers last fall, I think, because at that time I was expecting a war between Russia and Ukraine, and I was thinking about writing something, presenting something to explain why war was likely between Russia and Ukraine. I've written about this since Russia's potential conflicts with Georgia and Ukraine since 2007, after Mr. Putin made a lengthy presentation at the Munich Security Conference in February of 2007, in which he pretty much outlined his plan, what he intended to do in coming decades. Was not taken seriously. That was an important watershed in Russia's foreign policy towards its neighbors. And the next important event was the recognition of Kosovo as an independent state against Russian objections. And following after that, summer of 2008, Georgia and Ukraine were candidates of joining NATO. They themselves believed they were candidates, but NATO summit in Bucharest refused to grant them accession papers, like a plan to become NATO members at some point in the near future, specifically because of German and French objections, even though the US administration under Mr. Bush supported the plan and the UK supported it as well. And after that, this is August 2008, and Russia invades Georgia. I'm not going to take much of your time. I can answer your questions if you have questions about this. My paper more extensive than my presentation, obviously, but the argument is very simple. The United States and Western allies have been pursuing policies of appeasement to Russia since 2007, and that is a direct cause of the war in Ukraine, among other things, such as the outdated state of American strategic arsenal and inability of Europeans to find a common ground when it comes to policies, to their Russian policies. General line of reasoning here is that neither Georgia or Ukraine represents a direct threat to Russia. They're smaller countries. They don't really pose any significant cultural or religious or any other economic or political security threats. Russian objective here is to defeat NATO. It's Mr. Putin's personal objective and the people who are around him helping him in this quest. So Ukraine is not the final step. The final step is attacking a NATO country, more or less insignificant country. I don't want to speak in these kinds of terms, but I want to communicate to you Russian thinking about this. A more marginal NATO member, causing significant damage to the country, and if NATO fails to respond, especially the United States fails to respond in a decisive manner. And may I also mention that sanctions are not decisive in any significant way. In the Russian thinking, sanctions are actually a sign of capitulation. Sanctions tell them we are not going to fight. You can go ahead and do whatever. We are not going to use force. That's how they hear this in Moscow. So once Russia attacks, you pick a country on the periphery of NATO, and NATO fails to respond. That's the end of NATO, and that's the end of U.S. influence and prestige and power in Europe, and that the game is done. So on this path, and it's coming, Ukraine has been significant in this process because Ukraine has managed to make Russia stumble, which no one expected, including the American administration, as if we are to believe what they're telling us from the screens of television. And the Russian government didn't expect it either. Invading, initially they deployed about 68 battalions to Ukraine, and that number increased dramatically after a few days. So they had fuel for about 3 days of operation. One battalion, Russian battalion, needs about 2 fuel trucks for operation per day, and they didn't have enough fuel initially to sustain long-term operation. But that now has changed. So here I am presenting you a map of Georgia. Georgia is a small country. The population is under 4 million. And the size of Georgia, it's smaller than the state of Maine. It's not a large country. Russia is a northern neighbor. Turkey south. Azerbaijan and Ukraine southeast. In the west, what you see is the Black Sea. And the Black Sea connects Georgia also with Ukraine and Russia. And we are going to come to that. I'm showing you a physical map of Georgia because physical geography, especially in warfare and also in diplomacy, is very important. And normally when they present you maps, they present you with a flat, colored shapes that don't tell you much. And then they can attach any information to it they want you to believe. For instance, the idea that Kiev, the capital city of Ukraine, could fall in 3 days. Now, if you were to imagine Kiev is larger than Chicago, and even if no one resists surrounding and taking Chicago in 3 days, it's just an unbelievable idea. But a city that is well defended like Kiev is just crazy. If you imagine Kiev to be a little spot on the map, then you can imagine that. But if you realize how large the city is, it's quite difficult to understand why would someone tell you that. Now, that's the Caucasus Mountains geography. You see their elevation and the mountain, Mount Kazbegi. Our Canadian friends will see that's 5 kilometers. That's the border between Georgia and Russia. So for the Russia to invade Georgia, it had 2 options: to cross the mountains, which you understand, tall mountains are not easy to cross, impossible to helicopters to fly over, and invade from the sea. So the war started on, there is a dispute about this, August 7 or 8. We are going to come to that, why there is a discrepancy. But, excuse me, Russia invaded both from the north and from the sea. From the sea was significant because Russia had no coastal defense, none whatsoever. United States gave them rubber boats and some rifles to defend the coastline. And Georgia had no significant amount of air defenses, Air Force, artillery, no significant amount of anything to defend itself. Even though, as you heard from the ambassador this morning, Georgia was probably one of the most pro-American, still it remains one of the mostly American-oriented states in the world. There was a lot of talk, and there is a lot of talk about strategic partnership between the United States and Georgia, but realistically, United States or anyone else didn't arm or help Georgia in any significant way, just like they didn't arm or help Ukraine in any significant way before the invasion. So there are 2 roads leading from Russia to Georgia that could be taken by anyone, including the invading armed forces. And the battle that waged was north and central Georgia. The town is called Skinwali. And the Georgian army resisted the invading Russian force as much as they could, coming from the mountains. Black Sea Fleet was late joining the war. They came 3 days late, and they landed unopposed, amphibious assault on the Georgian coast. And once it is landed, it was useless to mount resistance anymore because the Georgian army risked to be surrounded. So the strength of the Russian army is on the flatlands. Once they are useless in the mountains, they have a hard time fighting in the mountains. But as you see, the green shades, those are flatlands. Those could be traversed very, very quickly, very effectively by mechanized infantry. So Georgia asked for peace, and a peace agreement was signed after 5 days of fighting. The number of factors contributed to that, why war ended so quickly. Number one, Russian army wasn't ready. And the Russians realized it themselves because a couple of entrepreneurial Georgian artillery commanders engaged Russian forces and did significant damage to them. Russian aircraft were shut down. And they realized that the supply lines were not functioning. Historically, Russian army supply lines are in terrible shape. Anyway, so they were not ready, and at the same time, there was a forceful diplomatic intervention by United States. So appeasement is actually a theoretical concept in international relations. Most people who think about appeasement think about Chamberlain and Hitler. It's not only that, but Western governments have pursued appeasement policies towards North Korea, for instance. The U.S. policy to Russia, appeasement policy, actually had a name. It was called Reset, presented by Secretary Clinton to Foreign Minister Lavrov soon after the war was over. So this is a wider view of the region. The Russian objective here is to control the Black Sea. That why they have been obsessed with Crimea and Georgia. Sevastopol is the key for Russian control over the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, access to Mediterranean Sea. One of the key documents that allowed appeasement policy to proceed both by Europe and the United States was this report published by the European Union a year after the war ended, and actually blamed Georgia for attacking Russia inside Georgia. And Georgia was blamed for opening of this war. One of the Russia's objectives, just like now, was demilitarization of Georgia, and they have achieved this objective by not allowing or lobbying Western powers not to rearm Georgia for self-defense. And one of the most outrageous steps was that Georgia resisted Russian accession to WTO, World Trade Organization, and the Western partners pressed Georgian government to concede, to allow Russia to become a member of the WTO. If you imagine that, so the idea was Georgia started the war, and the Russian army, and about 30,000 of them were passing by in the Caucasus Mountains, and just came across the border is incredible claim, but that's what the European Union published in 2009. According to Russian sources, they were in Georgia in August the 7th of 2008. And other sources claim that to be in Georgia just after midnight, 2008, August 8, 2008. So here are some of the pictures. This is a Russian accession to WTO. You see this gentleman there holding a shirt, mission accomplished, George Bush's favorite words. Here is Mr. Lavrov with Mrs. Clinton holding a reset button, which was misnamed in Russian. In Russian, actually, it said overload instead of reset, and that's why they're laughing. Lavrov's surprise was, what are we overloading? And they said, well, no, it's not overload, it's reset. Okay? And this is Mr. Medvedev, and that was actually the caption you read. A successful reset button. So in short, reset policy started by outgoing Bush administration and continued by Clinton. Trump didn't care either about Ukraine or Georgia. And here we are. So the war with Ukraine, what changed? What changed was that I think European friends finally realized that Russia is going west. You see, Georgia and Crimea, they're south. The west is different, right? West is Europe. So I think now they think themselves as the next target, which is going to happen sooner or later. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The class rhythms.
Hello, thank you all for being here. I see classes changing right about now. So we've heard some fascinating things today. I do have a few follow-up questions. If I could start, please, with Dr. Kaczyevsky. I noticed that in your talk, the identity issue was really sort of the core. And what I'm wondering is, many years ago, back in 1979, I was in Kiev and then went outside the city to a rather eerie forest where people had remembered their loved ones. Roughly 2 million people had died in a famine engineered by Stalin, people in the Ukraine, I mean. And in this forest, even then, all those years later, you could see these rotting wooden boards nailed to trees with the name of a loved one on it. And it was quite ghostly, quite moving. What I'm wondering is your view on the extent to which historical memory in Ukraine either impacts or does not impact the question of Ukrainian identity, and if so, the extent to which that is equally true in the Russian-speaking areas.
Are we going to do one at a time? Is this on? Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. I'm writing a book on this, so I'll have to remember to send you a copy when I finally
Please
finish
do.
it. I think that historical memory is one of those key points on the kind of identity boundary that I have identified that is a sticking point with regional differences. It's very difficult, for example, and I'm talking before the war, I think now this is going to change. My hypothesis is, but that'll be a different book. I think that it is very difficult for anyone who is above, say, the age of 30, 35, to accept that Bandera is a national hero in Kharkiv. This was difficult. Younger people saying, okay, you renamed the war, it's no longer the Great Fatherland War, it didn't go from 1941 to 1945, it started in 1939, no problem. Western Ukraine was part of Poland then. This is all a misunderstanding. Let's be open to some different interpretations. But it's very difficult for people who have any historical connection to the war. My grandfather fought in the war. My grandfather fought to liberate, in the Red Army, to liberate us from the Nazis. And those guys out there were traitors, and I can't revisit that. So there were certain pieces, I think, of historical memory that are difficult to get agreement on, but that's not unique to Ukraine. I mean, we have regional differences in how we remember history in the United States as well. So I do think that conversations about history are difficult. The nation-building project that I touched on, which has focused very much on official interpretations of history, Ukrainian language, this, and this, has not necessarily fit closely, I think, with where a lot of people in Odessa and particularly in Kharkiv, where I did my studies, fit. I think now there might be a willingness to revisit some of those questions because Bandera seems a lot less menacing to the Ukrainian nation. But definitely historical memory has been it hits people in their heart. It hits people where that is my family that you're talking about, you know. If you're old enough to have a grandparent who was alive during the war, you still care about it, for sure. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And jumping now to Dr. Chantoridze, I have actually been to the refugee camp on the supposed new border within Georgia along the military line that is guarded by Russian military and also heavily landmined. This is after Russia grabbed Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And I use the word grab as not really a term of art, but you know what I mean. And again, like Ukraine, Georgians have a really intense national identity and in a culture that is truly ancient. So on a sort of similar note, I actually have two questions. One, given the strength of Georgian resolve and yet a sort of lack of Western resolve, if I might put it that way, when it comes to Georgia, my two questions are, one, is how important is the invisible aspect of Georgian resolve in history? For example, even under Stalin, Georgia pushed back to preserve Georgian as the state language of Georgia, even when it was a Soviet republic. So I'm wondering about the role of both Western and Georgian resolve. And also, in your remarks, if I understood correctly, you seemed to be attributing a rather high level of rationality to Putin wanting to defeat NATO and so forth. What I'm wondering is, to what extent, if any, do you think that Putin's personality or ego might be playing a role here with the irrational goal of reinstituting the Russian Empire?
Okay, so about Georgian resolve. Georgians have been around for a long time, as you well know. Tbilisi, capital city, Tbilisi was between the 7th and between the 8th and the 11th century was held by the Arabs. So the Georgians slowly undermined their rule and finally expelled them in the 11th century. So 300 years, and that was the 11th century. So they can wait, and they can outlive the Russians. There is no question about it. They're not going anywhere. But in the immediate future, they will likely remain under Russian heel because Russia is not going anywhere next couple of decades. Sorry, what was your second question?
The extent to which the personality or ego of Putin to want to reconstitute the Russian Empire.
No, he doesn't want to reconstitute the Russian Empire. That's a misconception. He wants to get rid of NATO. He wants to get rid of the so-called unipolar world. And Putin's rise to power starts from the war in Kosovo, NATO-Yugoslavia war. When NATO attacked Yugoslavia, claimed there was a genocide, bombed Belgrade and other cities in Yugoslavia. And that's when President Yeltsin was given an ultimatum either to resign and find a replacement or face a coup by generals, specifically General Ivashov and his buddies who actually organized the special operation to rescue Pristina, Kosovo. So that's when Mr. Putin was found.
Okay.
As the head of the FSB, yes. One of his goals from the very beginning was to push NATO back, to destroy NATO.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And finally, Dr. Gvozdev, a quick question. Do you see any role for nation building in American foreign policy?
I think that it needs to rest first on a strong domestic foundation of support. I think that Americans have to be convinced that their own economic, political, or economic, technological, energy security rests upon the nation-building enterprise. Obviously, the United States has, since the end of the Cold War, been uninterested in nation-building in large chunks of the world, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, and then in other places. I think that in the Middle East, there was a sense that this would be done relatively quickly and easily, and then Americans soured on that experience. And I think that's one reason why, up till now, this sense that the Russians were, quote, more successful in Syria was that they were explicitly not engaged in nation building. They were engaged in regime survival. Moving forward, your question also hits on something we're talking a lot about Ukraine today and Ukraine resistance. And you can't find we had the governor here this morning talking about it and all of that. The question is going to be the American domestic will to fund Ukrainian reconstruction with the same degree of fervor as providing military aid to Ukraine, because that's going to be the critical question. I mean, even if the Russians leave tomorrow, the damage that's been done in Ukraine, the geoeconomic damage alone is pretty considerable. And are you going to see Americans saying, I'm happy to fund that? And I mentioned this in a class of mine. We watched the end of Charlie Wilson's war. That really heartbreaking scene when Tom Hanks is playing Wilson, and he's in the committee room, and he's saying to everyone, I want $100 million for schools, and the rest of the committee says, why do we want to build schools in Afghanistan? He said, you were willing to do $500 million for military aid, but not to put that in. And so I think that's going to be the real test, because if we don't have that your question will be answered next year when the Ukraine Freedom Reconstruction Act is stalled in committee and doesn't move. And Georgia has already experienced this. Poor Moldova, which got stuck under Jackson Vanik for 20 years and couldn't escape it because that bill could never leave committee. So I'd say the jury's out on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for such a rich and thought-provoking conversation. I would like to now, we have about 10 minutes left, and I'd like to invite anyone from the audience who'd like to ask a question of the panel. Please come down to the microphones right here. And what we'll do is, given the short amount of time, I'd like to have maybe the first few people who can ask a question. Panelists will think about it. We'll field another couple of questions, and then we'll let the panelists kind of tackle them all as a concluding comment on this session. So please come on down and feel free to ask a question of our panelists. And as we're waiting for that, I also just want to invite other panelists. So Professor Chaldise, thank you so much for just starting the conversation. And I want to invite our other panelists to answer questions that Professor Chaldise directed to others. So if you heard a question that she asked and you really want to take it up, please feel free. And you can think about that, and let's start here, and then we'll go here.
This question is for Dr. Gvozdev. You said that in Syria the Russians were using a lot of militia, but the reason for that was to provide plausible deniability and to distance themselves from the inevitable casualties that did come. Yeah. My question, though, what did that actually look like in Russia when hundreds of Russian-backed militias died?
It was portrayed as this is the life they've chosen, right? This is the business they've chosen. They knew the risks. They took the job. It may be regrettable for the mothers and the families, but it was not seen as something where Russian honor had to be avenged. If they had been, with the patch and regular members, that pressure might have been greater. That has been an important part when we see particularly with the Wagner group, but with others, is the public perception is dangerous work, heroic perhaps, but that's the profession that they've chosen and they knew the risks going in. So that's one reason. We've seen now in Ukraine the shift now towards moving back towards militias and mercenaries as opposed to certainly to conscripts as a basis for moving forward. So because there is that, and by the way, we see that in the U.S. as well. We don't treat the deaths of contractors as the same level as members of the volunteer force, and I think the Russians internalize that. So,
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Could we come over here first and then stay right there, please? Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
First of all, excuse my my English is not my mother language, so excuse my English if it's wrong or anything. With the fall of the USSR, we've seen the fall also of the Warsaw Pact, and on the other side, NATO continued existing. Not only did it continue existing, but it kept expanding as the EU. So my question is, do you feel like we failed to understand Russian perception of NATO as a threat, or as failed to understand their vital territory that they have to preserve, or that NATO is just for them not necessary for the defense or the international order?
Yeah, I can take a stab at that. It's a long, complicated answer, so I'll be quick, right? We could talk for a long time. I think that the problem that we have is that from the Western perspective, NATO has written into the treaty this concept of an open door, which says European countries, if you want to join and you meet this criteria, this is a possibility. And to say that, European countries, you can do that unless somebody else vetoes your sovereign decision is sort of saying not everybody is sovereign, and that's against Western sort of, I think, value system. And so there's that from the one side. I think also from the Western perspective, we view NATO as a defensive alliance, and it's not at all designed or intending to attack Russia, and so therefore there's no problem with enlargement. From the Russian side, however, it's quite different, and I think that part of the problem is Russians really, really believe, and this may or may not be true because the Americans have denied it and denied it and denied it, but in the end, it doesn't matter if it's true or not, because everybody in Russia believes. Everybody in Russia believes that when Gorbachev agreed that a reunified Germany could remain in NATO, that they were promised NATO would not expand. So whether or not we made that promise, and the Americans have sworn up and down that that's not true, it's not true, it's not true, the Russians think it's true, and the fact that they think it's true is that they believe that they have somehow been tricked, or they made the mistake to agree about Germany, and therefore they've got very strong suspicions about NATO. The problem is, how do you address Russian suspicions without violating the integrity of the principle of having a defensive alliance, right? And so I think that this is where we find ourselves. But certainly from the Russian perspective, this is very problematic, and the Baltic states more than ever. I don't know if you wanted to add.
Just briefly, look, part of the problem with NATO enlargement, problem is, back that up, not a problem, but one of the ways it was pitched differently to three different constituencies. So it was pitched to Western Europeans as this is no problem because Russia is either finished as a great power or it won't care. It was pitched to the American taxpayer as all these new members are going to come in and America will pay less. And the countries coming into NATO said, we know our history, we know that there are cycles of rise and fall in the East, and we want to be on the right side of the line because the line will come back again. And politically squaring that was the issue. By 2002, and this is the road not taken, we had both with NATO and the EU mechanisms for relationship with Russia, the NATO-Russia Council, and then the EU wider neighborhood the 4 common spaces with Russia. For a variety of reasons, the Russian intransigence in some areas, Europeans and Americans not taking it as seriously as they might have, those roads for kind of squaring this circle were lost. I mean, I would argue 2002, 2003, we had opportunities to perhaps move this in a different direction. And, partly that had to do with, the U.S. decision to go into Iraq, which created rifts in the transatlantic relationship and distracted the U.S. from European security, because we said it's done. But again, this is all water under the bridge now. But for those who say this is inexorable, because in the first panel, the Mearsheimer question came up, which, leaving that aside, the idea that this was inexorable from 1991, we could only get to where we are in 2022, no, we had many ways in which this could have handled, and some of it is, and the blame goes around. It's Moscow's unwillingness to accept post-imperial status is one, and lack of attention in Washington is another, and Western European kind of indifference to some of these issues is a third, in my
I just want to
opinion.
add one tiny thing. I know we're really short on time. And let's not forget that Kosovo, right? So we had the NATO-Russia Council, and then we decided to bomb Serbia without talking to Russia. So Russia's like, who cares about the NATO-Russia Council? I mean, honestly, if you're gonna make strategic decisions without discussing it, right?
Thank you. Let's come back here.
On the Russian militia again, so how does the relationship look like between the Russian military leaders who are commanding the war and employment of militias like the Wagner Group?
Well, in Syria, and one reason why the Russian military was willing to let Wagner get whacked the way that they did was that the general staff was really ticked off at some of the things Wagner was doing, and were happy to let the American Air Force teach Wagner a lesson, right? So you have those rivalries. What we see today in Ukraine, if these reports are correct, that the rivalry between the FSB and Kadyrov's people, that the employment of the Chechen groups in Ukraine has led to and that if we take this report that elements of the FSB tipped off Zelensky through their contacts in the SBU that a Chechen hit squad was coming for Zelensky and enabled that to be ambushed. Yeah, there's tension, right? Because this also reflects, we had, Tom is the famous author of the clans, but within the security and military services, there are clans, there are rivalries, and they're not all necessarily one big happy family. So, yeah, Wagner and Prigozhin's people, some people in the military said he's getting too big for his britches, and he's trying to take control of some Syrian oil assets. So, no, we're going to withdraw that protective air cover over him, and let him take the 400 guys getting schwacked there in eastern Syria.
I wonder if we could.
Official military term.
We have about a minute left. I wonder if Professor Chandrase, if we could if you care to comment on any of those questions or conversations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My perspective is sort of different than the experts on the panel here. I look at things from a human rights point of view, and I wonder to what extent the U.S. may again step up and sort of actively, candidly profess to morality within its foreign policy. This is not really responsive to any particular question, but I do think it's relevant. I have been urging that the U.S. once again take the position of defending the defenders, that is, those people within countries who are risking death by torture every day for the greater good, to defend the rights of others, the rights of strangers. On a for what it's worth basis, I predict that President Biden, perhaps quite soon, will in fact reincorporate that into American policy, which is something we haven't really seen since the 70s. On a final note, in regard to Ukraine, there are also many Russian refugees, hundreds of thousands at this point, who are fleeing Russia because of the risk they are at. By the way, if you use the word war in relation to Ukraine within Russia, you can get up to a 15-year sentence for calling that nasty little conflict a war. So I would hope that people will also be alert to the impact within Russia of its own aggression against Ukraine. Thank you.
Everyone, please join me in thanking our panelists for this wonderful conversation. And thank you all for coming.
No? Right. How about now, folks? Great, okay. So, I'm ashamed to admit this, given how long it just took me to set up the audio here. My name is Dr. Hugh Reid, and I'm a professor of digital forensics here at Norwich University. So, the irony of having someone with computers coming up and sharing things. So, it is my utmost pleasure to be able to chair this session with you this afternoon with some very exciting papers that transcend not only the geopolitical arena, but also a lot of the cybersecurity space as well. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what our presenters have to say. So without further ado, please allow me to introduce our first presenters. We have Dr. Kaczyevsky, who is an expert in comparative politics, strategic studies, and foreign policy in Eurasia. His major interest is great power politics, East-West relations, international conflict, and the political economy of regionalism and regional integration. At present, he is Professor of Political Science and International Studies at Endicott College in Beverly, Massachusetts. He is also affiliated with the Fairbanks Center for Chinese Studies at Harvard University and as associate in research. Joining him up here is also Dr. Goldstein, who is Director of Asia Engagement at Defense Priorities. Formerly, for 20 years, he served as Research Director at the U.S. Naval War College. His expertise includes maritime security and nuclear security issues, with major focus also recently including the Arctic and the Korean Peninsula. He holds a doctorate from Princeton, an MA from Johns Hopkins, SAIS, and a BA from Harvard, and is currently a visiting professor from Brown University. So please allow me to join me in giving them a round of applause, in inviting them up to share their research, Russo-Chinese Strategic Partnership of a New Type, the Security Dimension. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you so much. It's a special privilege for us to both Professor Lyle Goldstein and myself to present at this amazing forum, and we would like to express our gratitude to President Anarumo, Dr. Morris, Dr. Koo, the colleagues at the John and Mary Francis Peace and War Center for this unique opportunity, especially given the topic and the importance of the questions we are discussing today. General Widener this morning formulated one key task for the current and future strategic planners, which he actually stressed as contestation with Russia and China is global in both in scope and in character. Once again. So I would tell you one secret. Contestation with the United States has been, for the Russian and Chinese leadership, has been already global in scope and nature for already a minimum for a decade or so. So our paper is devoted to the security partnership and the security dimension of the strategic partnership between Russia and China. And it examines the important aspect of the potential Russian-Chinese alliance in the security alliance, and Professor Graham actually referred to this morning as well. We have tried to answer the three questions raised in our paper. So one question is, to what extent we may consider the current crisis as a turning point in this important relationship, kind of mask-off type of now revealing the real strategic goals and instruments in Russia's and China's contestation with the United States, and what is the future direction of this partnership might look like. Second question is, what is the nature of this type of this alliance-like relationship that we are seeing now being formed now? And third question is the prospect of a new Chinese-Russian security alliance, and would this alliance prompt the United States to prepare for a two-front conflict in the future? That also some of the panelists this morning also referred to this. The paper actually is divided into three parts, three sections. The first section tries to examine the geopolitical new reality, characterized by the U.S. exit from hegemony and the rise of non-Western actors. The second section is devoted to the character of the Russian-Chinese partnership with no limits, or friendship with no limits, or friendship or partnership of a new type, as they actually characterize this. And the third section is devoted to implication, to some study of implications, the implications for strategic planning and missile defense of like space, cyber cooperation, and research and development cooperation, and also economic, industrial integration. So our major argument goes to the point that the Russian-Chinese actually partnership has already passed certain, like kind of broiling point, and now they are at a stage of the changing attitudes to a new proactive behavior. So if only like 4 years ago, this partnership, China and Russia tried to actually be active in those areas where actually the United States was trying to withdraw, and especially after the US withdrawal from Afghanistan, Russian-Chinese partnership found out that it could be probably doing some more and making this semi-alliance or quasi-alliance more, proactive. The second point is the shift from the global collective partnership mantra, which actually Russia and China had been advocating for some time, to taming a non-cooperative America by accumulating some critical mass of global systemic influence to leave America no choice but cooperate. This informs a straightforward counterbalancing strategy of Russia and China. Their partnership is gaining a new momentum. Strategic security issues have moved to the center of this quasi-alliance. And we have been talking for a long time, pretty long time, that actually the relationship between China and Russia had been based for a long time on mostly political kind of mutual understanding rather than economic understanding. So now we have the enhanced security aspect of this. A new era of counterbalancing against the Western dominance means that from previous practice of delegating responsibilities to each other in their respective regions toward possibly backing each other in all aspects of security. We've described the operational context. I just placed the major dimensions of how Russia and China are looking at the situation and the global environment. And there are a few points here, 5 points. The thesis of destructive America, which America is seen as agonizing and declining hegemony, acting irrationally and unpredictably. The second point is the so-called Russia and China as savior nations, trying to actually secure global stability. Third point is that the American demonization thesis of Russia and China with their political system as actually hurting or threatening the American domestic political institutions, political system, and values. Fourth point is so-called instrumentalism. Especially after the Trump, U.S. had to address the problem of Western solidarity, and by demonizing Putin and Xi, the United States modified its foreign policy, has become instrumental for restoring Western unity and securing domestic bipartisan consensus. And the fifth point, which is seen and actually interpreted by the Russian and Chinese leadership, is the problem of crisis management. Now, under the current circumstances, in the crumbling world order, neither liberal, originally cooperative or institutions-based means, nor classical bipolarity-era deterrence mechanisms properly work to manage the crisis. We've actually laid out some pillars of the more than an alliance partnership, these pillars include the danger of America's desperate attempt to safeguard global supremacy. These are kind of drivers which inform the Russian and Chinese actions. The so-called thesis about the power-value dichotomy in U.S. behavior and the need to dismiss America's bloc mentality logic. This power values dichotomy we described in the paper, which means that it's actually the Chinese theory that despite the increase in power, and when a country becomes a great power, it doesn't necessarily should not necessarily be converted into some sort of aggressive behavior. So the values should dictate and inform some restraint of a great power. That's what actually China is trying to do. The imperative to foster multipolarity and manage great power relationship under the auspices of the United Nations, advocating the international order and the Russian-Chinese campaign against Western rules-based order, especially the such elements of this rules-based order actually concept which go to commitment-based order and sovereignty as responsibility of governments before their populations. Sign a Russian self-perceived role of global peacemakers, I've mentioned this, and advocates of economic globalization and strategic complementarity within the framework of a loose alignment. A couple of quotes just telling us that the current stage of rapprochement is mostly driven by the fear of war. One of the presidential advisors and very respectable actually pundit in Russia, Sergei Karaganov, quoted in 2018, Russia and China need a joint strategy to strengthen peace. There is no need to wait for someone's attack. The threat of war is in the air. And Karaganov just a couple of weeks ago tried to explain the war with Ukraine, which was unavoidable. Conflict with the West is just beginning. It's not the end of the conflict, right? And the three areas of security challenges we actually were paying attention to, and I hope my colleague, Professor Goldstein, will elaborate more on this. The problem of strategic stability, and I just posted the major points there. The problem of economic security, and these are also the drivers of like joint and enhanced cooperation between the two parties, and especially the problem of cultural security. And we had some panelists earlier mentioned the actually impact or possible threat of the Western political institutions and values to the actually the regimes, political regimes, which were established in both Russia and China. And I'm now passing the floor to my colleague. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a real honor to be here. I'll be trying to show you some of the evidence that we're seeing, including on the Ukraine conflict. This evidence we'll be adding to the paper. It's not, most of it is not in there yet. But here you see, I watched Chinese military TV basically every night, and I can tell you that it's very favorable toward Russia. You know, whether we're talking about this threat from NATO, so-called, or you know, here they're showing kind of Russian weaponry that's been captured in the lower left, or you know, precision strikes, so-called, on the right, lower right, and destroyed Ukraine tanks. So, but I think it's fortuitous to have had the Deputy of Strategic Command here, the General, this morning. I think he gave us a wonderful introduction here, because he, I think, elaborated on the very extensive Chinese nuclear buildup that we're now seeing. And we assess that this Chinese buildup, you know, may well have Russian characteristics. And here are some of the evidence to suggest that Russia has been, China is sort of learning at the knee of Russia, and just taking in all kinds of information, including about very, you know, kind of esoteric doctrinal principles, like on the lower right, about using the use of interference buoys to egress your so-called boomers. But look on the upper right, that's an Iskander. Seems to be that weapon, I fear, is probably on the minds of the Deputy of Stratcom. But if China goes in for that kind of approach to nuclear weapons, I think we're all in trouble. But you know, just to outline here what China is doing and how this could be impacted by Russia-China relations, you see you know, some discussion of the buildup, why they're undertaking this buildup. But I want to emphasize, and this is the same article from a very prestigious institution in China, but you look on the top left there, how he's explaining that, you know, China doesn't have the enormous nuclear striking power that Russia has. So you begin to see that maybe this is what they aspire to, and indeed that's what the article kind of lays out, and we see that across Chinese sources now. But here you can see them drawing on that perspective of the Cold War, and also thinking about tactical nuclear weapons. As you can see, we can talk more about those. But what we see is that Russia and China seem to be coalescing, not only in their perspective, but taking concrete actions. On the right, you see an article in Vzglyad where they were discussing the implications of early warning cooperation. And these Russian strategists are outlining, sorry I don't have the quotes there, but I can refer you to them, but they're outlining how useful this actually is for Russia, not just for China. And then there's talk about working together in the Arctic, even going so far as to say maybe Chinese submarines could base out of the Arctic. So that, I wouldn't say that's a likely possibility in the future, but can't rule it out. But here's some more evidence just how closely their views align. Here you have Chinese strategists saying, gosh, we need all of these tactical nuclear weapons that Russia has also. And on the right, you see a discussion of their very, very closely aligned positions on missile defense. I know we've had some discussion of Georgia already today. Well, here's a Chinese battle map of Georgia. And this should, I put this up to remind you that, boy, do the Chinese want to get their hands on these kind of after-action assessments, right? Including in Ukraine. So I think that's going to be a factor going forward. They want to know what's going on so that they can improve their own forces. And one more point I want to make. We've talked a lot about NATO here today, but not about China NATO. But here, this is, I took this screenshot in 2017. They were talking about the Korean crisis, actually. But you can already see China not having a very good feeling for NATO, and that has only grown worse. So that's a factor, too. But let me just summarize here with our kind of final takeaways here. We see this as a kind of tacit alliance or quasi-alliance, we call it. We think it's both deep and broad. We do see a fundamental convergence of worldviews. We kind of think Russia is sort of a cornered secondary power, but that this could be kind of a turning point in their convergence as well. And I would say we think Russia more or less has to accept its junior status. And then there's this question, I'll just end on this point because it's quite interesting, although I think it's still quite speculative, this issue of Russian military, of China's potential military assistance to Russia. And I would say we've already seen some concrete signs that this probably won't happen. That is, the Chinese have denied it pretty forcefully. But if it were to come about, we might understand why. Oh, got my own timer here. Just one more point. I'd say to test equipment, to learn those battlefield lessons, to gain market share, and to earn credit, of course, for a Taiwan scenario. And last but not least, to our estimate, China is not ready to watch Russia be defeated, and will try to prevent its collapse. Whether it can prevent its collapse is unknown, but they will try, to our estimate. Thank you very much.
Incredible food for thought, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, I have the very distinct pleasure of introducing Dr. Maninikian, who teaches national security and homeland defense, as well as graduate-level courses in intelligence, disaster assistance management, national security affairs, and terrorism. Maninikian received her BA in Russian from Wellesley College and a Master of Philosophy from Oxford University in the United Kingdom, and holds both an MA and a PhD in political science from the University of Michigan. She is taught at the Joint Forces Staff College in Norfolk and is a former U.S. Foreign Services officer with service in the Netherlands, Russia, and Bulgaria. Let me just switch the paper here for you, and we'll be up and running. Let's see. There we go. I think we're all set.
Excellent.
Slideshow.
Thank you so much for the kind invitation to speak to all of you. It's always great to be back in Norwich again. The last time I spoke here, I also spoke about disinformation, and that was 7 years ago at another conference. And so when I found myself thinking about this topic, I found myself kind of asking that question about continuity and change. What has changed in disinformation and what is the same? So what I'd like to do in the paper today is, if I don't run out of time, do 4 things. Just briefly tell you what disinformation is. And then I want to talk about some of the technological issues. I want to describe this notion of technological affordances and explain what it is about the internet today, what it is about the environment that makes, I think, disinformation so much more effective than it's really ever been in the past. We know that the Russians are masters of disinformation, and they've used it for years, but now they're using it much more effectively, and they're using it in a much more targeted way. So I'll give you some examples of old disinformation and new information, and I'll really compare and contrast the two. I wrote this paper kind of before the Ukraine blew up, and so I'm not going to be talking about Ukraine. I'll give you a little bit of a break. What I wanted to do was to think about two different cases where Russia has been involved in basically a medical crisis. And the first example is something called Operation Denver, which occurred in 1983. Back then, the Soviet Union, Soviet intelligence, seeded disinformation, mostly through a newspaper in South Africa that they had a relationship with called The Patriot. And they seeded this lie that the AIDS virus had been created as a biological weapon at Fort Detrick in Maryland, with cooperation with the CIA, and that it was a racist bioweapon which was specifically engineered against people in Africa and the developing world. And so I wanted to compare that with kind of lies that they're seeding today having to do with COVID. Is it the same story or is it a different story, and what makes it different? And I argue that today disinformation is segmented. We can actually identify about 16 different kind of themes and variations having to do with COVID and who created it and who's lying and who's telling the truth, versus kind of the one sort of big lie that came out in 1983. And the other reason that disinformation is so different today is because back then it was pretty much linear. It was you sort of, you were an intel guy, you kind of wined and dined the editor of this newspaper that you'd basically been supporting for all these years. So there was a heavy investment. There was a heavy financial investment in creating this kind of seed that was then going to send this disinformation message out. And the thing is that I refer to it as dumb information as opposed to smart information. That basically it was almost like if you were conducting a psychological operation and you were, flying a plane over an area and you were dropping something, a leaflet out of a plane. You don't actually know who's going to pick up that leaflet. You don't know whether or not they're going to read it. And you don't know so much what they're going to do with that information. Whereas today we have a lot more analytical tools to see who's actually reading a tweet or an Instagram post or a Facebook post, and whether they're liking it and whether they're retweeting it, and what are their specific characteristics, what do we know about the purchase that that idea is actually having. So that's kind of what I want to kind of take you through briefly. So disinformation is just false information about a country's military strength or plans disseminated by a government or intelligence agency in a hostile act of tactical political subversion. So it's information that's deliberately misleading, but whether we're talking about 1983 or whether we're talking about today, often there's some kind of grain of truth or some form of kind of pre-existing conspiratorial thought that people might have that disinformation then latches onto. So if you were someone in South Africa in 1983, you might know that the United States had a race problem, right? They'd had race riots. So to then say the U.S. government created this weapon for racial reasons, it wouldn't be totally outside the realm of possibility. Probably 99% it's wrong, but there's some grain of truth that they're able to build on. So that's the same whether that's 1983 or whether that's today. The idea that disinformation is primarily about subversion. It's a system of calling the values and principles of a system kind of into question. So that idea that it's about kind of degrading the legitimacy of an adversary. Sort of the Soviet Union in 1983 wanted to degrade the legitimacy of the United States by saying, see, they're not really a democracy, they're creating a racist bioweapon, and furthermore, they're lying. And that can be very much true today as well. So I start with this picture, and if anybody's ever worked at the Pentagon, they've heard this before, this expression, they use it a lot. They say when all you've got is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And essentially what that means is if you have one type of weapon, you're going to be predisposed to do certain things, and there are going to be other things that maybe you're not going to do as well with that weapon. So when we think about the technological affordances designed today that sort of create disinformation and help us to disseminate it, the idea is that certain constraints exist, and as I said, what you can do is a function of the tools you have available. Another term that's really important when we think about disinformation today is this idea of emerging technologies. An emerging technology is something that's going to have vast political, economic, and social significance, and it's often very unpredictable. And if you read my whole paper, I talk a lot about something called customer relations management software. And it's software as a service that you subscribe to that's created by basically you're outsourcing your customer relations management, your database management, your mailing list, things like that, to someone outside your organization, and they often store your data as well. And what I argue in this paper is customer relations management software allows you to create a list of users, people who have engaged with you and your product. You can track their engagement with you and their product. And at the end of it, you could sell them sneakers, or you could sell them a lie about U.S. foreign policy. You can use the same software to do both things. So it's a dual-use technology. And when we talk about customer relations software as an emerging technology, nobody ever really thought, gee, people are going to use this to schedule disinformation posts. One thing that's really important is the fact that the people that have created this didn't intend for it to be used as this purpose, and as a result, as the general talked about this morning, he said, you know, that there are these security risks that are coming about that commercial and private companies need to be drawn into this conversation about security. And this is a really good example of the ways in which companies need to be aware, and they need to be doing more to kind of fight how this software and things like that are being used. Last week, there was an article about how this company, Salesforce, was called in by the January 6th Commission in Washington, and it was because someone had used Salesforce to create a list of people to invite them to the insurrection. And what's interesting is if you do the ethical training on Salesforce, there's a lot of stuff about money laundering. But there's actually nothing about, people might attempt to use this software to organize an insurrection because that was really an unintended consequence. So the social media environment has easy costs of entry. It's really cheap to get an account. Anyone can play. It's non-hierarchical. We have this thing called the epistemology problem. Everybody's opinion appears to be equally valid. So I have this little cartoon here. And last week, everybody was saying, oh, so, you gave up your PhD in epidemiology and now you're a Sovietologist, right? This idea that everybody's sort of an expert in whatever the topic of the day is. This idea of the attribution problem, often stuff shows up online, we're not really sure where it came from. Lately, a lot of the Russian disinformation appears to be coming from Portugal. I have no idea why. And finally, this idea of the 4 V's associated with big data. Velocity, how quickly information changes online, veracity, the difficulty of knowing whether or not it's true, the great volume and the great variety. So in other words, there's a huge attack surface today for disinformation. Back in 1983, it was basically a newspaper, and today it can be any number of different types of social media. The reason I have a picture here of porch furniture is, again, I want you to remember, just like a lot of this software can be used to sell you a piece of porch furniture, it can also be used to sell you disinformation. Today we talk about sort of the democratization of social media as well. That has nothing to do with sort of democracy as a form of government. Really what it means is you no longer need a PhD in computer science to perform a lot of these activities online. And one thing that we're starting to see more and more is not only can you use something like commercial customer relations management software, but you can use an add-on that has artificial intelligence added. And the artificial intelligence components can run an analysis. They can see which of your various messages are the most effective, and then they can go on and they can basically boost the most effective messages for you. And so we could be moving towards a future where disinformation is happening and there is no human in the loop. It's possible that there can be an algorithm that's choosing the most effective messages and it's boosting those the most quickly. The other thing about when I talk about democratization is the idea that adding this AI to your messaging program really can be done by anyone. It's not terribly complicated to use a lot of these programs now. So when I say that we have smart disinformation today, I really mean three things. When we think about smart weapons, they often have these three characteristics. They're remote guided. You don't need to be in the place where the kinetic activity is taking place. And in the same way, you don't need to be in the same place where the disinformation is taking place. They're precision guided. You can choose often a pre-existing group of people who are going to be particularly predisposed to reach your message. So for example, when we think about COVID, one thing that's different about the disinformation there is Russian disinformation merchants trying to sell you that lie. They specifically reached out to groups that had already indicated that maybe they were vaccine refusers. So they were able to find groups that they could then message in and kind of attach their messages to. So in this way, we have this sort of kind of symbiotic or parasitical relationship with other groups that might provide particularly fertile soil for that message. So you're no longer just kind of throwing those seeds into the air, you're choosing specific targets. And then finally, this idea that just like a smart weapon is dynamic, it can change its trajectory in mid-course as it gets more information. That's true with smart disinformation as well. What we see and we can track even with the recent Ukraine is ways in which sort of the Russians are changing their messaging. They're maybe kind of throwing out a theme. It's not working particularly well, and so instead they're choosing a different one. So here are just some quick slides, and I got all of these from a website called socialbearing.com. If you like to look at this stuff, it's fun. We can see here a hashtag of hashtags that kind of often appear together. And so if you look for sort of who used Biden's war and the way they used it, you can see how it was sort of piggybacked onto existing messaging. And you can also see that half of these tags were in Castilian Spanish, which seems a little unusual. So this may have been some form of a buy of bots or something like that occurring. This interesting hashtag, not in my name, which appears to be used by Russia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They want people to say, it's not my war. They want Americans to say, I don't want to, okay, I'll finish up, contribute to the war in Ukraine. And we see the way in which this hashtag has been sort of dumped onto other existing conversations. And so, as we said, it is also dynamic. And then finally, this idea of sentiment analysis. It's possible to look at unstructured data on the web using a variety of programs to figure out whether the tweets are favorable or unfavorable and kind of which way the wind is blowing. So disinformation today, it's a lot more dynamic, it's a lot more fast-moving, and it appears often to be a lot more effective. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. For our third presentation in this afternoon's session, I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Shanesh, who is a Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions Research Fellow, the Department of Sociology and Social Anthropology, Central European University, Vienna in Austria. She is currently hosted by the John and Mary Francis Patton Peace and War Center as a visiting scholar and is a senior fellow at the Center for Global Resilience and Security at Norwich University. She holds a PhD in Systemic Functional Linguistics from the University of Sydney. Her most recent work investigates Russian disinformation campaigns on Twitter and the links between climate change and violent extremism. Joining her is Mr. Perry, who is a research associate with the Norwich University John and Mary Francis Patton Peace and War Centre. His research interests include information warfare, international migration and social cybersecurity. Mark holds a Master of Arts in International Policy and Development from the Middlebury Institute of International Studies in Monterey, California. Thank you. If I could invite you to the podium, folks.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank all the organizers of this conference for obviously organizing a very timely conference and for giving us the chance to present our research here today. We are both very honored to do so. Oh, we're one slide ahead here. I'll go. So today we'll be discussing weaponizing the Syrian civil war, Russia's Twitter war on terror. Now, Dr. Sinesh and I have come to this problem set in part by recognizing a gap in the way many researchers are looking at information warfare. On one side, we have this rapidly booming number of studies leveraging computational linguistics and data science methodologies to identify the key themes, topics, phrases, sentiments, and network characteristics of mis and disinformation online. However, many of these findings are not then connected to how information functions as part of coordinated information operations and their strategic purposes. On the other side of this gap, we have this established and very robust body of literature discussing Russia's strategic doctrine of information warfare and how it's waged around the world. But many of these studies do not then show how the strategy is manifested in real data happening in real time. So in order to try to thread this needle, we approached the subject to analyze the linguistic anatomy of Russian information warfare on Twitter, such that what is being said can be better connected to why it's said and what its strategic import could be. So first research question here, how did Russia frame its own involvement in the Syrian civil war? Secondly, how did Russia portray the international coalition's involvement as led by the United States? And following this, we'll have a discussion as to how tactics and strategy in the information space appears to connect to kinetic operations on the ground. So the data. On the information side, we have a corpus of tweets accessed from Twitter's Information Operations Archive. In this case, we have 100 accounts comprising of accounts linked reliably to the Russian GRU and Internet Research Agency, which were banned and then subsequently released to researchers in this archive. Something important to say about these is that they are covert and unattributed, meaning they're not attributed to the Russian state, but rather they're troll accounts pretending to be real people on the ground, journalists, observers. Here we see the key statistics of our data. We have over 50,000 tweets, close to 2 million words. And this is all between 2016 and 2020. On the kinetic operations side, our data comes from the Armed Conflict Event and Location Data Project. It's an open source data source for which we can filter by time period. So we're matching up 2017 to 2020 in both of these analyses. And we can also filter by actor, primary targets, and event types such as battles, violence against civilians, riots, strategic developments, etc. So with that, I'll hand off to Dr. Sinesh to introduce our linguistic methodologies and analysis.
Thank you, Mark. Professor Gosdev, I'd like to pick up on your comment previously. You described what happened in Syria on the ground. So our perspective today is to describe what happened in the information space simultaneously. So we'd like to bring a linguistics perspective that often is missing from the study of information warfare, maybe except for computational linguistics and sentiment analysis studies. And we hope that we can show you how linguistic analysis can offer quite a fruitful framework for the study of information operations. Our methodology is called the corpus-assisted appraisal and cluster analysis, but today we don't have time to introduce you to the entire framework, so we'll only focus on the corpus linguistic methodology, which enables automated quantitative analysis of linguistic data to process really large data sets. And it also enables qualitative analysis of language in its context. So the software that we use is called Sketch Engine, and you see all these different functionalities, which I don't have time to explain. Today, we'll focus on what's called word list and concordance analysis. So typically, the first step in processing a really large data set with corpus linguistic methodology is to search for the top 10 or 20 most frequent words in the corpus. The software also gives you a frequency per million count, which means that in every 1 million words, a particular expression on word is mentioned that many times. So in our data set, we found basically 4 semantic categories that concern the United States, Russia, and then you see references to people and civilians, and also to terrorists and militants. So we wanted to explore especially these 4 semantic categories in further detail. So the 4 clusters that we found concern the human collectives of terrorists and civilians and the collective entities of the United States and Russia. And now we're going to show you some actual examples from the data set to see how Russia portrays the involvement of the United States in the Syrian conflict and how they portray their own involvement. So the next step in corpus linguistic analysis after performing big data searches typically includes concordance analysis, which means that we can search for the most frequent words. So in this case, we performed the wildcard search for the words militant and terrorist that have more than 3,000 hits in the data set. The asterisk means that we can search for different forms of the same word, whether it's singular or plural. We can search for references and synonyms. So if the data set includes lots of references to different terrorist groups like ISIS, for example, that can be included in the search. We can input a list of search terms into the software and find all the references to them. So another function that we typically use when we do concordance analysis is this advanced context filter function, which means that we can filter the context for a particular entity. In this case, we filtered the context of the tweets for the United States, and that includes several references, like you can see highlighted here in these illustrative examples, like Russians referring to the United States as the Americans, the US military base, US military instructors, the United States, US intelligence agencies, and a range of references to the US. What we identified when searching for militants and terrorists and their synonyms and references filtered for the context of the United States is that the verbs train and recruit kept coming up over and over again. So basically, the first message that we identified as an information tactic is that the United States is recruiting and training militants and terrorist groups in Syria. Imagine this. I'm only showing you selected concordance lines, but this strategy was recurring in thousands and thousands of tweets in the data set. So the second information tactic relates to the United States killing civilians. We performed the same kind of analysis, searching for wildcard searches, including references to civilians, the local population, Syrians, people, etc., etc. And filtering the context for the United States, we identified that the one verb that kept coming up constantly was killed. And again, this is based on thousands and thousands of tweets. So the second information tactic that Russia deployed in this information war in the context of the Syrian civil war portrays the United States as a civilian killer. Typically, the way we do data analysis using corpus linguistics methodology is that we move from the quantitative data to the qualitative data and then back. So then after finding these 2 clusters, we reprocess the data set with the word sketch function of sketch engine. So you can see that the verb kill had more than 1,300 hits in the data set, and this verb collocates most frequently with civilian and people. And again, filtered for the context of the United States, this reconfirms our finding previously that we found based on the qualitative analysis, now quantitatively. So then we moved on to looking at tweets that portrayed Russia in a certain light and their involvement in Syria. In this case, again, we searched for the words militant and terrorist, but in this time we filtered the context for Russia, and all the synonyms that Russians use to describe themselves, you can see here Russian Aerospace Forces, Russian Air Force, Russian Air Defense System, so often they talk a lot about their capabilities. And then filtering the context for Russia, the verb that kept coming up in relation to the keywords militants and terrorists is destroyed and killed and eliminated. So you see here examples like Russian Aerospace Forces killed dozens of militants, and then they list different geographical locations, for example. So this was the third information tactic that we identified in Russian information warfare in the context of the Syrian civil war. Russia portrays its own involvement as the ones that kill the militants and the terrorists. And in fact, they entered the Syrian civil war saying claiming that they are fighting international terrorism. We rerun the data set using the quantitative analysis again. So we found that the verb eliminate, for example, collocates most with the words terrorist, gunmen groups, mercenaries, etc. So this reconfirms again how Russia is portraying itself as the killer of terrorists in Syria. And the final information tactic that we'd like to show you today is how Russia portrays its involvement when it comes to the local Syrian population. So when we performed wildcard searches for civilians and refugees, the local Syrian population, filtering the context again for Russia, we found that one word that kept coming up in thousands and thousands of tweets was the word humanitarian. So we were interested to see that result, like what's Russia got to do with anything humanitarian. So here you can see examples like the Russian military provided humanitarian aid to the people of al-Izam in Homs. And this was the fourth information tactic that we identified. And then when we performed the final quantitative analysis, searching for the word humanitarian, you can see it most often collocates with the word aid, convoy, assistance, catastrophe, corridor, crisis intervention, etc., etc. So when trying to summarize our findings, we called the information tactics that Russia used to portray the United States as a sort of in a light that shows the moral inferiority of the United States as terrorist recruiters and civilian killers. And you see that these information tactics can be realized by recurring linguistic patterns, saying the same thing over and over again. So terrorist recruiter is realized by direct mentions of the United States, recruiting and training militants and terrorists. A point I want to make here is that in these information tactics, the name of the United States is always put up front. There is no doubt about the actor who is named in these information tactics. The same strategy is used for civilian killer. The US is killing X number of civilians. This was the same recurring linguistic pattern in the data set. And in contrast, Russia is portraying itself as morally superior to the United States and also militarily more capable, because they are the ones that destroy and kill militants and terrorists. They are the terrorist slayers, and they are also morally superior because of their humanitarian intervention. So we named this fourth information tactic Russia the humanitarian. And now I'm handing back over to Mark to sum up.
Okay, thank you, Esther. Now, these information tactics continue to possess a bit of strategic ambiguity, perhaps, when seen only in information space. But when we consider what Russia was pursuing on the ground kinetically at the time, a clear image emerges. The first thing to note here, well, the top chart here shows the main targets of Russian military intervention over time. The gray indicates terrorist targets, blue civilian, and orange other opposition groups. And we can see right away that despite the information tactics claiming Russia was in Syria to fight terrorism, terrorism remained a consistently minimal focus of the operation as opposed to civilians and other armed opposition groups. And these first two Russian-centric information tactics align with initial ramp-up periods in 2017 and later in 2019. And the humanitarian tactic in 2017 even appears to lag slightly behind increases in civilian targeting, which would align with what NATO strategic communications would call perhaps Russia's fog of falsehood attempts to obfuscate civilian casualties. Likewise, while 1 and 2 appeared as force-justifying tactics in ramp-up phases, 3 and 4 America-centric tactics continue rather progressively over time. And interestingly enough, in late 2018, early 2019, when there's a sustained lull in operations during a sustained demilitarization agreement between Russia and Turkey, we see these two information tactics take over, and from then onward, they remain the dominant information tactics. I'll try to wrap this up quickly here. With this context in mind, we consider information tactics to cluster into two strategic narratives that in turn align with established strategic aims of the Kremlin in the international competition space. So firstly, Russia tries to project itself as a global superpower. That's Russia's superpower strategic narrative, which is realized in our data through tactics 1 and 2. And likewise, they also seek to undermine the influence of the West in the international competition space, realized by tactics 3 and 4. And so what? So here are our final conclusions. What does our research have to do, and what can it do in the broader field of information warfare study? Firstly, again, as our colleague at the Naval War College noticed, Russia didn't have to be everywhere physically, and I would suggest perhaps, at least in part, that may have been helped by them being aggressively present in the information space. And when they're in the information space, constructing these narratives, they create these virtual realities that enable the pursuit of kinetic objectives, often in direct contrast to how events are framed in the information space. Secondly, we see consistent discrepancies between claimed targets and actual targets. That's a consistent and complementary relationship there. And thirdly, if we think about how this has implications for Ukraine, we continue to see Russian information warfare make use of these diametrically opposed symbols of innocent civilians and violent extremists, be they terrorists or neo-Nazis in their narratives. And again, although it's anecdotal at this point, we could even say that the sequence appears similar, where troop buildup and initial invasion ramp-up seems to align with these force-justifying tactics that frame the Russian invasion as protecting innocent civilians against neo-Nazis and potential genocide. And we again see consistent discrepancies between claimed neo-Nazi targets and actual, often civilian targets. And lastly, future research. Because our information tactics and strategic narratives are fundamentally made up of recurring linguistic patterns, we believe there's strong potential for future research to construct models that can recognize and detect emerging strategies and tactics as they emerge in real time. And secondly, we hope that our research can contribute to pushing information warfare scholarship closer to social cybersecurity perspectives, meaning the focus is on targets that are human and social rather than strictly informational and infrastructural in the cyberspace. So with that, we look forward to hearing questions and comments.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, I would like to invite our discussant, Dr. Mark Parker, to come up and share his comments on what he's observed from the 3 wonderful presentations this afternoon. Dr. Parker is an Associate Dean of Continuing Studies and Associate Professor of Interdisciplinary Studies. He received his bachelor's and master's degrees from Florida State University and his PhD from the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. His area of specialization is technology-mediated communication in education and the workplace. Thank you, Dr. Parker.
Thank you, Dr. Reed, and I'd like to express my thanks to all of the scholars who are on our panel today, both for the terrific research that they've done and also for joining us today to share some of the results of that research in the context of our conference. As I was listening to and absorbing what was being said, I noticed an interesting pattern starting here among the various presentations. I noticed in particular that Dr. Manjikian's presentation at her research struck me as doing a very good job of setting the stage for what all of the panelists were talking about today. She took a look at a disinformation campaign from the 1980s. She mentioned specifically the disinformation campaign surrounding AIDS in the African continent. And she compared and contrasted that to what was done more recently with the COVID outbreak. And she looked at it, instead of looking at it from the point of view of rhetoric, she was looking at it from the point of view of the impact of the technology, which is something that I think, although we're all aware of it, and there is a large body of literature dealing with the nature of the technology, how it's changed, how it's impacting human communication, and so on. This is actually, I think, an excellent way of setting the stage, Dr. Manjikian, for what your fellow panelists were talking about today. I would particularly draw your attention, and if for those of you in the audience, among our student body, those of you who are younger, you've grown up in this information environment. You've grown up with technology that allows text and allows narrative to be multi-directional, or to be constantly changed, constantly modified, to be what I believe Dr. Manjikian referred to at one point as a force multiplier. It increases both the speed and the range of information. It's no longer a case of a single document written by a person that is archived, that moves forward, the changing and dissemination of which is very slow and very painful. The information environment that you're used to operating in is multi-directional. It is a different type of text than from what those of us who are older are used to dealing with. So I don't think it can be overemphasized, the fact that the technology has changed and it continues to change, and it changes the way information, or in the case of Dr. Manjikian's work, disinformation can be put forward and promulgated. Dr. Manjikian, I can understand over the last couple of weeks you were probably strongly tempted to take a look at Ukraine. I imagine that may be outside of the scope of what you have, but in any event, I imagine you're seeing some things coming true with the work that's being done on disinformation in Ukraine. Moving then on to Dr. Zhenish and to Mr. Perry, they took that larger idea of Dr. Manjikian's about the changing nature of the technology, the disruptive and the amplifying nature of the technology, and they did a very good mixed methods research study into one particular technology, social media, and one particular platform, which is Twitter. Again, de-emphasizing rhetoric and looking more at the idea of computational linguistics, which I understand has a smaller corpus now and which is probably long overdue in terms of being a way of looking at this. What really struck me about that is the fact that, picking up on Dr. Manjikian's theme, the impact of something like Twitter when it comes to taking the high-level foreign policy of a nation like Russia, trying to come up with this narrative of the decadent West is in general, and the decadent United States in particular, is falling apart. Therefore, it's causing chaos and disruption throughout the world, whereas Russia is a little bit firmer and is able to do both humanitarian and military success. That struck me in particular, and it's worth keeping that in mind as you reflect on this. And then finally, Dr. Koldstein and Dr. Kozyrev, they brought us back up to that sort of high foreign policy level. They're talking about foreign policy decisions being articulated, particularly as it relates to China and Russia and their evolving relationship. And again, coming back to this idea of the theme of the technology, how these things are communicated, right down into disinformation and information warfare. We have the phenomenon of the official pronouncements of foreign policy by two nations, both individually and together, and that is going to have to be translated down through technology, through media, through other kinds of channels. And the other members of the panels, I think, have shown just how powerful that can be as a disinformation tool, perhaps even a disinformation weapon. So I was very pleased at how all three sets of viewpoints actually came together on this idea that in Russia, in China, over and opposed to the West and to the United States, there are two very different narratives about who's good and who's bad, and there are a great many different ways of trying to push that narrative out, as Dr. Manjikian said, to increasingly targeted audiences for that information to be absorbed and possibly passed along. So I thank all of our panelists for doing that. For those of you in the audience, as you reflect on what you heard today from our various panelists, I would ask you to keep that idea of the technology in mind, partially because it is a force multiplier for disinformation and for information warfare, but also remember the fact that the technology can be helpful for you as well, irrespective of whether you're going into the military space, the government space, the private space, whatever it may be. Just as the technology is increasing the rate and the power of disinformation throughout the world, particularly to places where there is already a pre-existing bias to believe certain types of disinformation, you've seen that the technology is also emerging as a tool that can be used to augment your own critical thinking, your own critical analysis of the information that you're hearing, your own attempts to try to sort through this tidal wave of information that you're constantly getting as a result of these new emergent disrupting technologies. There are techniques available, particularly the big data techniques that Dr. Zanish and Mr. Perry talked about. The communication environment has changed. It is going to continue to change. And I think that the type of work that our various panelists have been doing to try to show the ways in which the technology is changing things, this is going to be an emerging area for all of you, again, irrespective of what sector you're going to be operating in. So I ask you, especially our students in the audience, to continue to draw upon your own critical thinking, your own critical analysis of what's happening around you, but also to invoke the use of tools, whether technological or mathematical or both, to try to deal with this large amount of information, to sort through what is information, what is disinformation, what is misinformation. And with that, I think I'm going to cut my remarks short, because the questions that our students ask are always more interested than my comments on everything. So thank you very much, everyone.
There we go. Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Parker, for your comments. Very much appreciated. At this point, indeed, as Dr. Parker said, this is time for questions. So I would certainly invite anyone that has any questions for any of our wonderful authors here today to come down to either microphone. There's one on my left and one on my right, or again, one on your left and one on your right as well, I suppose. So if you'd like to please come along and form an orderly queue, I'm happy to take questions and direct them as appropriate. While we're waiting for people to come down, I would just like to put one or two questions forward to firstly to Dr. Kaczyevsky and Dr. Goldstein. So a little outside the scope, perhaps, this question, but Putin achieved what NATO has been trying for many years, to increase Germany's expenditure on its military. Germany is now third only to the US and China in expenditure. So as you've certainly noted the closening relations between China and Russia, do you feel that there's going to be a shift in the nature of the US and its allies, like perhaps working more closely with Germany perhaps, and maybe foregoing things like the so-called special relationship with the UK and other existing pieces? Do you see a change in that, or do you think it's just a general strengthening of NATO going forwards? I think it's pushed.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right that unquestionably the one of the results of the war thus far is this dramatic strengthening of NATO, so that, that's would seem to be completely contrary to Putin's objective. So, I think as was said this morning, that seems to be, if not a total fail, close. As far as the larger dynamics there between China, Russia, China, NATO, I fear that it is a kind of, those of us in the field, we call it the security dilemma, which is, it's hard to pinpoint who is threatening whom. And it is, there's been, I'll just give you an example. China is very concerned about this AUKUS deal. You may have heard of that with the Australia, UK, and the United States working together on nuclear submarines. But what was shocking is that when the AUKUS was first rolled out last year, the Russians took a very strong position, which was kind of odd because, Russia has plenty of nuclear submarines and they're not really, maybe this in a way could even be good for Russia, right? More nuclear submarines go toward the Asia Pacific. But, you could see the Russians wanted to make it clear almost to their Chinese friends that they were viewed this as a dramatic threat. So, my impression is this is, it's almost a chicken and egg question as to which, but we are certainly moving in a way toward a kind of new enhanced bipolarity, or you might call it a new Cold War. Do you want to comment?
Okay, great question. We will definitely see the changed role of Germany in the near future. It's a matter of big concern in Russia, and I believe that now, especially after Chancellor Scholz said that now we should not blame Germany any longer, so we have some other to blame for war in Europe. So, and there's a big, question for Russia, and especially given the German policies, mostly based on some values rather than geopolitical calculations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answer. I'll defer to yourself, sir.
Hello, Cadet Blake. My question was for Mr. Goldstein and Mr. Kozyrev. So my question was, how dedicated is China to a Russian alliance, and at what point does Russia become a liability? And then furthermore, from a global perspective, is Russia only as strong as a Sino-Russian alliance, or do they warrant a considerable threat on their own?
For China, Russia has been since the early 2000s as a non-Asian ally, a non-Asian partner, because China honestly has not been, gaining lots of many allies, both in Northeast Asia and in other parts of the world. So I thought probably for the Chinese leadership since the early 2000s, the big rise of Russia, and especially centralized Putin's vertical of power, served as a good role model, an example for their own kind of advancement and also modernization of their own institutions. So they considered Putin as an aspiring rising statesman concerned about the Russian national interest. So in terms of cultural, civilizational, and probably, despite the differences in languages, they kind of common past in terms of communist past, and in terms of the role of sovereignty and their perception of the unique way of democratization. They call, for example, Russia and China calling themselves as a democratic countries, unlike the West. What the West actually has been talking about Russia, and how the West has assessed the Russian and Chinese political system. So I think that alliance is valid, not only from the strategic perspective as a potential area, a kind of backing, a strategic area for the Chinese if they encounter with the United States, but also as from the political and cultural standpoint as well.
Yeah, just quickly comment. I think we generally, people are in the West, seems to us, underestimating the nature of this quasi-alliance. I've been wondering why this occurs. Part of it clearly is, our understanding of the Sino-Soviet conflict, and we've badly misread that, and so I think we've kind of overcorrecting the other way. But I think also we look at it kind of with ideological lenses, maybe sometimes, and that doesn't necessarily help. But there's also so much happens in Russia-China relations that we don't really see. It's not reported on, but you have to either read Russian or Chinese, I think, so that's a problem too. So, but the last part of your question, we can get into this more tomorrow, but I mean, Russia on its own, is it on its own a threat? That's a really good question. I mean, part of what we're seeing is just how weak Russia is, right? I mean, think about that. They spend so much on nuclear weapons and all these kind of high-tech weapons. You can see their conventional forces seem to be, again, substantially weaker than maybe we thought. So it raises an interesting question that Russia on its own may be really not that much of a threat. Germany can handle it, if you will, right? But in combination with China, I think there maybe we do need to be concerned, because the two powers, I think, are quite complementary in many ways. Oddly, we could go into that more, but there I do think, this could be dangerous for U.S. national security, this combination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe you're next, sir. Would you care to ask?
Thank you, Dr. Reed. And thank you to everyone for taking the time to deliver your presentations and research today. I thoroughly enjoyed them, as I'm sure everyone else did. And the question that I will pose isn't directed toward anyone specifically, rather anyone willing to take a stab at it. So big tech companies have been said to have taken a stance on the Russia-Ukraine conflict by preventing Russian state media on their platforms as a means of preventing the spread of mis- or disinformation. More recently, the same companies have allowed more, quote, hate speech on their platforms directed towards Russia. While this all may be authorized under Section 230 of the Communications and Decency Act, do you see big tech's involvement as positive, negative, or quite possibly as virtue signaling? Thank you.
I'll happily invite Dr. Shinesh. It seems like it's in your and Mr. Perry's wheelhouse, if you wouldn't mind taking that one. Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Can you hear me in the back? Yeah, okay, great. Sorry. Yeah, so we've seen in the last few weeks that Sputnik, for example, and Russia Today have been banned in lots of European countries and on lots of big tech media platforms. That is, that was a really interesting development to see how quickly these platforms moved, when in the past we had serious problems with hate speech, for example, being allowed to proliferate. So if you think about various armed conflict around the world, not just with the current war in Ukraine, but also think about, for example, Myanmar and the Rohingya genocide, and how Facebook or Twitter or Instagram allowed hate speech to proliferate, and we have seen spikes in incitement to violence on these platforms. And then with the current war in Ukraine, these companies have moved fairly quickly in comparison to previous armed conflicts. What I've seen, I've been focusing mostly on Eastern and Central Europe when it comes to spike in hate speech, for example, in relation to the war in Ukraine. And, I was born and raised in Hungary, which is also, it was part of the Russian sphere of influence, or the Soviet sphere of influence, I should say. So we share a history with Ukraine to a certain extent. And it seems that Hungarian trolling compared to, for example, Russian trolling and the IRA or other troll factories that have spread disinformation on various social media platforms. What I noticed personally, looking at Hungarian trolling, is that there has been, it seems like the trolling is on steroids at the moment, which to me as a Hungarian is very interesting to see, because it seems like these trolls have forgotten the historical memory that we have about the Soviet Union, for example, and previous invasions into our own territories as well. So the strategic narratives seem to be the same. There is a lot of negative talk about the United States being in decline. In Central and Eastern Europe, it's also complemented by anti-EU, anti-European Union discourses. So it's almost like the West is composed of the United States, the European Union, and NATO. And then Central and Eastern Europe somewhat seems to be stuck in between Ukraine and Russia, and then the West. So disinformation has been spreading about the same Kremlin talking points have been spreading on Eastern European platforms. And I feel, looking at also, hate speech in general, and I research violent extremism, and I compare the United States to Western Europe and Eastern Europe, and then I look at Australia and try to make global comparisons. And what I've seen with big tech and global social media platforms is what I identify as an English language bias. So this changed in the last couple of weeks when Sputnik and Russia Today have been banned, but these big tech companies have been focusing mostly on tweets or Facebook posts in English. And they really lag behind in looking at other languages and how hate speech can spread in other languages, and they are not prepared to deal with this issue. So that's something that I personally noticed in my own research.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, we'll have enough time for at least one more question, possibly to Mr. Lozato. And Ms. Julian, I think we might be able to take your question too.
Good afternoon, Cadet Lozato. So my question is for any of those who are presenting on disinformation. I understand that in cybersecurity and cyber warfare, different nation states will have different government bodies that conduct their operations, different advanced persistent threats, and sometimes those aren't always coordinated, or they use different tools and methods. And I'm curious if the same thing sort of carries over into information warfare. How coordinated or integrated are these sorts of information warfare operations in Russia?
Dr. Manjikian, would you care to cover that one? Thank you.
Do I have to turn this on? Yeah. What we see is there was a report that came out from the State Department last year, and they talked about the disinformation ecosystem. And part of the reason they use that term ecosystem is because there are so many different actors. In the beginning, sometimes there would be people, in places like China who would kind of volunteer to participate, like in a DDoS attack or something like that. I'm not completely convinced that anonymous is actually just a random group of individuals. I personally wonder if there isn't some kind of covert support by some form of nation state for anonymous, because they seem to be awfully good at what they're doing. Someone must have trained them. But furthermore, what we've seen with Russia is there were reports last week that if indeed they had been outsourcing a lot of their trolling to troll farms outside of Russia, once the currency situation hit, the trolling went down significantly. And a lot of people said that's because they can't afford to pay the troll farm that's in Istanbul or wherever it is. And then finally, there was a discussion about the role that public relations firms might be even playing in things like trolling. The idea that you could outsource it to a public relations firm. And there was an issue with a firm in London that had been doing some work for the Russian government that some people thought, wasn't quite ethical. So we see public relations firms, we see kind of other kind of commercial things like troll farms that are being outsourced. We see some degree of people acting as volunteers. And so that's why they use the term ecosystem, because it really is a whole conglomeration of different types of actors that probably have very different norms governing how they behave and what they do.
Yeah, can I just add one thing there?
Sure.
That the way that Russia approaches information warfare is highly integrated, as you say, and that ecosystem you can kind of think of as a spectrum too, from overt attributed sources like from government officials, state-run news media, all the way to kind of black, covert, unattributed information operations conducted at these troll farms or just domains that spring up. And then in the middle, you have this gray area of media sources that kind of pick up on the seeds planted at either end and pass them along. So I think in one respect, that also points out some of the limitations to the question that was raised before you, where while things like deplatforming certainly have some short-term effects, when this thing is so holistically integrated across multiple sources and multiple types of attribution, one or even a couple platforms, labeling and banning probably isn't enough in that case. But
thank you very much. We have time for one more question, Ms. Julian, if you wish to, or thank you very much. Make it a good one.
Good afternoon, Cadet Duke. As Ukrainian myself, I have encountered various Russian propaganda, and recently in this month, Russia blocked Twitter. Today, they officially blocked Instagram and Facebook and recognized Meta Corporation as extremist. My question is, how do you think will Russian behavior in media space change, considering last news and war in Ukraine?
I'll leave this open to volunteers. Anyone wish to take that one?
Excuse me, I have a small comment. I think that all Russians will continue using those platforms through VPN, so it will be no problem.
I mean, my question is not about Russians. It's obvious that they're going to continue using the services, but rather do you think Russian government will change their behavior in media space following the blockage of all the media sources?
Maybe Esther knows about this more. You are closer to Russia, Esther. Maybe you can just comment.
I don't expect they'll change the way they wage information warfare simply based on how it's going right now. I think one common misconception that I've had for sure, and I think many of us do, is to look at the use of disinformation still through this kind of persuasion lens, where, of course, the goal is to persuade an actor to change a behavior, but that's not really necessarily how Russia goes about using information in the information space. The goal isn't always and often isn't persuasion. So I don't think they'll be dissuaded just because many of their current narratives are being widely debunked. I think they'll continue to try new things out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please join me in offering a very warm round of applause to all of our panelists and our discussant, Dr. Parker. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us during this session, folks. The session is now concluded. Thank you.
Three students will make a presentation about just the U.S. war against Iraq and Taiwan issue, as well as Yugoslavian war. So please just come to join the last session today. Also tomorrow, starting from 9:25 to 12:05, we have 2 round-table sessions. Please come to join tomorrow as well. Thank you.
of the Department of History and Political Science here at Norwich University, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to our last panel of the day, but not the last panel of the 2022 Peace and War Summit. I'll just announce right up the front, right off the bat, as you all know, that tomorrow morning we will have 2 more panels specifically dealing with Russian internal domestic politics at 9:25 a.m. in Mack Auditorium, and a panel on U.S. policy towards Russia at 10:50 in Mack Auditorium right here. So as we wrap up the first day, I think we're off to a great start. I wanted to extend my thanks to all of the wonderful people involved in this summit who've helped to make it, I think, a great success. Each panel, starting with the keynotes this morning, has been very well attended. So I certainly want to extend my thanks to Professor Yang Mo-Koo for just doing all of the hard work to put something like this together, Professor Travis Morris, Megan Liptak, thank you for all the hard work you've done to make this happen. I also wanted to extend my thanks to all the panelists and visitors to campus today for coming here, devoting your time to share with our students and with the public some vital information that is certainly directly relevant to the state of affairs the world finds itself in. And my last but certainly not least, I want to thank the Norwich faculty, staff, and students who've participated and attended all of the events both today and hopefully tomorrow. This is all for you, and we're glad that you could be here and help make this a success. As I turn to introducing the panel that is before you. This panel is actually a bit different from some of the other panels you've seen today, in that this is made up of, as was referenced this morning, some of the most important people in the room, which is the future leaders, military and civilian and political, who are going to have to be wrestling with the decisions that are being made as we speak. This is the student panel. Last fall, as the Peace and War Summit was being planned, we sent out an invitation not just to Norwich students, but to students at various other universities in the region, inviting them to submit proposals not necessarily on the Russian issue, but on any issues related to history, political science, international affairs, basically anything within the scope of the Journal of Peace and War Studies. We received a fascinating variety of papers, and members of the editorial board of the Peace and War Center, of the Journal of Peace and War Studies, reviewed those papers and selected 3 that we think are a very interesting and certainly timely window into some important subjects. Once again, these are not necessarily directly relevant to the topic of the summit, which is Russia and the Russian question and Russia and Ukraine. But I think you're going to find that topics addressed in these student papers today do have relevance not just, maybe not necessarily for the strategy and the political questions involving Russia, but certainly questions that the world is facing, and perhaps specifically the United States is facing at the dawn of the 21st century. So as we move forward, my goal here for our panel is we have 3 student presenters. They will each be given 15 minutes to give a summation of the papers that they submitted for this panel. At the end, I will invite our 2 discussants, Professor Miri Kim and Professor Michael Funberg, to offer about 5 minutes each, some discussion, some comments on the student papers, maybe ask them some questions. I'll then give maybe 5 to 10 minutes for the students to respond to some of those comments if they wish. And after that, I really think we'll have good 10, 15 minutes to open up for Q&A from the audience. I think these are, once again, as up-and-coming scholars, these are students who can certainly use some guidance moving forward and get some feedback on their work. So I will introduce the panel from my left to the end, beginning with our first student panelist, Ethan Owens. Ethan is a Norwich University 4th-year cadet and a member of the Norwich Army ROTC. He is a double major in history and political science and will commission as a 2nd lieutenant in the United States Army upon his graduation in May. Branched armor, correct? Yes. To his left is Caleb Riley, who comes to us today from the University of Vermont, where he is pursuing a Master of Arts in History. Caleb is a Special Forces captain who graduated with a BS in American History from the United States Military Academy and commissioned as an infantry officer in 2011. His academic interests include the history of Allied special operations during World War II and 20th century American foreign policy. He has publications such as an article in Special Warfare detailing his experiences as a Special Forces detachment commander, and a publication in History Review comparing the Circassian and Armenian genocides. And finally, John Walsh is another Norwich University student, a sophomore majoring in criminal justice who's looking to add a Spanish minor to his studies. He is Navy ROTC. He's a Navy ROTC midshipman who is contracted with the United States Marine Corps. His presentation at this conference reflects his diverse interests in world cultures, literature, art, politics, and violence. Our two discussants today are both my colleagues in the Department of History and Political Science, representing both history and political science respectively. Associate Professor of History Miri Kim has been at Norwich since 2014. She currently serves as the director of, program coordinator for the Studies in War and Peace degree program in our department. She has a BA in history from Reed College and a doctorate in history from the University of California, Irvine. Her research focuses on the military and institutional history of Northeast China during the Republican period, and her coursework here at Norwich offers a variety of courses relating particularly to world history, East Asian history, and certainly courses on both modern China and modern Japan. She's also the faculty advisor for our Model UN chapter here on campus, and recently led that group to the annual National Harvard Model UN Conference down in Massachusetts. Finally, Assistant Professor of Political Science Michael Thunberg has been on the Norwich faculty since 2017. He has a BS in Political Science from Northern Illinois University and both an MA and doctorate in Political Science from West Virginia. His research focuses primarily on the American presidency, particularly how the president shapes policy through executive orders. He teaches a variety of courses on the American political system and issues in public policy, and he's also recently returned from a trip, having taken the annual DC Policy Week group down to Washington, D.C., where a group of about a dozen Norwich students headed down to D.C. over spring break and attended meetings and visits with various agencies involved in the American national security establishment. Professor Thunberg is also the current director of the Norwich University Honors Program. Before we begin, please join me in giving a round of applause for our panelists. Once again, we have three student panelists for you today. I'm going to, having introduced them all, I'm going to invite them to come up in sequence and just address you directly. And then at the end, we'll turn to the comments from our discussants. First up is Ethan Owens with Evaluating the Value of U.S. Diplomacy Through Strategic Ambiguity. Ethan.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Ethan Owens, and like you said, I'll be going over evaluating the value of U.S. diplomacy through strategic ambiguity. So my agenda for today, the things I'm going to go over. First is my research question about what this paper was all about, my introduction to ambiguity, what that means in the scope of my project, the two pieces of literature that were crucial to strengthening my argument, which is Wilsonian open-door internationalism and Deterrence arms race. Then I'll go over my main argument, which I call tension and ambiguity argument, and then the three focal points of my discussion, which are these three time periods and how the tension plays into that. I'll explain that a little bit more later. And then the policy implications that could potentially come out of this project, and we'll conclude there. So my research question is, why has the U.S. policy of strategic ambiguity been utilized to balance Taiwan-China relations since 1979, and to what extent is it still a viable option? So essentially what I'm looking at is strategic ambiguity and using ambiguous language in U.S. policy and seeing how that balances the tension between China and Taiwan and how the United States can play a role in that through strategic ambiguity, and through that scope whether strategic ambiguity is still a viable option to use today. So my introduction to ambiguity. This first part right here is the definition that I gave strategic ambiguity in my paper. So when discussing strategic ambiguity, I'm talking about any policy created by the United States towards China and Taiwan that is purposefully ambiguous in its true intention of support or opposition to either Chinese or Taiwanese agenda. So essentially I can break that into three main aspects, right? We've got the purpose towards China. So if the United States creates ambiguous language in its policy that doesn't necessarily side with China or Taiwan directly, China doesn't know if the United States would support or deny an invasion of Taiwan. So China is fearful that the United States could side with Taiwan in a devastating war between the two. So it keeps China on its toes to not invade. Conversely, ambiguous language proves to Taiwan that if Taiwan is to declare independence, that would also start a war, and the United States would potentially not support Taiwan, and Taiwan would be crushed by the Chinese. So both sides are split in this balancing act of being fearful and paranoid about whether or not the United States is going to support them or not, and that's essentially strategic ambiguity in a nutshell. So the policy that's utilized that has this ambiguous language in U.S. policy, there are three main communiques that were done: Shanghai Communique, Normalization Communique, and the Communique on United States arms sale to Taiwan. The most important of these, however, in my personal opinion, is the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979. This set the whole framework of how the United States is going to handle Taiwan going forward. So some examples of ambiguous language. These are all taken from the communiques and the Taiwan Relations Act. You can see how they kind of tactically dance around the fact about whether we're going to call Taiwan an independent state or not. For example, you notice that they call it a peaceful settlement of the Taiwan question by the Chinese themselves. So because Taiwan is ethnically and culturally Chinese, the United States kind of adopts a sort of one China policy where they call the Taiwanese Chinese, but they also, as you can see, the United States recognizes the PRC as the sole China, but the United States supports Taiwan with unofficial relations, which is largely arms sales, and I'll get into that in a little bit. So these are some examples of that weird, ambiguous language that they use that keeps people from recognizing which side the United States supports. So I'll get into the literature real quick. Wilsonian open door internationalism. This was spearheaded by Dr. Dean Chen in this book here. The biggest piece of takeaway that I got from this is in President Woodrow Wilson's presidency in the 1950s, he was a very idealistic president, and one of the things that he pushed was the concept of democratic peace theory, which is essentially that democratic nations will not go to war with one another because they share similar values. So because of this, the United States kind of started to grow this sense of we need to spread democracy and we need to make the world a democratic and thus peaceful place. And this kind of planted the seeds of this very emotional and passionate driven policy making from the United States that we need to preserve and spread democracy. This plays a huge role in dealing with Taiwan because there were numerous instances in the 60s and 70s where it would have been politically easier to give up Taiwan to China, but the United States took a more passionate and emotional driven, we need to preserve democracy in the world as a foothold for that ideological stand. So because of that, we've held on to Taiwan. One of the flaws in this argument is it focuses on the 1950s, so it doesn't really have a lot to do with strategic ambiguity, because in the 1950s, our stance on Taiwan was pretty firmly supportive, versus today, it's a little bit more difficult. If China decided they were going to invade Taiwan, we don't necessarily know which side we would take. It remains ambiguous to this day. Deterrence and arms race. This is from Dr. Pang Zongqi in this book here. This is important because it talks about how strategic ambiguity creates deterrence. Deterrence creates stagnation, and then stagnation in turn creates an arms race. So basically the way this works is Taiwan requests arms from the United States gives Taiwan arms, China feels threatened that Taiwan now has more arms than them, so then they build up their military, they buy more arms, and then Taiwan in turn feels threatened again, and both sides build arms, and it creates leveling tension that continues to grow, that could reach a breaking point that would cause an incredibly costly war. So because of this, strategic ambiguity can be viewed as something that creates a stagnation that can be really devastating because it doesn't focus on the central problem that is China and Taiwan cooperation. It just kind of kicks the can further along and in turn creates very, very high tension. So we'll get into the main argument that I propose in this paper. I call it the tension and ambiguity argument. Essentially, ambiguity in terms of 1976 when it was created with the Taiwan Relations Act was essentially to prevent a war. So in terms of that, the strategic ambiguity has been very successful because there obviously hasn't been a war between China and Taiwan. However, a war could still happen in the future. We don't know about that. So I'm trying to evaluate strategic ambiguity in terms of tension, whether tension has been rising and whether that tension could reach a breaking point that could create a war. I view that as a little bit more important. So in terms of tension, we'll be looking at 1979 to the 1990s. This is my dependent variable. I see this as a successful use of strategic ambiguity because tensions are low. And then we get into the two time periods post-1996, which is the third Taiwan Strait crisis. I'll mention that in a bit. I see this as an unsuccessful use of strategic ambiguity. That is my independent variable. So I'll be examining the levels of tension in 1996 to 2013, and then 2013 to present. And I define tension in 3 aspects, which is military testing, military spending, and then government communication and cooperation between Taiwan and China. So we'll use those 3 factors to determine the relationship between the two in tension. So we start with our dependent variable, 1979 to 1995. Military spending from 85 to 91, you can see that China increases by 60% and Taiwan increases by 34%. That's a pretty large margin of increase in military spending. However, you have to take into consideration that there was a large economic growth in that region. The example seen in Japan, South Korea, and Indonesia, they were overall increasing their economic growth, and it's healthy for a country's economic growth to coincide with their military growth. That's just a natural repercussion. So it wasn't necessarily tension-based as much as it was economic growth-based. For military testing, there was only one really significant example of military testing that I found, which was in 1980, which is when China was doing ballistic missile testing in the South Pacific. It got some backlash from the United States and Taiwan, obviously, but it didn't solidify into anything serious, not like it would today. And then government communication, there was kind of a global, like a cultural trend going on in China that was called mainland fever, where essentially a lot of Taiwanese people started to try to open up to China, and China in turn was fostering a more positive environment to open up to Taiwan. In January 1st of 1979, they created a message to compatriots in Taiwan, which was a message that was sent to civilians in Taiwan that was very poetic, and it basically talked about a cultural unification rather than a political unification, and how they are all one Chinese people, ethnically and culturally. And so that was kind of the biggest example that people see when they point to peaceful cooperation between China and Taiwan. So things were relatively easing at this time. There was open trade. Things were going relatively well, all things considered. Now we get into 1995 to 2013. So in 96, there's the third Taiwan Strait crisis. Basically, in this situation, there's a tension break between China and Taiwan. China sends Navy ships into the Taiwan Strait. The United States, in turn, brings their ships into the Taiwan Strait. China backs down, and China is very humiliated by this incident. So because China's humiliated, they decided they're going to build up their military spending again. 2005, $30 billion budget, 12.6% increase. That's pretty big. And you can see from this table that they've been modernizing their military significantly as well, particularly on the Navy aspect. So as China's been modernizing, they've had to test their new equipment, and that's where you see more tension on the military testing aspect of things. A result of this is the United States actually started using U.S. Marines to train Taiwanese soldiers for a potential invasion starting in 2008. I believe this information was leaked last year, and the Chinese government was not happy about it. And then government communication and cooperation. 1996, Taiwan had its first democratically elected presidential election. This is dangerous for China because they're an authoritarian state. Democracies can be a little bit unstable in this aspect with a free thought and free speech during this. Parties like the DPP, Democratic Progressive Party of 2008, they start to push things like a pro-independence movement, and even if it's not going to happen, just that discussion on the floor makes China very paranoid, and tensions rise as a result of this. 2013 to present, what we start to see, military spending. China has numerically the largest navy in the world right now. That's just number of boats, that's not necessarily power, but numerically they have the largest navy. By 2030, they're projected to have 549 ships, while the United States currently has 283. So because of this, it's clear that China is going to continue to increase their military spending, and they're increasing their military budget to have that naval power and the ability that they could invade Taiwan if they needed to. 2021, I don't know if some of you may have heard about this. There was 149 Chinese aircraft that deployed. That's supposed to say Southwest Taiwan. That was a mistake. Southwest Taiwan, it caused a massive scramble. A lot of military people in Taiwan thought that they were being invaded, and it caused mass hysteria. So China's been upping their game and doing these military tests on a scale such as this to keep Taiwan on their toes and show them that they're capable of invading at any time. Again, increasing that tension drastically. And then the cooperation between Taiwan and China is also at an all-time low because of the growth of political parties, such as the DPP, which I mentioned before, and then the Kuomintang, the KMT. While statistically the majority of Taiwanese people understand that independence means war and a legal independence can't happen right now, every year it's discussed at political elections. So because the discussion of independence, whether de jure or de facto, whether it's in theory or in practice, that's still on the table, and every time it's brought up, China gets very paranoid. So that tension is just continuing to rise, and the disagreements are continuing to rise. So the policy implications that come out of this. Strategic ambiguity, as we saw, was largely a success in the 1970s and 80s because it was able to foster a little bit more cooperation, with the United States having a more hands-off approach. But since China has grown in strength and since the third Taiwan Strait crisis, things have reached such a breaking point that strategic ambiguity is causing more harm than good, because both countries are incredibly paranoid of one another and they're both willing to go to war at any time. So because of this, the policy consideration that I thought would be applicable to the situation, we need to push for cultural reunification while maintaining Taiwan as a politically autonomous state. So as I mentioned before, when strategic ambiguity was successful in the 70s and 80s, they were able to foster a relationship where they could see themselves as one China, but they were politically different. Things have not been that cool ever since, in my opinion. So if we can try to push for a more positive outcome from that, where they can see themselves as culturally Chinese but politically different, that would be huge. And then decreasing U.S. arms sale to Taiwan, that would allow the United States to remain more neutral instead of adding to that tension that I mentioned of that arms race cycle. Pulling the United States out of that might help to ease tensions as well, showing China that they are more neutral than in favor of Taiwan. And then setting concrete boundaries, making the United States like a referee. So basically saying, if you cross this line, then the United States is going to militarily interfere on whichever country is involved. So saying missile testing in this location is too close in Taiwan, China will be attacked by the United States or vice versa. That would allow for a peaceful cooperation between the two countries, and that would start to lower that tension that I mentioned before. So my conclusion, strategic ambiguity was overall an initial success. But as we started to see that arms race cycle that started to create as China gained more prominence and more power, has done more harm than good. And so strategic ambiguity is more of a focal point of disagreement rather than successful easing of tension. The United States still maintains an idealistic view of democracy, so we need to make sure that Taiwan remains politically independent. However, we can't allow for any large-scale conflict to be a result of this. So in order to do that, we need to push for political autonomy but cultural reunification, and we need to remove conflict friction points in the Taiwan Strait and create specific policy that prevents both nations from doing military testing or anything conflict brewing in the Taiwan Strait. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caleb Riley. Thank you all for letting me come here as a West Pointer and talk to the oldest private military college in the United States. It's truly my honor to be here. Briefly, what I'm going to talk today about is the Yugoslavia Civil War and the Allies between 1941 and 1945. As you may or may not know, a civil war raged alongside the conventional war during World War II inside of Yugoslavia, and this resulted in massive violence and destruction within the country of Yugoslavia, resulting in upwards of 1.75 million deaths, which is one of the highest per capita casualty rates of any nation during World War II. To talk about this, we're going to look at the background of Yugoslavia briefly, as well as what the beginning of the war looked like, and then we're going to examine the competing factions within Yugoslavia and how the civil war and the misunderstanding of it led to the changing Allied support that waxed and waned and evolved throughout the war. Finally, we'll look at the outcome of the war before I conclude. So, Yugoslavia was formed following World War I as the kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Interestingly, those nations, although they had always been under some sort of empirical power, they had never been united under one flag prior to the Treaty of Versailles established it in 1918-1919. What we saw is that it was established under an organization that was highly favorable towards the ethnic majority, which were the Serbs. The Serbs were riding a wave of high esteem following their performance during the Balkans War in 1913, as well as Serb perceived military preeminence during World War I. This establishment of the government that was favorable towards Serbia may have been beneficial to the Serbs in the short run, but in the long run, and especially by the time we got to World War II, it was highly detrimental to the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. During the 1920s and the 1930s, ethnic relations between the majority Serbs and the next highest ethnic minority, Croats, continually deteriorated. This included leaders of political parties being assassinated on the steps of parliament. It included Croatian political representative refusal to participate within the Yugoslav parliament, which only led to more problems between the Croats and Serbs. And all of this was occurring during the Great Depression. It was occurring while war clouds were on the horizon. Yugoslavia desperately clung to its neutral status, but they were seeking help from the Allies. Unfortunately for them, the British and the French specifically were in no position to offer extra support to Yugoslavia. Germany, on the other hand, had great strategic interests down in the Balkans regions, especially the oil fields of Romania, the minerals within Yugoslavia itself, as well as the large workforce potential that was located within Yugoslavia. In 1939 and late 1940, Germany made some strong pushes to gain Yugoslav, to force Yugoslavia to join the Tripartite Pact, but the Yugoslav region continually demurred. However, that changed on 25 March 1941. Yugoslavia assented to the Tripartite Pact, but they actually secured some pretty important provisos in there for themselves, including no need for them to provide soldiers to support the Axis war machine, no need to allow Germany to station their troops inside Yugoslavia, although that's questionable. And then it also had some post-war guarantees on behalf of the Axis for Yugoslavia. However, the previous 20 years of discontentment finally boiled over 2 days later, and on 27 March there was a coup that rapidly overthrew the government. When Hitler heard of this coup, he was thrown into a rage, and he immediately said, "We will crush Yugoslavia," and the exact quote is, "with merciless brutality." And that they did. On 6 April, the Axis invaded Yugoslavia, and a mere 12 days later, Yugoslavia was completely under Axis control. This is truly a fascinating military accomplishment, but the reason that they were so successful, partly, is because they negotiated a separate peace with the independent nation of Croatia. And the independent nation of Croatia was led by an individual named Ante Pavelic. And Ante Pavelic was actually a member of a terribly brutal fascist party called the Ustaša. And the Ustaša promised to be able to control Croatia and provide a good level of security, which is exactly what Hitler needed at that point in time. As you may or may not know, Operation Barbarossa was supposed to start on 12 May, which is just a mere month later. So he needed to make sure that his southern flank was secured, that he had access unfettered to those oil fields in the Balkans, and that Yugoslavia was not a problem. Unfortunately for him, by placing the Ustaša in charge, they were actually not widely regarded by the Croats themselves. So the leaders of the independent nation of Croatia were actually ill-prepared to govern a state that did not actually want them in charge. Germany, for its part, in the areas that it did personally control, used the same brutal tactics, their same brutal occupation tactics that they had throughout Europe. And for every German soldier that was wounded, 50 Yugoslav civilians would be killed. And for every German soldier that was killed, 100 Yugoslav citizens would be killed. And this played a major role in how these competing factions ended up using the Axis for their own advantage. So if we look at the Ustasja, which I briefly touched on, it was led by Ante Pavlich. They were ardently Croat. They were a fascist organization, and they relied heavily on Catholicism. They co-opted Catholic priests to help them with their mission. The Ustasja ruled brutally. They have the unfortunate misnomer of being the only individuals outside of Germany's sphere to enact their own concentration camp. And at the Jasenovac concentration camp, upwards of 400,000 Serbs and Jews were brutally murdered by the Ustasja. If we look at the other two competing factions within the Yugoslav civil war, we have the Chetniks and the partisans. The Chetniks were actually not one main group of organized resistance, and that led to a lot of the missteps and miscues by the Allies over the course of the war. But the main Chetnik band that was recognized by the Allies was led by an individual named Draža Mihailović. Mihailović was not actually some sort of guerrilla warfare genius. In fact, he was a moderately performing staff officer at outset of the war, and he just refused to give in. But being that he was loyal to the monarch that was at this time in exile in London, and that he was willing to carry the flag, so to speak, within Yugoslavia, the Allies initially put all of their support behind him. And finally, the last competing faction within Yugoslavia was called the Partisans. It was the National Army of Liberation, and they were led by a little-known communist named Josip Broz Tito. And Tito was ardently communist. However, at the behest of the Soviet Union, they did not emphasize their communism so much as they did their pan-Yugoslavism. So, in other words, their nationalism and their pride in being Yugoslavian, vice being Croatian or Montenegrin or Serbian or Orthodox or Catholic. They just emphasized that they needed to be a national unit that resisted the Axis invaders. The problem is, as you can tell from my very clear chart, is that it's confusing. And this is on paper. So imagine if you are on the ground and you are trying to decide who is friend or foe, and if you are not even speaking your own native language, and they themselves are speaking a mixture of different languages. It's very difficult to figure out who to support. And the other problem is that the moniker Chetnik was used to describe Croatian Ustasja who believed that they were performing the work of the greatness of the Balkan nations. It was also used by Draža Mihailović's folks. The term partisan, as you probably know, is often just applied to any guerrilla band. So whenever you read Axis reports of guerrilla activity, they often mention the partisans. Well, you don't know if they were talking about Tito's partisans or if they were talking about the Chetniks, because they simply used the term partisan. So when the Allies tried to figure out who they were going to support, they waxed and waned and frankly got it right, and sometimes they got it wrong. And this really fueled the Civil War. As you can imagine, guns and ammo and food and medical supplies were hard to come by within Yugoslavia. And initially supporting Draža Mihailović in 1941 and 1942, Mihailović didn't really want to conduct very many kinetic operations, and this was actually in line with Allied policy. And the reason it was in line with Allied policy is because they had their hands full in North Africa, and they were in no position to provide really any large support. So Mihailović took a step back because he didn't want to suffer the consequences by the hands of the Germans. On the other hand, the partisans, who also weren't really receiving any Allied support at this time, used the German reprisals as a recruiting method. They said, if you're with us, we will protect you. We will take it to the fight of these evil Germans. If you are against us, we will also crush you as we crushed the Germans. The problem is that Churchill was a very pragmatic individual, and when he was asked, how are you going to support this communist band, he said, first off, he said that, well, I'm not going to be governed by them following the war. So it shows a very pragmatic, whoever's killing Germans was his friend, and that was ultimately what led the big shift in 1943 to move Allied support from from primarily being the Chetniks to being primarily behind the partisans. We still saw a confused policy, though, because there was a lot of politics and distrust between the U.S. and the U.K., both supporting various factions within Yugoslavia. And ultimately what we end up seeing is that a lot of the guns that were provided by the British or the Americans were used respectively by the partisans and by the Chetniks, not to fight the Germans or the Italians, but instead to fight each other. And so this brutal civil war was waged, and it was fueled by Allied guns and war material. There were some really compelling missions that took place that used the support of both the Chetniks and the partisans, most notably Operation Halyard. So between August and December of 1944, Operation Halyard rescued about 800 Allied airmen who had been downed throughout Yugoslavia. This is really an incredible story because they rescued all of those people, 12 people at a time per plane load. So 800 divided by 12, publicly educated in Alaska, I'm not going to do the math up here. It was a lot of airplanes in single runs. The Soviets didn't ever actually really support the partisans as much as you would expect until they showed up in October of 1944, and then it was really in a paternalistic manner. And this set, excuse me, this set Tito off. As you can see in this quote, Tito was going to be no one's little brother. Tito viewed himself as the leader of a great power nation and did not think that he owed the Soviets anything, and in fact, he wanted a seat at the table as equals. So as we look at, if you've been here throughout the conference today, one of the goals of Russia for eons has been to establish buffer states of friendly organizations. Tito, although he was communist, wasn't exactly friendly towards the Soviets. And that actually led eventually to the split in 1948. And this split is remarkable because Tito then led what was called the non-aligned movement for the remainder of his life, which was an organization of communist nations, third world communist nations, that he encouraged to not bow to Russian pressure. It's really a fascinating thing. War continued in Yugoslavia, though, 7 days after it ended in the rest of Europe. Draza Mihailovic was tried in June of 1946. I'm sure it was a fair trial, after which he was immediately shot. And Ante Pavelic fled to Argentina, where he was shot in 1957, and he died a slow and painful death 2 years later. Finally, as I sum it up, I love this picture of Stjepan Filopovic because it's so powerful. It shows you the emotion behind a civil war. So Filopovic was a partisan leader who was captured in 1942, and as he's here about to be hung, his final words were "Death to fascism, freedom to the people." And if you look really close at the picture, you see that he's being hung not by Germans or Italians, but he's being hung by Ustasha militants. He's being hung by his own people. And that truly is the travesty of the Yugoslavia Civil War during World War II. So thank you for your time today. That concludes my brief.
How y'all doing? My name's John Walsh. I'm here to present about my paper, A Continuation of a Dictatorship, How U.S. Policy and Practice Led to the Continuation of Saddam's Regime in the Eyes of the Iraqi People. So, before we start, I want to go over some key terms that I believe are necessary to understand. Our first two terms come from MCRP 05 TAC 12 Alpha, Operational Terms and Graphics. So that is what the U.S. military how the U.S. military officially defines these terms. Control, a tactical mission task that requires the commander to maintain physical influence over a specified area to prevent its use by an enemy. Occupy, a tactical mission task that involves a force moving into an area so that it can control the entire area. Both the force's movement to the occupation of the area occur without enemy opposition. And finally, insurgency, An insurgency is an uprising, organized uprising that uses violent and non-violent means to overthrow an existing government or to wrest away control, either de jure or de facto, over part of their territory. When I say insurgency, I do not mean terrorist, okay? There are two very different things. And if you'd like to talk about that, I'll talk about that during question and answer period. So, my key text and thesis. In my paper, I primarily use literature, specifically theater, from Iraq. I use the plays Ishtar and Baghdad by Rasha Fadhil, A Strange Bird on a Roof, published in Contemporary Plays from Iraq by Amir al-Azraqi, and finally the book Night Draws Near by Anthony Shadid. These works demonstrate how the occupation of Iraq by the U.S. in 2003 was not an end to Saddam's regime, but rather a desperate attempt by the U.S. government to build back up a broken nation that instead led to a continuation of the dictatorship. So before we talk about how this affected the nation, I want to talk about each text in specific. So Ishtar and Baghdad. I want a quick poll. Who here has heard of the Abu Ghraib prison scandal? Raise your hands. Okay, that's more than I thought, and I'm glad to see. So for those who haven't, the Abu Ghraib prison scandal. Abu Ghraib prison is a prison in Abu Ghraib, about 30 miles from Baghdad. It was originally Saddam Hussein's prison that he used for his political prisoners. After we took the prison, we started using it ourselves, the U.S. In the prison, United States Army and members of the CIA committed many documented human rights violations and war crimes against detainees in Abu Ghraib, including physical, mental, and sexual abuse. We can see some pictures that I have up there. There's many more on the internet if you want to do your own research. As a result, the United States Department of Defense removed 17 soldiers and officers from duty. 11 soldiers were prosecuted with dereliction of duty, maltreatment, aggravated assault, and battery. The people in this prison were not just insurgents, as we say. They were also common criminals. There were those who did commit crimes against the occupational U.S., and then just normal people who got caught up in this, unfortunately. The play Ishtar and Baghdad by Rasha Fadhil uses fictional characters, Ishtar and Tammuz, who are two Mesopotamian gods, to tell a very real story of the events of Abu Ghraib. They are first detained in Iraq when coming down to visit the world, and then they are brought to Abu Ghraib where they experience many of the scandals that happened in the prison, in particular the two I have up there right now. It discusses atrocities committed by the U.S. military. Now here we can see where Iraq culture and U.S. culture kind of clash. So in Iraq culture, way back when we first took Baghdad, we were using the rules, Abu Bakr's rules of warfare. Abu Bakr was the first caliph, which is the first leader of the Muslim people, directly following Muhammad. I'm not talking about the famous ISIS terrorist. And his rules of warfare include: do not commit treachery or deviate from the right path. You must not mutilate dead bodies, and do not kill children, nor women or aged men. All of these happened in the Abu Ghraib prison scandal. Rasha Fadhil says that she believes this play has not been produced in Iraq because of the fact the Iraqi people do not want to admit to the shame and that this incident brought upon their culture. It also talks specifically about the plight of Iraqi women in the prison, which she said is not talked about at all in the country. The play ends with an insurgent rocket attack on the prison, which is a real event that killed many prisoners, including, in the story, Ishtar and Tammuz. We can really see some cultural clash throughout the play with certain quotes. In particular, Ishtar says when she is first detained and she's being tortured, "I know this land. The history of every grain of sand is in my blood," she states. "I almost hear its sands boiling with hatred and desire for revenge on you." Now, Ishtar in culture is a figure representing a very high quality of love and peace. Ishtar in this story is meant to be a metaphor for the Iraqi people who were caught up in this invasion, and unfortunately, many lost their lives. The next text I use is Night Draws Near. Night Draws Near is a collection of first-hand accounts and interviews from Iraqi civilians compiled by Anthony Shadid while he was in Iraq during the invasion. It focuses on the before, after, and during the invasion, and also talks greatly about the rise of insurgency we see throughout the region. The final text I use is A Strange Bird on Our Roof. I was not able to find the author of the play, however, it was produced in Amir El-Azraqi's book, A Contemporary Plays from Iraq. The Strange Bird on a Roof follows a true story according to Anthony Shadid, who I got the chance to interview, about a family whose house was invaded by the U.S. military. In itself, it's a whole metaphor for the war. The play starts with the U.S. military coming in force, taking the house, and then eventually leaving behind one soldier to watch over the place. And quickly we see distrust established with the mother and the daughter who live in the house, their son, who is a insurgent, who is not in the house. The play goes to great lengths to show the cultural distance and distrust with the mother and daughter. In Iraqi culture, bird keepers are often considered to be thieves, as the bird cage is on the roof of the house. Throughout the play, they make references to the fact that the soldier is on top of the house in the position of the bird keeper. There are birds in cages on the house. It's supposed to allude to the fact that the people in the story consider him to be a thief. Eventually, after much time, trust starts to develop between the Iraqi family and the individual soldier, which is a good point of how Iraqis did not hate Americans while the U.S. was invading. In reality, they just hated the practice and the policy the U.S. government was using. They did not hate individuals. And finally, the play ends with the American receiving word that the building that he is occupying is about to be attacked by the insurgents and evacuating himself and the family. And unfortunately, the family gets left in a poor financial state, living in a tent on U.S. controlled area, much how like we left the nation after the end of Operation Iraqi Freedom. So the long-term effects of the invasion. Obviously, we see a breakdown of trust between America and the people of Iraq, and a mistrust of the U.S. across the entire Mideast. This figure is from the Arab Center in Washington, D.C. In addition, we see a large amount of foreign influence come into the country of Iraq, particularly from Iran. We see this is where the start of Iranian militias who currently reside in Iraq, this is the start of it. Iraq's politics, according to Amir al-Azraqi, are riddled with foreign influence from Iran. And I also had the opportunity to talk to a Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, Sanal, as you were, a Sergeant Major of Marines, very different, who was a battalion Sergeant Major for 3 different battalions throughout the operation. He had 3 tours of duty. 2 was with the infantry battalions, and then 1 was with combat engineers. He said that you could tell the difference between people you fight. There's a difference between how an Iraqi would fight who picked up a rifle about a month ago to fight back for himself, for his home, versus how a freedom fighter from Russia or Iran have been fighting their entire lives. It's noticeable. So at the end of the day, why does this all matter? Well, the answer is pretty simple, honestly. Even though this ended in 2011 officially, first of all, we still see great influence that these foreign influencers have in Iraq. And also, this is a lesson about invasions and how we conduct them in the future. David John Kilcullen is a member of the U.S. State Department who kind of wrote the book on counterinsurgency. David Kilcullen believed that returning the nation to a state of normalcy and order was more important than killing every insurgent in the region to end the violence. At the end of the day, killing people is not going to make a nation better. At the end of the day, we got to rebuild a nation that we destroy if we really want to improve it. The U.S. needs to understand the culture of the nation that we invade and occupy, or better yet, just don't get involved. There are some nations that we have sought conflict with that at the end of the day, Iraq included, we've definitely put them in a worse situation. As soon as you use terms like liberation and winning the hearts and minds of a population in a military operation where you intend to destroy the country's infrastructure, you've already failed. You cannot win the hearts and minds of a population whose home you've just destroyed, as we currently see in Ukraine with Russia and their invasion, and Putin spouting these ideas of liberation and freeing them from the neo-Nazi government that he says in his speech exists. We see this uprising of people in Ukraine fighting back, much like how we saw in Iraq. You will never end an insurgency just by fighting. These people will never give in. And the more insurgents you kill, the more you will create. That is all I have. Thank you all for your time.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you all hear me okay? All right, thank you all for being out here today and listening to our papers and the commentary. I'd like to keep this brief as possible, but these papers gave me a lot of food for thought because even though they're on topics that are not directly related to what's going on just a few thousand miles away, I felt that they actually have a lot to offer in terms of connections. So I'll start with John Walsh's paper, Ethan Owens, and then Caleb Riley. So I think John's paper asks us to really remember and reconsider and reflect on U.S. violence and the terrible results that poor understanding of a different culture wrought on the lives of everyone who was involved, but really very critically for the people of the countries, Iraq and then later Afghanistan and then later Iraq. And I think sort of something for maybe John to consider or and think about is I think one question that in the previous panel, Dr. Chadley's, I think, brought up, is there room for nation building in U.S. foreign policy? And perhaps recent examples show that no, there shouldn't be, right? And so I think in your thinking, is there still room for nation building of some kind? Or is this an option that should be taken off, right? Because the recent examples have, they've been the result or failed results from, violence and invasion. Ethan Owens. Ethan's papers is really interesting, I think, because I study modern Chinese history, looking at a very present but ongoing kind of issue, right, that involves three distinct and autonomous political entities, the U.S., China, and Taiwan. Of course, everyone else in the region is very closely monitoring this even now. And I think this topic of strategic ambiguity thing that you bring up is really interesting because it's something that frustrates our allies as much as maybe they frustrate our adversaries. And in the themes of some of the panels today, and I think, of course, tomorrow, we seem to be, in this present moment, in this room right now, we seem to be living in a moment where some long-held conceptions, long-held assumptions about the international rules of order seems to be really sort of shifting underneath us, right? It's really scary and what have you. So in such a situation, having people play a game where no one knows the rules seems to be quite unfortunate and dangerous, right? So I was wondering what your thoughts about that might be. And then this sort of question about culturally acknowledging, sort of connections, but politically being separate. Well, I think, we can argue that politics is culture, right? It is the way that people engage with and think about power and how to sort of run their lives. And there's a cultural component to that, right? The act of voting, the act of challenging your representative or what have you. So I think I was sort of interested in your definition of culture and what you think about that. And then finally, Caleb Riley's paper is a really thoughtful look at a very confusing episode, right, of the mid-20th century that unfortunately has a lot of bodies in its wake. But I found it really interesting that Yugoslavia, or the former Yugoslavia, is a case where it didn't work out, where people who lived in an area that was very multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multilinguistic, weren't able to kind of keep it together for various reasons, as you laid out in your paper. So as we look at what's going on in Ukraine, and I think Dr. Pisano in the earlier panel mentioned that the Ukrainian leadership right now seems to be pretty successful in shifting the needle in trying to identify national identity as something based on diversity, more civic, rather than on these sort of older ethnic religious ties. From what you've learned about sort of the mid-20th century, what you know about these countries and the way things turned out, what do you think the view is from the other side, where it didn't stay together? And does Ukraine in its present moment offer something of an alternative? What are your thoughts on that? So those are my comments, and I look forward to hearing everything from the panel and questions and what have you. And I'll turn it over to Professor Thunberg.
All right, thanks everybody. So first and foremost, these were awesome papers to read. So it's really good to see that you all are thinking about these things and taking a more scholarly look into these different topics. I was really impressed with the quality of work from you all at this level. So first and foremost, really impressed by what you all came up with. So I'll go over kind of my comments, and then hopefully we'll get some good discussion going from the audience. So I'll start with the Owens piece. And I think that the first comment that I have is that one of the concerns is that you kind of take a monolithic look of each of these countries. So, right, it's the US, it's China, and it's Taiwan. And yes, there's a lot of approaches in international relations that allow us to look at states as unitary actors. But I think the Riley paper showed us there's a lot going on within the states, right? So there's a lot that I think you can look beyond just kind of these individual unilateral actors to kind of give yourself a little bit more leverage. One of the things that I questioned in thinking of that is how you picked the documents that you were looking at, right? So you said that there was some correspondence that you looked at, and then this Taiwanese act. And that might be the official kind of U.S. statement and approach, but at the same time, I can see the official approach and then the way that the State Department defines it and the way that the Defense Department defines it, that all of them are going to be a little bit different, and that can add to the complexity of the ambiguity that you might be thinking about. So you can look into some different documents as well. On that point, you also kind of want to look at the flip side. So not just the way that the U.S. is defining these things, but how is Taiwan receiving this kind of strategic ambiguity, and how does that shape their actions in some different ways? You have a really good definition, given that though, you still have a really good definition of strategic ambiguity. I think one thing that I would like to see is a little bit better definition of tension. Does increased military spending necessarily equal tension? There's a lot of different types of tension that are out there, and I think that could be defined a little bit better. As you kind of go through these case studies, you also say that China's tension is increasing and therefore its military spending is really increasing. Well, in this kind of realist world, there's a lot of threats out there, so China's military spending might be increasing for things completely unrelated to Taiwan. Right? And there's a lot of challenges, and especially on the world stage, a stronger military, a stronger force gives powers a bigger voice, and China wants to have a bigger voice on the world stage, so they might just be bolstering up their military for completely unrelated reasons to Taiwan. And that's something that can be really difficult to entangle, but something to disentangle, but something to potentially think about. one of the last things that you said in your policy implications talked about kind of a U.S. red line, right? So if China or Taiwan crosses this red line, the U.S. is going to get involved. And I would challenge you to maybe think about that, because lines by their nature are tested, right? And China will want to test that line, and that can raise credibility issues for the United States. But on that point, at what point does strategic ambiguity really start to fail, and the United States does have to step in, and we do have to say, okay, we're going to do something. What does that look like, and when does that happen? And is kind of a red line the way that we want to go, or are there some different approaches? On the Riley piece, so in the sense that Owens can take kind of a lesson from the Riley piece and look deeper into the state, I think that the Riley piece can kind of generalize a little bit more. So in reading the paper, you do a really excellent job in kind of developing this timeline and this narrative, and you introduce the characters and you introduce the complexities of it, but I think that it needs to be broadened, and you need to step outside of Yugoslavia a little bit to try to give us some broader generalizations. So really good details of events and actors, but what does this tell us a little bit more broadly about things like ethnic conflict? How can we apply this to other international cases, right? Are there other case studies that we could apply this to? There's a lot of different ethnic conflicts going on within Afghanistan right now. How can we apply this to that? How can we look at kind of spillover effects from major conflicts into some of these kind of secondary or tertiary areas, and how that might have an impact? And how do we determine when outside actors are actually getting involved, right? So you gave an example of how different outside actors ended up getting involved in this, but trying to generalize and understand what's drawing them in a broader picture, I think could be really beneficial. So I think kind of taking a step back and kind of looking at the bigger picture would really help ground your paper a little bit more. The Walsh paper I really thought was super interesting, right? So you're looking at the role of art in understanding one of the worst things in humanity, right? Of conflict and war. And I would encourage you, as you continue to develop this paper, to think about how the humanity of these individuals is reflected in the art that they're producing when it's a group of people that can't do anything else, right? They don't have any other outlets, so they're kind of leaning on this idea of art and the impact of art, and I think that that's really valuable in a lot of ways and something that you can develop more. As I started to read the paper, and even as you were kind of going through it in the presentation, one thing that I think you can work on is how you approach this art, right? So I think there's two ways you can do it. One is you can look at the real world events that are happening in Iraq, and then you can say, all right, well, here's how it's been portrayed in art by these individuals on the ground, right? And another way that you could potentially do it is really flesh out what these different artistic pieces are, who are the characters, what are the events, and then relate it back to the real world events. Right, but either way, I think you want to make sure that you're really focusing on the art and kind of building up that conversation. You're focusing on things that were created by the Iraqi people, and one of the things you said in your presentation was that there's this U.S.-Iraq culture clash. It would also be really interesting to compare how U.S. folks have covered these things, right? Because I'm guessing it's going to be fundamentally different, or how Europeans have covered these things and kind of showcase, how different cultural approaches have looked at these very difficult issues. The last thing I would say is you mentioned a couple interviews that you did. You should really build that up, right? Talk about the interviews that you're doing. That's a lot of work, and that's something that you should really be focusing on incorporating into your paper, because that gives a lot of life to the things that you're doing, and that gives kind of a primary connection to the work that you're putting together. So really good papers, everybody. I really enjoyed reading them, and I'll turn it back over to our moderator for some questions. Thank you all.
Round of applause for our presenters. At this time, I'd like to invite any members of the audience to come down. We have two microphones down here. You can ask some questions of our panelists here. While you guys think that over and maybe come up with some queries for our student presenters, I think I'll give them an opportunity to maybe weigh in on some of the comments that were made by the discussants. Any thoughts, any reactions, anything like that? Feel free to jump in.
So that's a great point about looking at what external factors led to an influx of Allied support. So between 1941 and 1942, the Allies provided very little support, very little in the way of material support to anyone in Yugoslavia. And if we think about what wartime events were happening in World War II at that time, the Allies were frankly on their heels and weren't too concerned with what was going on in the Balkans. But at the end of 1942, the British and the Americans had seen some pretty good success in North Africa. They turned around Rommel's army, and that allowed them to see a broader view. The other impetus that led to additional Allied material support into Yugoslavia is their unwillingness to open up a second front already. And so the way that they saw they could do that is by sending guns and war material to Yugoslav partisans. I use the term partisans, being partisans and the Chetniks, to appease Stalin so that the Allies could say, see, we are supporting you, without actually having to get skin in the game.
Any other comments from panelists, or shall we open it up to questions? Okay. I believe this gentleman over here was first. Please identify yourself and offer your query.
Hello? All right. My name is August Guerreri, and I wanted to go off of Walsh's paper. Given that our topic discussions today, they covered a lot of how nation building and the spreading of democracy shouldn't be part of U.S. foreign policy. I wanted to ask, is it realistic that nation building will ever not be part of U.S. foreign policy, considering the influence of politicians such as John McCain, John Kerry, the Bush and Clinton families, Dick Cheney, and others who may have economic interest in keeping the military-industrial complex afloat?
Thank you.
So I think, from what I know, I think it's unrealistic to say that the U.S. will reach a point where we are not involved in nation building of other countries, just because of the amount we have meddled in other nations as it is already. And we've kind of established this role as the protector of democracy across the world, which I think is an unrealistic goal of the U.S. in general. I guess the second part to that answer would be, should we be involved in nation building and spreading democracy? My answer to that is really no. I think when we spread democracy, in general, we use the military. And as I spoke about greatly, when you destroy someone's home, they're not going to want to hear what you're going to say. So I think that did I get to your question there?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear if it was realistic to expect that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, Lau Goldstein. I'm at Brown University and with Defense Priorities as well. And I just want to really commend a fantastic panel. I mean, I learned something from all the papers and all the comments as well. And so congrats to all there. And I would say, I think we have to reflect how great a university is in our country too, where we are so honest about our own mistakes, and we don't just sort of pass on to the next crisis, but we actually sit and think very hard about the meaning of this. After all, we did that. We were responsible for that. But I would like to, as a mostly China specialist, let me address strategic ambiguity, because it's critically important. After all, The Economist last year, I think, rightly said that Taiwan Strait is the most dangerous place in the world, and I would submit that that is still true, even after what we saw in Ukraine. I think you did an outstanding job dealing with such a complicated issue. But I would just let me also add on to the good commentary about the paper. I'm curious, what is in your mind, what is cultural reunification? I mean, that's a pretty novel concept, so maybe you can unpack that a little for us. But let me also make a quick comment on the arms sales, because you're onto something. And by the way, your recommendation, extremely brave, right? Because the conventional wisdom is, oh, let's just, how about another 20 billion in arms sales, and won't that be great? And by the way, a lot of Americans getting fabulously rich off this, so, what's wrong with that? Well, you rightly point out there is something wrong with that, because it is fueling a cycle. So what to do? And here I would just say maybe there's a lesson, maybe you have a thought on this, maybe there's a lesson from Ukraine, right? In Ukraine, turns out some pretty simple weaponry actually, javelins and stingers, infantry weapons, turn out to be absolutely critical. And maybe it's not the fighter aircraft, which many of us who study the issue, honestly, we don't think those will get off the ground because they'll all be destroyed in initial missile strikes. So maybe what the answer is to kind of go to these less high-tech weaponry that don't inflame the situation, and yet we've seen that they can be very effective. So I just throw that out as an idea to reflect on. But I commend your, you took some brave positions in those conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very flattering. The policy implication part was the biggest thing I struggled with in this paper because I can identify all the problems, I can't identify all the solutions very well. And the cultural reunification is very difficult to put into policy because how do you make a policy about a culture? The biggest draw I got from that was, like I mentioned, you started to see an ease of tension in the 1970s and 80s. And I think that was because there was a larger laissez-faire stance from the United States. There was less influence with the United States. That's why I was thinking my policy implication was to try to create that again, where the United States is not so heavily involved in Taiwan and China, and that they can kind of peacefully duke it out themselves without the United States looming over as that sort of nuclear button, I guess I would say. Thank you very much for the comments.
Thank you. Sir.
Hello, my name is Galen Butler. I am a senior here at Norwich. I took the same capstone as Mr. Rutland. My question for him. I noticed before the war with Ukraine, there was some ambiguous language used by the U.S. I believe the Biden administration said that there would be severe consequences towards Russia if they invaded Ukraine. And since then, we've obviously seen how the U.S. has responded through sending some sort of, more infantry-based weaponry to try and aid the Ukrainian people. And I was wondering if you saw any policy implications. Would the U.S. change its policy based off of that, or could this give us insight on what the U.S. might do if war were to break out between China and Taiwan?
Yes, as soon as that war broke out, I was immediately thinking Taiwan because it's like a textbook, like apply this to that sort of thing. And they're two very, very different situations. But in terms of U.S. support of an invasion in a complicated situation like that, I think there's strong parallels. I think it was last week in the news there was a discussion about a Chinese whistleblower that had leaked information that there was going to be some sort of invasion in the fall, and that was pushed back. I don't know how accurate that information is. There's a lot of misinformation in Russia right now. But that would make sense to me that from a Chinese perspective, like we were going to have an invasion, and now we're seeing the failures of Russia's invasion. Maybe we want to rethink this. I see China culturally as more of a long-term planner with their decisions. So I can assume reasonably that they would look at the issue of Russia and think we need to rethink this. In terms of the United States, and I haven't seen really, we're still ambiguous to tell. We haven't changed that. But thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we got time for the two remaining questions. Yes.
Hello, my name is Chin Shu, and I'm an international student from Taiwan. And I also have some questions about Taiwan and China issue. And first of all, I want to actually express my agreement with you about this kind of leaning towards strategic from strategic ambiguity to a clarity kind of like situation. Since from the U.S. perspective, we really want to push that elasticity of Taiwan Relation Act to a more pro kind of like Taiwan kind of stance, especially when you talk about like last year, American and Taiwan Institute actually confirmed there are some first special operation group in operating the area. But but my question for you is how it's kind of like beating on a dead horse. But how feasible do you think that cultural reunification is to the both party, especially when Professor Kim actually talked about politics is really tied to the culture, and since both sides a communist and democratic stance. So I think that's my question about cultural reunification. Thank you.
I guess part of my answer to that is it's getting harder as time goes on because there's generations of people that are born in Taiwan and they see themselves more as Taiwan than Chinese. And I don't think that the cultures necessarily need to see themselves as Chinese, but you've got language and cultural similarities that government should not inhibit. And I think that, like I mentioned, that had started to happen. And then we got all up in the politics issue and it crushed it. And I think I do blame China for that. I'm a little biased, but I don't know how policy is going to work with that. I'm still wrestling with that. I'm still trying to find a good way to put it into words about how something like that could be fostered. And when you get into legal jargon, it's difficult to impose things like that on sovereign nations. And then the obvious complexity of considering Taiwan a sovereign nation or not. It gets very sticky. But I agree, and I think that the cultural issue is the most important, and it's also the most difficult, and it gets harder every day.
I think Professor Kim had something to add.
Just to add on to that, from the perspective of Russia or China, why is Ukraine or Taiwan important, right? Or why are they dangerous? I think your idea about culture, it's because Ukraine's not a place, right? It's an idea. Taiwan's not really a place. It's an idea of what Chineseness could be or Russianness could be, and that alternative is dangerous, right?
Absolutely, thank you. Yes, last question.
My name is Max Weber. I am a high school junior at St. Johnsbury Academy. And as you accurately pointed out, the war in Iraq was a fairly major failure in terms of democratizing and liberating a people oppressed by a dictator. I have noticed that as of recently, the United States has become much more hesitant when it comes to where it's using military force in order to protect and secure democracy abroad. Let's take the withdrawal from Afghanistan as an example. And my question to you would be, where is that red line that you talked about where the United States would consider the use of active military force in the defense of Taiwan?
Are you asking me or him? Me? Okay, because he's the one who talked about the red line, so I was a bit confused. But so first of all, one thing I didn't say that I really think is true, and people are going to disagree with me, but I think the war on terror in general is the greatest military failure the U.S. has ever had. And I think that we see this decrease in trying to send military places, trying to influence other countries with these ideas of democracy because of that failure. I personally don't believe there is a line where we should be using military might to influence a nation towards democracy. I think that the idea of that is ludicrous, if I'm to use a strong word, because I think, again, like I've spoken about, if we invade a nation and we destroy it with military might, people aren't going to be all for democracy. They're going to seek something else. Or maybe if they do seek democracy, it's not going to be with us. And I think we're just we're pushing money into these conflicts that at the end of the day aren't going to bear fruit for us. So I hope I answered your question there.
Okay. You were very specific. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. And thanks to all of you. It's my pleasure to really wrap up our first day of events at the Peace and War Summit. I want to thank you for all being here. I want to thank you for the tremendous support from the audiences, from Norwich University once again. But the best way to end would be to thank our panelists one more time, please. Thank you very much. I hope to see many of you tomorrow at our final presentations in the morning.